with the bat, and he gets a wicket. Surya Kumar Yadav chops on.
We're going to come out and play positive cricket and try and take the game on in the next couple of days.
Archer round the wicket. Tiller Balmer's gone across his stumps and flex it over deep backward square for 6, and that's in the car park.
A touch bladder, and Harry Brook has been castled.
To be world champions and to be very successful around the world, not just at home, you have to be able to adapt, and at the moment we're not adapting quick enough for me.
From the first game we made big improvements. If we can improve again this game, then I think we can get the win.
England's gunslinger approach to cricket will be put to the test today as they enter the last chance saloon. Wiped out in a one-sided shootout in Kolkata, only to lose a bar brawl in Chennai, meaning England have to win in Rajkot to prevent India from being last man standing after just 3 matches of this 5-game T20 series. I'm Jon Norman. Welcome to live and exclusive coverage on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Alongside me, 2 former England spinners, Gareth Batty and Monty Panesar. And gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're listening. There's no disgrace losing to India in India, is there? England came close to a win last time out. They've named an unchanged side today, which means Jamie Smith retains his place ahead of Jacob Bethel, and Bryden Cass plays ahead of Gus Atkinson. So, Bats, apart from the win, what is it, do you think, that Brendan McCullum will be looking for today?
I think you're looking at some kind of a process to how we play our cricket. How does the team evolve, role clarity, so that people are very aware of what he's going to be asked of them, what situations they're going to bat bowl in, or at least pre-game have a decent idea, and then obviously you have to evolve with what's happening in front of you. But it's basically to try and get some kind of more method into, right, we're going to score 180 every single time that we bat, and then we're going to be able to defend it with the type of bowlers we've selected. And I think you're looking for a clear plan that, for instance, happened 5 years ago with Owen Morgan. He said, right, it's a different format, appreciated, but he said, right, this is what we're going to do, and these are the players that we're going to select because they've done it at whatever level to then achieve and go beyond our expectations.
Monty, 2 very different sides, especially when you look at the bowling setup. India have went in with 5 spinners actually in that second T20. They bowled 3 of them in the first T20. England very reliant on Adil Rashid, and that can be a problem, can't it? Because he can only bowl 4 overs.
Absolutely. I think England need to have more spin options in place. Maybe, the likes of Jacob Bethel. He's a good left-arm spinner, bowled well in the Big Bash. He should, be given to bowl a little bit more. Rian Ahmed, his selection should be in the team as well, because, the pitches do turn and they're kind of small ground. So I think Brendan McCullum his approach of just bringing in fast bowlers, I'm not really sure if that's going to work in India, and I think he should try and bring in more spinners in play and try and maybe be a bit more flexible in how he can maybe possibly get some overs from Jacob Bethel, from Rian Ahmed, and then support Adil Rashid. So I think this England team, what have they learned since the last World Cup? Their play against spin hasn't been that good either, and you're kind of in that same position again where you're thinking, what value is Brendan McCullum giving to the top 6 batters? Because that's where the problem lies with this England team, is playing well against spin, and you don't want the likes of Phil Sole or Ben Ducket out in the first or the second over. You don't want 4 or 5 wickets down in the first 10 overs. So I think today England, whenever they come out to bat, they want that first 10 overs as a platform, and then they can have wickets in hand, and then they can launch in the second 10. So I really want England to be better and not take all these big risks against the spinners, like we saw Ben Ducket in the last game. First ball, does a reverse sweep, and he's out against Washington Sundar. I think this time round I want England top 6 batters to be a bit more selective and possibly go after the seamers, and then maybe not give their wickets away against the spinners.
Okay, yes, there is plenty of chat about how Brendan McCullum is going to change things within this white ball setup. And whilst there's no doubt he'll look to switch things around in terms of the personnel, freshen up training, perhaps install a little bit more confidence, one of the things he won't be able to do is conjure up quality spinners in the way that India have done in the last few years. It does raise an uncomfortable question about where England will go after their most successful leg spinner ever finally decides to call it a day.
Adil Rashid in his second over to bowl to Virat Kohli. The leg spinner is in. Kohli's given himself some room, but he's hit it straight to mid-off.
He is one of the most underrated leg spinner in the world. If you look at his stats, I just think he is one of the most underrated leg spinner in the world. If you look at his stats, he's as good as Rashid Khan.
Yeah, that's brilliant from Rashid. Oh, it looked so easy.
When he's bowling like that, I think he's the best in the world.
Brilliant from Adil Rashid. If you can't get him LBW, you bowl him.
And Adil Rashid does have another wicket to his name.
If you're picking England's greatest ever one-day side, Adil Rashid is the spinner.
Adil Rashid, he's won World Cups for England in 20 over cricket and 50 over cricket bats. He's not going to be around forever though, is he? And whereas India are in a situation where, you know, the last couple of years, not just looking at leg spin of course, but looking at spin in general, they've had of course Kuldeep Yadav, who would be playing in this series you'd imagine if not for injury, Axar Patel, Washington Sundar, Ravindra Jadeja has only just retired from the T20 setup. Ravichandran Ashwin, Yuzvendra Chahal, Ravi Bishnoi's just come in. I mean, there's so many spinning options that you actually forget that they've got some in their side. Abhishek Sharma bowled in the last T20 and he's an opener. You know, we can talk all we like about where England are going to go under Brendan McCullum, but also there's batters that you could argue for. There's fast bowlers you could state a case for. There's a billion wicket-keeper batters. There's only one Adil Rashid, and when you look over his shoulder to see who's coming up behind him, is there much to come? And if there is, who?
I think first and foremost it's a mismatch to judge England's spin bowling prowess against India, a country that has sort of forged and prized itself on quality spin pretty much since its existence. So I think that's an unfair sort of crossover, shall we say. Who replaces Adil Rashid? The way that we are selecting at the minute, that person doesn't know either. It could go anywhere. I would like to think that the number of overs that Adil has bowled in his career, because he's sort of been pushed down a white ball path as opposed to bowling lots of test overs, he still has some time left in his body. So the volume isn't quite there, even though he has an age. It is just an age now. The medical science around now will be able to extend his career if he still wants that. He doesn't seem to have lost any of the hunger for playing, so that's a positive, and that's something for England to stick in their back pocket and look after. But how and where do we get the next players? Well, we've got to start investing in some spin, and you know, possibly there needs to be some intervention with signings. Every single franchise team wants to sign the best overseas finger spinner or wrist spinner, because the numbers tell you that spin is very important within short form cricket, 2020 and 50 over cricket. So do we need to, in one of our competitions, say, okay, there's no overseas spinners this year, so that we have to play ours? I think what would happen is, and that's what happens in red ball cricket, you'd end up playing on snake pits and it would be seamers, because we are awash with very good seam bowlers in this country. So we have to look at our deficiencies and also our positives and find a solution, rather than just expecting to pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Adil Rashid has been playing first-class cricket, and he doesn't play a lot of first-class cricket now, if at all, truth be told, but essentially made his debut for Yorkshire back in 2006. It's best part of 20 years. How long does it take? You know, if we were talking about Adil Rashid 18, 19 years ago, Monty, do you think we would have seen in him all the way back then? He came in as a very young guy, obviously, so there was obviously talent there. But, you know, is there the faith in spinners? Is there the longevity? Are we giving these guys the chance to progress and become a 30-year-old World Cup winner in the way that we have done with Adil Rashid?
Well, I think Adil Rashid was very lucky to have a captain like Owen Morgan. You know, he kind of like made Adil Rashid into this attacking spinner in white ball cricket, and the coaches as well kind of supported that. So when you got a good captain, supporting Adil Rashid to become more of an attacking spinner. He kind of taught him to bowl a bit slower, a bit higher. He goes, I want you to take wickets. I don't care if you go for 4s and 6s. Your main aim is to get me wickets. And sometimes that sort of attitude, needs to be embraced in our county game, and also coaches as well. So, we've got the likes of, Gareth Batty, who's done really well in Surrey, and I'm sure there'll be other coaches around who can maybe, actually learn from Gareth Batty. How do we get spinners involved in the game? How do we make the young all-round spinners playing into county cricket as well? So there's a lot to be learnt from that. And being a spinner himself, I remember in my time I had John Embry, Nick Cook, John Charles, and they've really helped when you have a head coach as a spinner.
Do you think Adil Rashid gets the credit that he should in this country? We're so focused on red ball cricket, and we're so focused on swing bowling and fast bowling. Sometimes we forget we've got a little leg spinner who's won numerous World Cups for us and has been playing for the best part of 20 years and has been playing international cricket for over a decade.
I don't think his skill set is championed enough. We heard some of the snippets from commentary over the years a moment ago, and he is as good as any other leg spinner going around the world. He's different to some, and you can say why. So Rashid Khan is very direct and into the surface, whereas Adil would have more arc to his ball. He'd get more drop. The ball would spend more time on the surface. But still, the numbers come out the same way. It's just a process that is a different way of doing it. The reason why Adil Rashid, first and foremost, was given more time as a younger man, he averaged best part of 40 with the bat. So Yorkshire could pick him as a 19-year-old, knowing full well he could bat 7, 8, 9, get them runs. So then actually his bowling just becomes less significant. There's less pressure on it. If you are just a bowler and you don't particularly catch at slip and you don't bat, you are making it very difficult in this country because of weather, because of conditions, because of surface, because of the ball to an extent, to get game time. So it is literally the equivalent of Adam Gilchrist changed the face of keeping, probably with Alex Stewart, that if you do not bat as well as keep wicket, you are not going to play. I think spinners have to understand that. And everything that we have around the game nowadays suggests that a spinner, if they're prepared to do some work, can be an accomplished batsman as well as being a frontline spinner.
It's really interesting what you say about maybe introducing tweaks to the rules and regulations or the laws about setup of teams to try and prioritise spinners. I mean, T20 cricket, Monty, was always going to be about the death of bowling, of bowlers. But here we find ourselves, actually, it seems to have helped them and aided them in a lot of respects. And if you look at the rankings for T20 bowlers, very often spinners are at the top of it, aren't they? So maybe there is something there.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I think spin plays a huge part now in T20 cricket. We saw recently in SA20, the Par Royals, they were the first team to have like 20 overs of spin. Yeah. And there's one guy who's playing there, I think should be here with the England team in India, is Joe Root. His four overs will be valuable. And in my opinion, I think, we're seeing a lot of this transition now. If you're a young attacking spinner, like Jacob Bethel, if you can bowl a little bit, you're going to get, pushed into the England setup very quickly. And I thought it was a really good point by Gareth Batty that the reason Adil Rashid developed slightly later is because obviously, he was a good batsman. And, that specialist role when I played during my time at Northants, because we had spinning pitches, it allowed me to be, to get some game time and bowl my 20 overs, 30 overs and innings because the pitches were turning. And that could be another area which we could possibly see in the county game to think, can we have pitches turning, early in the season? So there's room for a specialist spinner. You don't have to be an all-rounder to bowl.
What about this one, Monty? Would you like this? Rather than bringing in 4 games of Kookaburra ball, which is a little bit strange in this country, why not have 2 home games a year? You can do whatever you want to the pitch. So if you want to rake it and do whatever you want to promote spin, which Somerset, the last time England were in India in Test Series, 2 spinners came from Somerset. Time before that, Northants, you and Swanee. There is something going on here, and forgive me if I'm sounding stupid on this, but let's allow some people to prime a surface 4 spin if they want to go down that route, because it's very brave in this country to do it. And actually, England have reaped the rewards of the teams that have been brave enough to do that in the recent past of when we've had success. The last time we were any good in India was Monty and Swanee, playing on turning pitches at Northampton.
I'm not sure if you saw the images from Pakistan with those two massive heaters. They look like jet engines on either side of the strip every time England played. They wheeled them out in the recent series against West Indies. I mean, they're not being used for the next 8 months, so get them over to England. See what we can do. We're going to be hearing more from Gareth Batty and Monty Panesar. Steve Harmison is going to be joining me very, very shortly as well. You're listening to the India versus England T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village.
Live international cricket, England versus India, exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
You would never go to Australia 3 days before the Gabba, so why go 3 days before Hyderabad? For me, it slinks.
It's the new world, Harmy. It's the new world.
It's not the new world, man. No, it's not the new world. It's not the new world. It's player power. It's player power. That's all it is.
What you don't want to be doing is overcooking ourselves as a group because of how much training or how much prep we've got into it.
It's absolutely pathetic. Apart from Joe Root and Ben Stokes, these guys cannot bat. It's as simple as that.
Well, he is rubbish, isn't he? I told you, he can't bat in England. I've seen him play nearly all of his 50 test matches. Flat decks in India where the ball doesn't bounce, it doesn't do much. But watch this leap and he can't get his bat out of the way. Look at him. That's just crazy.
Let me just tell you what I think about it. I think it was a disgraceful performance from a captain who got his sums wrong today, and I think it should never be permitted to happen again. One of the worst things I have ever seen done on a cricket field.
Criticism It's part of life, and if you're a sports person, very much so. Gareth Batty and Steve Harmison alongside myself, Jon Norman, ahead of the third of 5 T20s that we're bringing you between India and England. We've got the teams in the toss in about 10 minutes' time. But we've got two guys here who've played a lot of cricket. I mean, Bats, you're still in the game. You're still getting pelters. Oh no, you just won 3 championships in a row. Okay, you haven't had any pelters for 3 years. But I'm sure you remember what it's like walking off the field and the fans getting on your back, playing for Surrey. Harmy playing for England, it's just magnified, isn't it? And Bats, you also played. I mean, I'm not sure what the paper said after you bowled all day against Brian Lara. They probably focused on Brian because he was essentially a magician. But it is part of the game. The reason we're talking about it is, there was some criticism of the England women when they were knocked out of the T20 World Cup at the end of last year, and that's continued because they've lost every game on their series in Australia. But, as professional cricketers, how do you deal with that? I mean, it's bad enough in normal life just getting criticism from the missus, or from your family, or from your friends, or from your husband. I mean, but when you have to walk to work and your face is on the back of a newspaper because you've done something that people think wasn't good enough, how do you deal with that?
It didn't bother me, I must admit. And it's hard because...
How could it not bother you?
Because they've got no relevance in my life whatsoever. I really didn't. There was people who were... There's criticism which is constructive. There's criticism if you know it's coming from the right place. There's criticism if you know it's coming from a bad place. If it was coming from a bad place, there was once or twice I'd pull people up and have a go. I had a go at Jeffrey Boycott in the middle of a New Zealand tour, and that got a heated discussion. And his comeback was, well, when I did question him about it, and he played well the next time, he was like, "See," and I was like, "Really, I don't really care what you think. I really don't care. I mean, I thought you were getting personal. That's why I pulled you up on it." And Andy Caddick had a go at me once when he was finished, and you could see that for me was just I think there was a bitter former player wanting to have his name in headline rather than knowing that I had a bad day. I knew I had a bad day. I don't need Caddy to tell me, and I don't need Jeffrey to tell me, and I certainly didn't need Bob to tell me because the great Bob Willis was very, very good at it. His was I think he played a role which I don't think there was any harm in it. I think he was playing for TV, so I didn't really listen to that side of it. To say it didn't bother me, of course it bothers you because it's somebody talking negatively. Did I take any notice of it? No, I really didn't take any notice of it because I know when I've had a good day, I know when I've had a bad day, and I don't need anybody from the outside to tell me I've had a bad day. If it was constructive and somebody was being critical because of how my performance was, i.e. ball too short or ball too full, and there was relevance behind it, then I had no problem with that. I had no problem with that because I could take that in, digest it, process it, chuck it out what didn't need in there, and move on to the next day. So it was, especially the bowler I was quite good at looking at tomorrow's a new day, the sun will come out, my kids love me, and I don't give it what anybody else thinks about me.
But is there you've been in the dressing room, and you are in the dressing room, and then you look up on the screen or you read the paper and there's a bloke that's was just out the dressing room who knows exactly what it's like in there, and all the ego and all the stuff that we never find out about, and he's shouting off, he's mouthing off. Is that kind of like, well, that's acceptable, you can say that, and that goes beyond the pale? I mean, when do you get most frustrated?
I think more often than not, it's when it is what Steve touched on. It's the jealousy, or it's somebody trying to get the headlines because they no longer have the ability to be out there to perform. And I think that's the frustrating thing for majority of players. I mean, I was lucky that I wasn't a very good player, so every day that I had success, it was kind of a win because I expected to fail all the time. So it was never really a problem. But I tell you what, it was a real problem for family because they actually think you're better than what you are. So they take it personal. So that side of it I understand. But Steve's touched on that. Number one in the world, let's take that as gospel. Now, the other side of the fence, being a coach now, I tell you what, you be careful what you say about the players. If I've worked with them and I know they've worked hard, you be real careful, because if I got a chance, I'd be swinging at you. because almost the father bit comes out, and you're sort of going, hang on a second, this kid is working his socks off, he's not quite got it right, but his intention is perfect. Now, there is no perfect human being out there. Now, be careful with your criticism and be constructive with it, but don't just pull somebody apart who's doing it right, because I have a real problem with that, and I'll come seek you out. Because I think that's just wrong.
But the players, though, Bats, they'll understand that. I mean, you as a player, you understand. If you listen to somebody who's very good and constructive with because they're in the media, so they have to have their opinion. And if their opinion is, like you say, is constructive, you can see. Jofra Archer's just gone for 60 in 4 overs, right? And in the last 3 mornings, spoken across our platform, and I've said he could easily have had 4 for 20. Because the areas he was bowling, he nailed it. He just bowls a bit too fast, and if somebody swings the bat and gets a hold of it, it goes for 6. Now, I can understand where he's at. And I'm not going to... he's gone for runs. England have lost the game. But I can also see how the areas he's bowling and the execution of the plan, players wouldn't mind you criticising that. It's when you are going over the other side and going too far.
Brilliant stuff. So the rules are, you can say whatever you like about Harmy, but don't criticise on the bats players, otherwise he'll beat you up. You're listening to the teams of the toss are coming up. You're listening to India versus England in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
And it is out of the ground. Live international cricket, England versus India, exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
That was effortless.
You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the third T20 of 5 between India and England. I'm Jon Norman alongside Monty Panesar, former England spinner. Jarrod Kimber's about to step into the commentary box as well. It's such an important game, this one. We had a nail-biter in Chennai. Fantastic match which went right to the last over before Tilak Varma sealed the win. India winning by 2 wickets. Tilak Varma top scoring. Unbeaten 72, fantastic innings from him, but it was also some fantastic individual performances from England along the way, especially with ball in hand. Bryden Cast 31 before he was run out, and then he took 3 for 29 when bowling. Jofra Archer, Mark Wood, Adil, Rashid, Liam Livingstone and Jamie Overton all taking wickets as well. It was a really nip and tuck, but experience and quality shone out for India in the end. The first match, well, it's a little bit more forgettable if you're an England fan. India knocking aside England by 7 wickets and actually romping to victory with 43 balls remaining. So no doubt whatsoever what kind of contest that we would like to be bringing you here on talkSPORT 2 and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel over the next 3 or 4 hours. And possibly we'll get the win that will keep this series alive. We think we know England's sides. Let's find out who's going to win the teams in the toss. Let's head out to the middle. Ravi Shastri, former India coach.
And England, as we come up to toss time, the 2 captains, Surya Kumar Yadav, Joss Butler, match referee Javagal Srinath, all in readiness. Surya will spin the coin.
Heads.
Heads is the call. What's it, Javagal? Well, 3 times in a row. Surya, what have you decided?
We look to bowl first. It looks nice and hard, and I don't think it's going to change later on as well.
Look of it, it looks a really good surface, this, the best of the 3.
Yeah, I mean, Rajkot has always been a good track, and I'm sure it'll be a sporting one. So, yeah, really looking forward to it.
Tight game, the last one, but the boys rose to the occasion at just the right time. A lot of character shown, especially by Tilak. Yeah?
Absolutely. I mean, yes, we wanted to play a different brand of cricket, but at the same time, you got to understand what the situation is, what the awareness is, and that day, I mean, he bailed the side out.
You're up against a very good side, so you can't afford to relax. 2 up, you want to keep that momentum going.
Correct. I mean, from now on, we look at it as a three-game series. Boys are charged up, and I'm sure it's a beautiful crowd, and so it will be a good game.
Your combination for today's game, any changes? Seeing the surface?
We got only one change. Arshdeep is resting. Mohammad Shami comes back.
Have a good one, Surya.
Yes, thanks.
Well, Joss, no luck with the toss.
No, same again, but looks a really good surface, so looking forward to batting.
Yeah, you mentioned the surface. It looks the best of the 3 surfaces you played. What would you have done? Fielded?
Yeah, we would have chased as well. But as I said, looks a good wicket. The guys had a good practice out here yesterday, and we're really excited for the match.
You might be 2-0 down. A lot of positives coming out of that last game. It was pretty tight at certain stages.
Yeah, it was a really good game of cricket. We fought hard and pushed them all the way, and some improvements in our performance. And yeah, we need to be at our best this evening to take the win.
2 strong batting sides. It means you got to get the runs on the board, isn't it? When you bat first.
Yeah, absolutely. You know that how India will play, and obviously strong team, and we need to put enough runs on the board to defend.
And your combination for today, any changes?
We're going with the same team, but Jamie Smith will keep wicket today. He's just got a bit of a tight calf, so he's going to stand behind the stumps instead of running around.
Have a good one, Joss.
Thank you.
Well, that's the news from the centre. India once again have won the toss, and they've decided to bowl first.
Okay, well, excitement actually, because Mohammad Shami's going to play. You never get better than when you're on the sidelines, and Mohammad Shami, who's always been a terrific bowler for India, has suddenly become the man that would have won them the Border Gavaskar Trophy and the World Cup. Well, they know won the World Cup, but you know what I mean. More World Cups. England unchanged. And was it just me, Jarrod? But I found that comment from Joss Butler slightly surprising. Jamie Smith plays. It's unchanged side from the second match, which isn't a surprise necessarily. Jamie Smith's got a tight calf, so he's going to keep wicket.
So I'm just going to put my microphone down on the desk for a second and just
get into position, because if I get into wicket-keeping position, isn't it quite tight on my calves already?
That looks pretty tight from here.
I mean, we do need talkSPORT's resident wicket-keeping expert, Andrew McKenna, to come in later. Maybe we'll do some throwdowns in the hallway just to check.
Dear listener, Andrew McKenna, who will be commentating today, once kept wicket for the talkSPORT team against the Barmy Army. And who did he keep out of the wicket-keeping position?
Matt Pry couldn't get in, could he?
He was quite good.
Also, didn't he have a problem with his calf and his Achilles as well? So I don't know how you feel, Monty, but if he's injured, he just shouldn't be playing. And I would have thought a wicketkeeper jumping around could hurt their calf as much as someone in the outfield.
Yeah, absolutely. But I guess it kind of shows that how much they value Jamie Smith. How much they value him as a cricketer, as what he can bring to the white ball format. So I think Brendan McCullum wants him in the side, and then probably, so he seems like a natural cricketer who can probably go up the order as well a little bit. In the top 6, maybe even, hopefully hit boundaries and not too many singles out there. Don't want to injure that calf, but he's a very promising cricketer. He's a guy who has a lot of potential, and I think that's one of the reasons why Brendan McCullum wants him in the team, and probably wants to see him as a what is he like as a keeper, even with a slightly sore calf. He's valued very highly amongst that group of players.
Okay, let's have a in-depth look ahead to all the action in the third T20, thanks to Village Hotels.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Dine out, stay, work out, play. Visit villagehotels.com.
OK, before we hear more from Jarrod, Kimber and Monty Panesar, let's hear from the England fast bowler Mark Wood. He's playing his third straight game after a lengthy absence with injury. And ahead of the match, he's been speaking with talkSPORT's Will McPherson.
Mark Wood, back in Rajkot. How are you feeling?
Good, nice to be back here. Obviously memories of the test match, very familiar looking ground. I think you've got that Lord's sort of media centre behind you, or looks a bit like Lord's, so it's nice to be back here and a chance to try and get a win on the board.
How have you felt across these first 2 games? Obviously first 2 games for a while, and you hit your top speed straight away, didn't you?
Yeah, felt obviously fresh with having that time off with injury, so a little bit to work on. I still don't think I'm quite at the peak. I think it's nice to feel like my speeds are up, but I think I can be a tiny bit more accurate. I think I've been on it in certain bits, and then maybe 1 or 2 of us have been a bit off. So all trying to work back to that sort of, I guess, peak bowling speeds and peak bowling accuracy. So done it in little spits and spats so far, but not there overall.
It was a pretty good effort from a bowling group the other night, but just wasn't quite to be. Does that give you belief that you can get back in this series and win it 3-2?
I think you've got to believe, haven't you? There's no point saying to you now, I don't believe we can win. I think we've got a talented group. I think we showed signs that in the last game we took them on. Even when we were losing wickets with the bat, we still kept coming with the ball. Even when it was looking against it, we kept coming and trying to take wickets. So it was a great game of cricket, that last game. So much more competitive and much more where we need to be. So from the first game we made big improvements. If we can improve again this game, then I think we can get the win.
How does it feel bowling in this attack? So often you've been the 1 point of difference fast bowler for England, but here Jofra, Jamie, Bryden, Gus, everyone bowls quickly, don't they? It's quite a fun attack to bowl in, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it's great. For so long I think England have been saying, we want fast bowlers. It's great to see that we've got a battery of them now, and certainly as a lower order player, if I had to see opposition teams where they had fast bowlers, I wouldn't like it. So a chance to put pressure on opposition that way and try and take wickets.
It's quite a similar group that is going to be bowling across formats this year. You've got some big test matches coming up. You've got the ODIs, Champions Trophy, all that kind of stuff. It's quite. Are you good mates? Are you kind of enjoying each other's company and working together?
Always. I think the change of management has been really good for the team. I think it's a very relaxed atmosphere and everyone seems to be getting on. I think we'll get on even better when we start winning. So we don't think that's too far away. If we can keep doing the right things, then we believe that'll turn. And there's a good feeling amongst the lads in the group.
The timing of your injury last summer was quite frustrating. You were bowling very, very quickly. The team were winning. How did that? Did it hit you for 6 a little bit? How did you come back from that one? Just simply rest and time off.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shock, to be honest. I think to be bowling well and then all of a sudden have a little bit of stiffness in my elbow to then it could have a stress fracture and all that kind of stuff was really frustrating. But it's just another piece of my puzzle that somewhere in my body that I've had to tick off. And yeah, I worked incredibly hard in that winter period, training by myself up in the northeast and trying to get myself ready, so it makes it sweeter, and you do miss it when you're away, so it makes it sweeter when you come back in, and great to finally get a wicket in an England shirt again the other night.
Yeah, it's the start of a massive year. You feeling good to go?
Yes, you don't know what's around the corner, especially with my injury record, but at the minute I'm enjoying being back out there with the lads, and hopefully that can continue.
It's one of those ones where England could have easily said to you, look, sorry Woody, you're not going to play these T20s, we're going to rest you, we've got big challenge, and presumably you just want to play every single game you possibly can.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've missed so much cricket that every time I can play for England now, I just want to take that opportunity and enjoy it. I'm at the back end of my career now. I don't know how long it's left. Could be injuries, could be something else. But I think with this management and the sort of messaging across both the Test and ODIs, I think, and one-day stuff is great that they want me involved, and from my point of view, I hope that continues.
Mark Wood speaking with Will McPherson there. It was really interesting to listen to Woody. He said a lot, as you'd expect. Jarrod, Kimber alongside myself, Jon Norman, Monty, Panesar as well. I mean, you look at this England lineup for white ball cricket, and you don't need to be a cricket expert to see the very differences in terms of the teams selected. I mean, it's pretty much all out seam, from England. It almost won the game as well. I mean, how do you judge how England have gone about things in terms of the makeup of their bowling attack? Are they just literally picking their best bowlers irrespective of what they bowl?
Yeah, I think more or less that's the idea. If you go back to the original Baz Ball style in Test cricket, that's what it was, right? Like, let's go with the things that is working rather than trying to find things that we don't have access to. And they could pick, was it Tom Hartley? Was he in the T20 World Cup squad, wasn't he? I think they've had other bowlers come through, and I think they're just like, no, let's just go with the guys we know it works. And it also gives them that, if the ball's doing anything, they have the extra pace occasionally, and then they could go to the short pitch bowling. So it does give them three options, but it's not the same kind of attack that India is going in with, where they've got one full-time seamer.
Yes, and they've rested Arshdeep Singh today, and they brought in Mohammad Shami. They do have Hardik Pandya playing the all-rounder role. England have got an all-rounder as well, although we're not quite sure how many overs he's ever going to bowl. Jamie Overton at number 7 for you, Monty. Is that a selection that you understand?
Well, I think what it is that, like Jos Buttler said earlier at the start of the tour, that they're blessed with fast bowlers who can bat as well. So I think they may try to experiment with that a little bit. And we saw, in the last game when, Brenda's cast, scored 31 runs or 17 deliveries, that they may hope that Overton can do something similar, today when he gets a chance to bat. So there's a bit of experiment there, but also when we go back to this team selection, like you said, they've gone heavy with seam attack. I think they're quite adamant to go with that strategy and see actually, eventually if they keep going with it, that they want this formula to be successful. I don't think they want more spin to come involved. I think like we know that Adil Rashid is the main spinner, and they're going to have him as a specialist spinner. But also good news for Phil Salt is that Arshdeep Singh isn't playing, because he kept on going out in the first over. So let's hope we see Phil Salt have a better power play today.
By the way, we were just remarking on the fact that James Smith is going to be keeping behind the wicket in place of Phil Salt. We haven't listened back to Jos Buttler, but it could be that what he meant to say, and indeed may have, is that it's Phil Salt who's got the calf injury rather than Jamie Smith, and that's why Smith is going to be standing behind the stumps for this one. The 11s, if you're just joining us here on talkSPORT 2, Salt and Ducket opening up for England. Buttler at 3 with Brooke, Livingston, Smith. That's the top 6. Jamie Overton at 7 with Cass, Archer, the 2 pacemen, followed by Rashid at 10 and Mark Wood at 11. So they are unchanged from the second T20. India have made one change. Arshdeep Singh will not become the first Indian fast bowler, or indeed any Indian bowler, to reach 100 T20 wickets. He's stranded on 98, but I'm sure that will happen at some point in the series. Mohammad Shami comes into the side, so that's fantastic, and it elicited a big cheer from the crowd in Rajkot when that was announced as well. Very popular man, and a presence who has been missed over the last 6 months or so. Sharma and Sansom opening up then. Abhishek, not Rohit, for India. Yadav at 3 with Varma, Pandya, Jarrod, Sundar, Patel and Bishnoi coming in before Shami at 10 and Chakravarthy at 11. So there are your 2 teams, and that was thanks the build-up to this third T20, thanks to Village Hotels.
England England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
Time now to get an odds update with William Hill.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Ben Barrett joins us to run through all the markets ahead of this third T20 here on talkSPORT 2 between India and England.
Yeah, good afternoon. India 8-15 favourites to go 3-0 up in the series and clinch the series in the process. England 6-4, got nowhere near in the first one, got a lot closer in the second one. There are plenty of other markets to go at here, including top run scorer Jos Buttler, who's had a very good series so far, even in defeat. Looks a fair price at 23-10 to be the top England run scorer, with the opening duo of Ben Ducket and Phil Salt, both 3-1 apiece. In that particular market, Harry Brook is 100-30. Indians on the other side, Sanju Samson leads the betting. He is 21-10. Sky, the captain, is at 9-4. Tilak Varma, who produced that wonderful second international innings, is 29-10 in the market. As for the bowlers, no great surprise to see Jofra Archer and Mark Wood lead the way, but as you've just been discussing, Bryden Carse is taking to international cricket very, very well indeed, 27-10. He tops the wicket-taking markets, and the returning Mohammad Shami is 9-5 for the Indians. We have boosted the price of India to win and Tilak Varma to be the top Indian run scorer, just like the second T20. That's available at 5-1. The home side, unsurprising favourites to take a 3-0 lead.
Big thanks, Ben. That was today's odds update with William Hill. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
So we are 14 minutes away from the start of the third T20 between India and England. It's India who have won the toss for the third match in a row, and England will have to bat first. You're listening to the India versus England T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
Live international cricket, England versus India, exclusively on talkSPORT 2. live international cricket. England versus India, exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
The chase is on, but the ball will win, and so will India. It's India who win the game by 2 wickets, and it's India who go 2-0 up in this 5-match series.
I think you've got to believe, haven't you? There's no point saying to you now, oh, I don't believe we can win.
Here is Cast again. He impressed it with the bat, and he gets a wicket. Suryakumar Yadav chops on.
We're going to come out and play positive cricket and try and take the game on in the next couple of days.
Archer round the wicket. Tilak Barmer's gone across his stumps and flicks it over deep backward square for 6, and that's in the car park.
A touch bladder, and Harry Brook has been castled.
To be world champions and to be very successful around the world, not just at home, you have to be able to adapt, and at the moment we're not adapting quick enough for me.
From the first game we made big improvements. If we can improve again this game, then I think we can get the win.
Good afternoon everybody, welcome along. 10 minutes away from the first ball of the third T20 international of this series. England going down by 7 wickets and 2 wickets so far. It is therefore win or bust today to keep the series alive. Rajkot the venue for this game. Unfortunately for England, it started in the same fashion as the others, because India have won the toss and they have put England into bat. It is an unchanged 11 from an England point of view, but there is a change within it. Thanks to Jamie Smith having a slightly tight calf muscle, he will actually keep wicket. Phil Salt will therefore be doing the running around duties for England in terms of the outfield. For India, one change for them. Mohammad Shami is back. His first game of international cricket in 15 months. He comes in for the rested Arshdeep. So the Indian team: Sanju Samson, Abhishek Sharma, Tilak Varma, Suryakumar Yadav, Hardik Pandya, Dhruv Jurel, Akshar Patel, Washington Sundar, Ravi Bishnoi, Mohammad Shami and Varun Chakravarthy. There wasn't an expectation that Dhruv Jurel might well be replaced, with Shivan Dubey being called up but not with the squad in time to play in the second game, and therefore Dhruv Jurel was simply holding the position until Dubey arrived, but he keeps his spot in the side. For England, Phil Salt, Ben Ducket, Joss Buttler, Harry Brook, Liam Livingston, Jamie Smith, Jamie Overton, Bryden Cast, Jofra Archer, Mark Wood, Adil Rashid. I'm Andrew McKenna, delighted to say that Steve Harmison, the former England fast bowler, is with us in the commentary box today. England unchanged once again, Harmy.
Yeah, good afternoon, Macca, and afternoon to everyone at home listening. Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that they've gone Wooden Archer again, not from performance, but to look after them. We've got a lot of cricket coming in the next 4 weeks, and you got a Champions Trophy off the back of it. So that was just a little bit of a surprise. For me, listening there, you just heard the great man Alex Tudor talking about England's being able to adapt and develop to situations. Not only do I think there maybe is a batter light if they're going to play this way on these surfaces against top quality spin, because 5, 6 and 7 are facing far too many balls for my liking. I'd have played Jacob Bethel instead of Jamie Overton. I really would. Not that Bethel gives you the spin or anything like that, but if that player at number 7 is going to have to face more than just 5-10 balls at the end of an innings, and they're going to have to face maybe double that, I want somebody else that can bat. And then that for me would be Jacob. That would be Jacob Bethel, possibly with a left-hand option in the middle of the order, because he can adapt. He can bat at number 5, he could bat at number 6, but then I'd put Liam Livingston at number 7, where he's somebody who I think's been quite fortunate in the last 24 months of England white ball international cricket. He had a good tour to the West Indies, but apart from that, it's been quite sparse when it comes from a runs point of view. So I think having him, I would have him at number 7, because he's a natural striker of a ball, can hit 6 from the first ball he walks in. And I'd have had Bethel in at number 5 or number 6, and then gone that way, because I think having Overton at 7, the way we are playing, especially against spin and succumbing against spin, I think I'd want a better batting option at number 7.
Well, of course, Jacob Bethel missed out from the second game due to illness. Therefore, we are assuming he is still ill, so maybe we will see that.
No, he's there. He's there. I'm watching the warm-ups. He's there. He was kicking the ball around. He was
So you reckon, from what you saw, you would have reckoned he would be available for selection?
He was
today,
up for selection. Of course he was. He was there. And if you're poorly, Mackie, you're not.
Okay.
The last thing you want to be is, spreading germs around the room. So if you're poorly, you're confined to barracks, you're in your bedroom. End of. He's there. He's up for selection. He's just not being selected. So, I think Bryden Coss is a good option at that number 8. Another one who can hit sixes from very first ball. Joffrey at 9. Them two, fine. I just worry that we're not scoring enough runs at the top of the order in the sort of first 15 overs, and we're losing far too many wickets. And I think we are being a little bit unfair in exposing Jamie Overton, who is probably a good number 8 and not a number 7, the way England play against spin.
Let's look at the opposition. They've elected to rest Arshdeep Singh, who is the leading wicket taker for India in this form of the game. And they've brought in a little-known bloke called Mohammad Shami. Welcome back after 15 months away from international cricket. Not a bad replacement.
No, it's not a bad replacement. I mean, for world cricket, it's great because Mohammad Shami is a fantastic bowler. He's one of the very, very best bowlers in the world. We talk about what we're at this minute in time. You look at the 3 seamers that Australia possess. You look at, obviously Bumrah as streets ahead of anybody else, and I think Mohammad Shami, before this injury, was up there with them in that conversation of probably the top 4 or 5 seamers in world cricket. So it's good to see Mohammad Shami back. It's great for India that they can bring him in. He probably will be a little bit rusty. I watched quite a bit of the footage that he had when he went back and he played domestic 4-day cricket as opposed to when he's playing the Ranji Trophies. He was playing instead of playing in the Border Gavaskar. And he did look a touch rusty, and 1 or 2 different Indian commentators we've had on following on, talking to me and Manners on the podcast and saying he's taking a little bit of time to come back, but that's always going to be the case, the length of time he's out. But he's now back in India's fold, and that's a great bonus for India, not only for this series but also for the Champions Trophy coming up.
Right, let's give you a little bit of information about Rajkot. This is a stadium that has been used by Gujarat in the IPL previously. India have played 5 times here in T20 internationals. They have won 4 of them. They've gone win-loss, win-loss, win. The first T20 here was played against Australia back in 2013. They've never played England here, though, and England have never played in Rajkot. Average total batting first, 189, so we're up a bit from Chennai the other day. Average power play, 51 for 1. The pitches here tend to be one of 2 kinds. One is an absolute road where you score millions of runs, and then the other pitch is essentially what they use in first-class cricket for Ranji Trophy or whatever, where it's a raging turner. So we are expecting the road version today, so that this is a high-scoring white ball game. But that just gives you the idea.
Marker, if I was one of these Indian players and see the way England play spin, I would be wanting the raging turner. Because, I mean, the road version, I wouldn't play in England in any format on a road, because the likelihood is you'll get beat. I mean, England are fantastic on flat pitches, especially in white ball cricket. Even in the test matches we've seen in Pakistan, flat pitches, hit through the line of the ball, England, unbelievable. Against turning pitches, or even small turning pitches, England have a real difficulty, not only to bowl top quality spin, with the exception of Adil Rashid, but their batters, England's batters, really struggle to play against top quality spin. So it'll be interesting to see which ones turned up tonight.
Well, as I mentioned, the average total batting first is 189. The highest total that India have made batting second to win, and the important words there are to win, because there have been higher scores but they didn't win the game, 202 for 4 against Australia. So this is a venue that can see a decent amount of runs scored. So let's hope, shall we? Roman Pandit and Anantha Padmanabhan are our 2 umpires, and guess what? Mohammad Shami has got ball in hand straight away to come charging in towards Phil Salt. Jarrod, how are you?
I'm good. They don't have much of a choice, though, with seam bowlers.
No.
It was either that or chuck it to a spinner. So in the old days, and they haven't played a lot of T20 cricket here, but it used to be a pitch that quite often early on you didn't get very fast scoring. But the more I look at this actual surface, the more I think the ball might come on okay here. I could be wrong, but it looks shiny, doesn't it? It looks like one of those good batting wickets from the West Indies.
Yeah, that Sabina Park of the old days, where they always used to joke that you could actually shave using it. It was so glassy and reflective. Right. Okie dokie. Well, Phil Salt is down on his haunches at the moment, waiting for the appropriate hour. We haven't yet reached 1:30 UK time.
He probably would be a little bit happy not to see Arshdeep Singh, just because Arshdeep has kept getting him out. Like, I'm not saying he's got a hold on him or anything, but, you know, if you're not making any runs and the guy keeps getting you out, isn't there, you think to yourself, well, you know, start again.
Well, it changes the angle as well, of course. Arshdeep left arm over. Here comes Mohammad Shami, right arm over, slip in place. Big swing at this one from Phil Salt, misses, and it's through to the keeper on the second bounce. So there wasn't much bounce on that. It was a 134 km/h delivery. Was a little bit of shape on it, but it died on pitching, and Salt swung over the top of that one, Harmy.
Yeah, the positive sign from a bowler's point of view is it swung. The negative sign is it didn't bounce. And I mean, it didn't bounce. I know Mohammad Shami hasn't bowled in an international game for 15 months, but that there, you know, wonder if that's maybe a little bit of inconsistency that...
Shami in once again. Salt is playing a drive at this one that looked like it should have gone through extra cover, but the bottom hand comes through, and he's actually punched it back past the bowler for 4, dead straight. So Salt underway with the boundary. England 4 without loss after 2 balls.
Yeah, that one came on a little bit better, so I wonder if there's a little bit of, you know, too-pierceness in the surface. But that there, you know, Phil Salt's looking to hit it through extra cover. He's clossed it really. No foot movement at all. I mean, no foot movement at all. Mohammad Shami nearly got a little fingertip on it back towards the stumps, and Ben Ducket would have been comfortably in. He didn't leave his crease. But a good start from a score point of view.
Slip's gone already. That tells you a lot. Shami is in ducker to Salt on this occasion. Turns it to Abhishek at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
So Slip went to short mid-wicket after that first ball. I think they saw that it didn't carry. They went straight out. And he has now tried the in-swing. It's interesting, though, that other shot. It obviously was trying to hit through the offside, but mid-on never moved, because mid-on just didn't assume the ball was coming anywhere near them. I don't think they would have stopped it anyway, but certainly not where Phil Salt was aiming that first boundary.
Phil Salt averages 4.3 in 5 T20 games against India. Shami goes in, it's push drive up to mid-off to Surya Kumar Yadav, no run. On this occasion, 4 balls of the first over gone. It is the England-India T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village. England 2-0 down. 5-match series. Equation therefore simple. Have to win every remaining game of this to take it. But of course, starts means winning today. In goes at Shami, he's down leg side. Salt turns it to Washington Sundar, who's at deep square leg, and they will take a single. England 5 with that loss, and Ducket will get to face the final ball of the first over here on talkSPORT.
Yeah, there's no pace in the surface. The ball came on, third ball of the over. Phil Salt came on nicely into the middle of his bat, but the other 4 balls that have come so far, you know, Salt's foot movement's not been the greatest. It never is, but he's just looked as though he's just struggling to line Mohammad Shami up. He's bowled 2 in swingers, and he's bowled 3 away swingers, and 2 in swingers so far to Phil Salt. Again, that angle that Arshdeep Singh had caused him a hell of a lot of problems with the ball going in and away from him.
Around the wicket to Ducket. He plays that late, and wide of mid-on will be able to take a single there. Jarrod will do the fielding. So 6 without loss, England, after the first over. Salt 5 at a runner ball. Ducket a runner ball single here on talkSPORT 2. Jarrod, Kimber.
I just thought I'd look up how often Salt has faced Mohammad Shami. No one's faced him for a little while, except for a couple of Ranji bowlers. But
that's true.
That was Salt's. He's now faced 6 balls off Mohammad Shami in his life, so 5 in that over. And the one previous one, he was dismissed. So he's doing much better than last time.
He's filling his boots.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Hardik Pandya is on. The man who has taken the most wickets for India against England in this form of the game. He overtook Yuzvendra Chahal with his 1 for 6 the other day. He's now taken 17 wickets against England. Chahal on 16. No other Indian bowler is in double figures against England. So those two very much leading the way. He had a rough old time of it in the first game, played much better in the second, and here he comes for his first ball, and Ducket is punching off of the back foot, beats cover, the offside sweeper is out, that's Bishnoi, and a single will be taken, 7 without loss.
You're looking at the obviously India win the toss and they've decided that they're going to bowl first. You're talking about the surfaces, the absolute road or the spinning condition. And straight away, Hardik Pandya, first ball, just run his fingers across the seam, a little off cutter. So there is no pace in this surface. India will be feeling as though, from a turning point of view with the spinners that they've got, they'll want the ball to be spinning literally from the very, very start. But again, it just seems as though the best way to win these games is bat second.
In goes Pandya, short ball, gets big on Salt, he ducks underneath it, and everyone looks at the square leg umpire, who is happy. No wide for heights, 7 without loss it remains.
And there, even there, Phil Salt, we've seen it the first time, but he looks off balance, he looks all at kilter with his movements, even to that short ball. It was a high short ball, it was really, really short. And the problems he's had against Arshdeep Singh with the angle and creating, and even that first over against Mohammad Shami, turned him round a couple of times with the in-swinger or the away swinger. Just doesn't seem as though Salt's movements on these slower surfaces, timings and his balance is not there.
Hardik Pandya makes his way in for the third ball. There's a bit of width on this one, but it's slapped straight to cover. Salt went for it, and Abhishek Sharma takes the catch. England are 7 for 1. It is another single-figure score for Phil Salt in this series. He's got 5 from 7 deliveries in the third match to add to what has been a difficult time so far. A 3-ball duck in the first, then a boundary from 3 balls in the second. 5 from 7 today. England 7 for 1.
There again, balance is not quite there. He's leaning back. He's opened his front leg up. His front legs looking as though it's not going to hit the ball on the leg side, and then he's having to slash it. He's sort of slash driving it. It's gone in the air, but because his balance is not there, because his weight transfer is not going forward or into the ball's always going to go in the air. And in international cricket, that's a very, very easy catch for the man at extra cover, and England again lose an early power play wicket.
It wasn't as if he even actually hit it that hard either, was it? It wasn't. If Abhishek Sharma's taken an absolute screamer at extra cover, it feels a bit different. But actually, it was a relatively
catching
tame
practice.
shot. Yeah,
it's catching practice, Macca. It was. It's stand there. Paul Collingwood before the game. Collie gave us a couple to me left, couple to me right, and he hit a couple straight at me. That there was it was a drive. It was a slash drive that went straight at the man at extra cover, and probably would have took it around about sort of chest high. So it just shows when you're out of touch on slow wickets, you're trying to force it, you're trying to hit it too hard. All of a sudden, if your body position's not in the right place and your balance is not right and your weight's going back as opposed to going forward, you're going to hit the ball in the air.
Skipper's in once again then. Jos Buttler preparing to face Hardik. Now that's the inside half of the bat, which again just implies it's a little bit slower, a little bit grabby maybe. Buttler pushes out, and he's faced his first ball. Scores a 68 and 45 so far for Jos Buttler in this series. With the bat, he has been the shining light. Actually, he's probably been the only light, shining or not. It has been difficult for this England side, but it does mean, they always say, you want your best player to face the most amount of balls. It does at least get him in fairly early on, not necessarily how you want him though. Hardik into him, pushing into the offside, takes the single up to mid-off. Jos Buttler is underway with a single. England are 8 for 1.
Yeah, you want your best player in and you're facing as many as you can, and he does that in T20 cricket in the IPL. A lot of talk this week about Joe Root playing, and especially when you go to the subcontinent 2020 and pitches, you can't just go crash bang ball up. You can't just stand there and hit through the line of the ball, especially against top quality bowlers, against Indian bowlers, top quality, and I mean these are top quality bowlers, not the West Indian bowlers on absolute flat ones.
Hardik in, so slower one, Fuller, floaty down the leg side. Ducket will turn it round the corner. Washington Sundar gets a hand on it, but can't stop it from rolling into the boundary sponge. Over finishes with a 4. Ducket will go to 6 from 3. England after 2 overs here on talkSPORT team, 12 for 1.
Yeah, good shot from Ben Ducket. I think Pandya's just straying in line. He tried another slower ball. Tells you everything about this surface, that trying to take the pace off it even in as early as the second over. And Washington Sundar tries to sort of slide with stopping the ball as he's sliding past the ball, but just rolled off too much and into the boundary row. But on slow pitches, you can see why there's a call for Joe Root, somebody who will hold a team together throughout the innings, and has this great ability to play on slow pitches and still hit positive strokes on slow pitches, where some of our players who have played in recent past, the likes of the West Indies, on a good pitch against an average bowling attack, have just stood there and it's a little bit stand and deliver. It's not in India. You have to think about it and play in a completely different way.
Shami to start his second over, the third of the innings. Has Butler got an edge on that? Well, it doesn't matter because Sanju Samson dropped it anyway, but I think that was actually just shape. My first thought was I don't think there was an edge.
I don't think there was an edge, no.
Optimistic of the TV crew to put up the DRS timer on that one after he had to pick the ball up off the ground, Macca. Not sure it was LBW, guys.
No, and then pick up the ball and apologise to everyone. But the seam is absolutely bolt upright, and then as it gets to about 2 metres away from Jos Buttler, starts swinging.
It's just, it hasn't nipped away, Tez, you're right, spot on. It just nipped away off the surface.
Slip in place, Buttler comes forward, pushes to point. No run on this occasion.
Yeah, sorry, it hasn't nipped off the surface, it's hit the surface, and as straight as the seam was going into the surface, it's come off the surface, exactly the same, the same place, going towards Buttler. And then just at the last minute, it shows you how good this guy is, Mohammad Shami. He has the ability to swing it late. But I don't think he got anywhere near it. If it hadn't have swung, he might have nicked it.
I'd be worried about Sanju Samson, because that's not a difficult take. And he didn't fill me with any kind of confidence at all there. In swinger from Shami on this occasion. Butler's tried to go big, back over the bowler's head. Hasn't got all of it. Does clear Suryakumar Yadav at mid-off, and he will go and haul it back in 5 metres inside the rope. Jos Buttler has 2 from that. England 14 for 1.
Again, the surface, the ball not coming on as much as the England players want it to come on. It's just sitting in the surface, and that average total. I think England are going to have to get off to a good start. Keep wickets, making sure that their wickets are in the power play. They're going to have to keep wickets in hand.
If you want to bowl seam, have a look back at this from Shami. In he comes once again, bowls to Buttler, punch back past the bowler. He can't field in his follow through. They'll take a single to mid-off, 15 for 1. And what I mean by that is you'll see the ball going down and the seam never deviates at all. It is 12 and 6 if you imagine a clock. Now obviously some bowlers bowl wobble seam where you'll get that variation, but he's deliberately holding it like that. It does not move a jot. It's brilliant.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar was the same, wasn't he? He was another top quality swing bowler not yesteryear, because it's not long ago since he was playing in this India side. So skillful, and he was another one that swung it very, very late from a great wrist position. But England will have to work hard on this surface. It's not going to be the stand and deliver and try and hit boundary after boundary after boundary.
Shami around the wicket to Ducket, deep in his crease, pushing out on the offside. It will go straight to Sundar at point, and there's no run. So just another 5.3 and over England going at as we approach the end of the third. As we say, the average total batting first is round about 190. So at the moment they're looking at sort of 155, 160. So that would happen below par.
Take 190. I don't think this is a 190 surface. Not unless somebody plays unbelievable.
Well, Ben Duckett's going to try that. He's going to go across his stumps, flick it up and over his shoulder for 6. Over very fine leg. Mohammad Shami's not bowled in international cricket for 15 months, and he's probably seen other bowlers around the world go for boundaries from deliveries like that. It was a perfectly respectable ball, but Ducket gets across his stumps, gets low, flicks it over his own shoulder for 6. England 21 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, good shot from Ben Ducket. Just the two batters have come together there, Ducket and Buttler. You could just see by the way, Ducket was moving his hands and talking to the England captain. He was more or less indicating about the ball keeping low, going in the surface, and he was making the hand gestures of it, just sitting a little bit low, and you could see him saying it's just sticking in. So again, not for coming onto the bat. You have to work a little bit harder for your boundary, and the scoops and the sweeps that England have got. You can see Ducket trying to use that more than it probably hitting the ball down the ground.
Hardick's going to come in for his second over, and he goes to invite, I think, Jos Buttler to play a big shot. Jos Buttler tries to smash this over the leg side, misses, and it does not miss the leg stump by much at all.
He's got a fine leg and a deep backward square, so I think he's trying to bowl in at Buttler with that one. Butler's strike rate against Hardick in T20 cricket is 172. So it's probably fair to say that his eyes lit up before Hardick released that ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
He did well there as well, Pandya, to follow Buttler, because Buttler gave himself some room.
What's he going to do this time around? In he comes. He bowls an off-cutter. Buttler will push to mid-off. He's the man going to the danger end, was always getting in. Single taken. You're listening to England against India in this T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. There's 33 locations across the UK for a great break away. Visit villagehotels.com.
That was tighter than you think. I think he had to run round Hardik Pandya, and I think this would have been close.
Yes, I didn't spot that. Hardick did exactly the right thing in a way of turning himself into a roundabout, standing dead still, so that Buttler had to negotiate around him.
I think also Buttler put his head down for a second, and when he looked up he realised he was in trouble.
22 for 1 it is though. Salt the only man dismissed so far, if you are just joining us. Caught at mid-wicket off the bowling of Hardik Pandya. 5 from 7 England, 7 for 1 then, after 9 balls of the innings. Hardick over the wicket to the left-handed Ducket. He backs away, tries to carve through the cover side. Jarrod does the fielding, diving away to his right-hand side and prevents a run being taken. Good work by the Indian offside, preventing the run being taken. 22 for 1 it remains.
Oh, that's off middle stump. That's middle stump halfway up. Great bit of fielding. Ben Ducket more or less ran to himself. He nearly got to all the way down to the non-striker's end. Jos Buttler, I wouldn't say ball watching, I would just say he probably lost the ball where the fielder Jarrod dived for it, and then where the ball went to, I'm not sure the England captain got a full view of it. So he stayed down the non-striker's end, and Ducket more or less ran there and back.
They have a ring of 4 on the offside, starting with short third, backward point, cover point, and extra cover. Ducket is going to go into the leg side on this occasion. A chest-high ball from Hardick, but he's slapped through mid-wicket for 4 by Ducket. 16 from 7 he's got now. England 26 for 1.
That's a good shot from Ben Ducket. I think he's got the offside where he wants. There's not a man out in the deep from one of Ben Duckett's favourite shots. In the last couple of balls, he's been giving himself some room to hit it through the offside, but India have got a lot of fielders there. I think that time there he's gone back in his crease as opposed to giving himself some room, inviting Hardick to drop his length back, and because he's done that, he's not got the pace to trouble the England opener. And it was a comfortable pull shot.
Deep square leg now in place. Hardick in, and Ducket will back away and flay it over the offside. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4. So Duckett's almost having fun with the Indians at the moment. He hits it one place, so they put a fielder there. So he said, well, if you've filled that gap, I can see a gap over there. Backs away, hits over cover. England 30 for 1, Ducket 20 of those.
It's the length. It's all about the length for Ben Ducket here. In the last 2 or 3 balls, he's made sure that he's inviting Hardick to bowl short at him. But because he can play both sides, he can hit it through over square leg, and he can hit it over sort of cover point. Not a very big lad is Ben Ducket. He's got to get it that fuller. Bit fuller has Hardik Pandya, and trust that his offside field will stop it.
Hardick in for the final ball of the over. He's on the toes of Ducket. 1 bounce over wide long on for 4. Duckett's enjoying himself now. He's got to start. He's had a bit of a struggle as well, just like Phil Salt had in this series. 4 and 3 his score so far, but now he's got himself going. England going along nicely. 34 for 1. Ducket 24 from 9 balls and England are building a platform.
Yeah, good shot from Ben Ducket. We're asking him, Hardik Pandya, to go that little bit fuller. It's in the arc, it's not outside off stump where the fielders are set for. Because of that, you can shovel it into the leg side. But when a batter's got your number and he's put pressure in you in the middle of the over, it's very difficult as a bowler to get out of the over, and that's what's happened to Hardik Pandya there.
Spin time. Washington Sundar for his first over. Jos Buttler is, well, he's bowling right arm around the wicket, and that one was about 1.5 foot outside of off stump. Jos Buttler yanks it down to long on and takes a single and gets to the non-striker's end, and then practices a back foot force into the offside, saying, yeah, that's the shot I should have played.
He then practices a much better cricket shot.
But that's the one he normally plays.
Yeah. I just think for a second he was like, this is a bad ball, and he just didn't come on.
And he tried to hit it too hard.
Yeah, the old eyes were lighting up. Around the wicket to Ducket is Sundar. Oh, what a shot that is from Ducket. There's cover and extra cover, and they could almost hold hands, they're that close. And Ducket has put it straight between the pair of them. Neither got there, and it's another 4. Duckett's got 28 from 10 now. He's motoring along. England are 39 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good shot from Ben Ducket. It's not a bad ball from Washington Sundar. It's not at all. I wouldn't be too disappointed if I was the bowler there. You know, just the batter's played a very, very good shot.
Sundar in once again around the wicket. Ducket goes on the reverse. Plays it over what becomes deep square leg. 1 bounce 4. This is the Ben Ducket that England know and love. 43 for 1, and he's got 32 from 11 balls.
Yeah, more or less the same ball, pitched in a similar spot. And this time Ben Duckett's turned himself round, gone at the ball, so all his weight's going through and forward through the ball.
In goes Sundar. Ducket goes for a big mow over the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, and it's through to the keeper. Sanju Samson doesn't take it cleanly, but it does at least end the run of boundaries that Ben Duckett's been facing. His last 5 balls have disappeared to the boundary.
Change of field as well. I think they put someone out for the reverse sweep here as well. Sundar's almost a professional power play spinner these days.
He goes in once again. Ducket down the pitch, over long off for 6. Cracking shot from Ducket. 49 for 1 England. Ducket 38 from 13.
He's come alive as Ben Ducket. He's come alive. He's a couple of balls out the middle of Hardik Pandya, and now he's just looking to be forceful with every shot. This time down the wicket. So he stayed back in his crease. Cut shot 4. Reverse sweep coming into the ball. Weight coming into the ball. Over the top of backward point 4. And then Washington Sundar's just throw one up a little bit above the eye line. I think Ben Duckett's waiting for that, and the minute it goes up, Ben Duckett's coming down. He's coming out of his crease, and he's at a big shot down the ground.
Man back again.
Long off in place. Sundar goes in and bowls. It's Ducket going on the reverse. Now he's not hit it, but it's, I think, hit his body. So Sanju Samson is saying, well, hang on, that's got to be very close to LBW. He was the only one appealing, and they'll have a conversation about a review.
I think he's hit this. I think it's hit he's hit his hand. I think it's hit his glove. You're going for the review. It's straight. I mean, if it doesn't hit his glove, he's out, because I think it is very, very straight. But I actually think this is it. Ben Duckett's glove.
So we're going to Nitin Menon.
Original decision is not out.
Took them about 7 seconds to come together there. Did you see? Like no one was that keen. Even Samson, who was probably the most eager, was not exactly running in.
Okay, let's have a listen in then.
It's outside the line.
Ball is very close to the glove. Can we have ultra edge, please? Copy.
So at the moment, they're concentrating on whether the ball has brushed the glove, but Jarrod's right, because where Duckett's pad is outside the line of the stump, so it's not going to be out.
Samson had a good view of that as well.
Bearing in mind where he stood, about a foot outside leg stump.
Ball tracking, please.
So yeah, I think it just misses the glove and the bat, doesn't it? But
I think Ben Ducket thinks it's hit his glove, because he comes, his first initial reaction, he comes away shaking his hand.
Pitching outside off, impact is outside. Thank you. I'll go back to Ananta on field. Ananta, you can stay with your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal not out.
It stands as it was. The decision is upheld. England, after 5 overs, are 49 for 1. Ben Ducket 38 from 14 balls. Jos Buttler has got 6 from 9. It means India have burnt one of their reviews already. England still have 2, and it looks like we are going to have spin from both ends, because Varun Chakravarthy is going to be coming into the attack, and he's been a problem for England in this series so far. He's no problem for Jon Norman, who will be picking up the commentary alongside Gareth Batty and Monty Panesar.
Can confirm, me and Varun have got no problem at all. Worked it through our differences, come to a conclusion, we're good to go. 49 for 1 then, England. 5 overs in, Jos Buttler sitting back enjoying the view from the non-strikers end. 6 from 9, Ben Ducket, wow, 38 from 14, and attacking with gusto. But it's Buttler who's going to face Varun Chakravarthy's first delivery, and he clumps this towards mid-wicket, where one or two fielders, it's Vilek Toma who's out there on the boundary, and he moves to 7. So the 50 up for England. They've struggled with their wickets in the power play. They struggled in the first couple of overs, actually, losing their openers early in both the first and second T20s. And despite another low score for Phil Salt, he was dismissed for 5, caught and the covers from the bowling of Hardik Pandya. England haven't suffered another blow. It's Varun is in, and this is popped back to the bowler by Ducket. Ducket 38 from 15, and showing that he can be a 360 player, predominantly behind the wicket, but hit a couple through mid-wicket, and he's facing now the left-hander, and he goes on the reverse, and it's a thick inside edge, really, hauls it round to mid-wicket, and moves to 39. How you doing, Bats?
Very good, sir. How are you? It's an interesting, it's like a reverse off drive, that, wasn't it, from Ducket for one, down the ground?
Yes, it was a strange old shot, but that's how Ben Ducket plays. So where are the fielders? There's one at deep mid-wicket, everybody else stationed inside the circle, and this is pitching on middle from Varun Chakravarthy. Jos Buttler gets off strike and moves to 7. They've been just way too reliant on Buttler, haven't they, in the series so far, and really asking too much of the middle and lower order to get themselves out of trouble, something that they failed to do spectacularly in the first T20 in Chennai. Slightly better in Kolkata, thanks to Bryden Cass and some lower order runs, but Buttler has top scored in both the matches for England. But it's Ben Ducket who struggling to get Varun Chakravarthy array. Actually, he's just gone for 3 runs from his 5 deliveries. The sixth over of the power play is going the way of India after all the big hitting when Andrew McKenna was on commentary, and we're just seeing the speeds in which the leg spinner is operating. He's going around and over the wicket. He's bowling in the mid-90s and also around 110k as well. And this is fielded by the bowler. There's a crowd catch. The crowd, another healthy one, get to their feet. And that's the end of a good over from Varun, who's really picking up where he left off after the success of the first 2 T20s.
Yeah, it does look like a pretty good surface on that over. We saw one, I think it was second ball to Ducket, just stayed in the surface a little bit, hitting the top of the stickers, but you've not seen much lateral movement, Monty. But I think his biggest skill is the fact that he can drive it into just underneath the bail, so batters find themselves scuffing the ball as opposed to being able to get their arms free. Would that be a fair assessment, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think that's his strength there, and his little variations, you know, from his fingers and flick of the fingers, and he's not a big turner of the ball, so you're absolutely spot on. Difficult to get underneath, so he's the type of player where, you know, you just want to knock it around and wait for his bad ball.
We're going to see some more spin. It's another leg spinner. It's Bishnoi, who is in and bowling to the right-handed Jos Buttler, who sweetly strikes this through extra cover, and it's fielded at long off. Buttler moves to 9, and we were talking about the variety of the attacks, and you know, the last how many have we had? We had Hardik Pandya bowling some seam, followed by Mohammad Shami, then Varun. Oh no, it was actually Sundar, the off spinner, who bowled the 5th over, and now one of 2 leg spinners inside this India side. Slanting away from Ducket, who cuts this. It's fielded by Axar Patel, who hasn't been called upon just yet. On the edge of the circle, no run.
Yeah. Two leg spinners bowling in tandem, but two very different leg spinners. One a little bit shorter, one a bit taller. Very different trajectories.
Yeah, different speed and different approaches, and at different stages of their career as well. As this is tucked off the pads by Ducket, who moves to 40. Ravi Bishnoi is, he must be about 24, I think, and Chakravarthy, early 30s. He's had good success at the start of his career. Has Bishnoi. Chakravarthy has kind of gone and come back again. On the reverse sweep, and that doesn't go too far from backward point. Who puts in the dive? It's Abhishek Sharma, I think, stationed there. But it was hit cleanly, hit true. And despite travelling to the left of the fielder, that's whistled away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, this is the new sort of thought process from batters now. Hitting into the spin, it generates more power out the blade, and Jos Buttler there reverse sweeping what is a wrong and spinning back into him.
Down the track now, Buttler. We've seen this shot so many times. A clean swing of the bat. Beautiful timing, plenty of power, and Buttler adds 6 to his score. England 64 for 1. 1 ball left of the 7th to come.
Yeah, this is brilliant hitting. Down the wicket, knew where Ravi Bishnoi was going to bowl and hit him into the stands. Brilliant striking from Jos Buttler. A lot of power there, and this is good to see. Good to see the way they just dominating the spin.
It was his foot movement there. And this time he stays behind the crease as Bishnoi skids one through, and they'll take a single. Last ball of the over. Buttler has been playing really well in this series, as we just mentioned. You are listening to the India versus England T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village. But his judgment of length has just been evident throughout, and his ability to either come down the track or keep back and disrupt the bowler's line, or turn a good length ball into maybe a short one, has been one of the standout features of his game.
Yeah, and he sets up very different for seam bowling as he does to spin. So if you watch him against spin, he has a lower crouch stance. So he's trying to keep the energy in his legs. So he's almost trying to get underneath the trajectory of the ball, so he can pick up length quicker. Because obviously, if it's underneath your eyes, it's dropped short, and you can pounce and get on the back foot. And obviously, if it goes above, you can just shimmy down and take him into the crowd like he just did.
On the reverse again is Buttler, and there's a shy at the stumps as well from Tilak Varma, who at backward point fields well to his left, and maybe just miscommunication between Ducket and Buttler. Either way, the throw was quite a poor one, and there's no real danger there. India have called upon Axar Patel, so they've gone from Sundar Washington to Varun Chakravarthy to Ravi Bishnoi, and now Axar Patel, who's going to bowl some left arm. This is bowled across Ducket, who reads the length quickly and pulls this to mid-wicket. Gets off strike. He moves to 41 from 21. Jos Buttler, if you've just joined us here on talkSPORT 2, is at 21 and going at a strike rate of about 130 as he stays deep in his crease, does Buttler, and sends Ducket back because Jarrod was running in from a square leg, fielded really well. That looked like it was going to be 2, but just a single. Axar Patel, who was named as the vice-captain behind Surya Kumar Yadav. Again, on-off stump. And Ducket pulls it straight. Slaps the ball down the ground, fielded at long on after those flurry of power play boundaries. It's just quietened down a touch. So 4 singles at the start of Axar Patel's over. India have used 6 bowlers inside 8 overs. This is well outside off stump. It's about 6th stump, and Jos Buttler is going to take 4 runs Whether he connected with the ball or not, possibly it's going to go as by as it is. He's gone on the reverse and tried to pull the ball, missed the ball. A ball that's turned back towards off stump. It's just gone past off stump, and also nutmegged Sanju Samson behind the wicket and away for 4. 73 for 1, last ball of the 8th, and Buttler will take a single to mid-wicket. So a decent start for England here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, unlucky there, Axar Patel. Sweet piece of ball in the 5th ball. He saw Buttler go for a reverse sweep early, he changed his feet, and he took the pace out. He almost sort of popped the balloon, and it didn't have the pace on it, got it very full, which makes it harder for the shot to be executed. But Samson got nutmegged and the ball went through the legs, so it doesn't go on Axar Patel's own individual record. He's only gone for 5 in the over, but the team have gone for 9 in that one. England racing along at 9.25 and over.
Yeah, this is an absolutely brilliant start, and 74 for 1 at the moment, and what's good to see is that they're now building the platform for a really good score, and 180, 190, even get to 200 I think would be a match-winning score for England.
Does look a good track though, and here comes Varun Chakravarthy. This is a touch short and cracked away to deep point boundary for a single. 75 for 1, Jos Buttler 24 and Ben Ducket 42. Just 3 runs coming from Chakravarthy's first over. He was the player of the match in the first T20. Couple of wickets in the second T20 as well. There's the left-handed Ben Ducket as Chakravarthy comes in, and there's a half a shout for leg before wicket as Ben Ducket gets down on one knee and tries to help this over. Short fine leg, doesn't connect, and there's no run. Umpire signalling a wide, and there's no review. India have lost one of their 2 reviews. A leg before shout against Ducket, who steps away from the crease, and he helps this up and over the bowler. There's a chase on, and Tilak Varma, who is herring around from the extra cover boundary, can't prevent the ball from crossing the rope. So 4 more runs to Ben Ducket.
Yeah, first time Chakravarthy's really gone up out of the hand, and Ducket, through caution to the wind, got his right leg out of the way and thrashed it straight back over his head, almost flat and hard towards the sight screen, and it gathered pace off the outfielder, almost as if it's getting a bit dewy, and skipped into the boundary boards.
80 for 1. Once again, Ducket steps away and just about clears 2 fielders on the just inside the circle at cover, and comes through for another. He moves to 48 from 24. England, or rather Ducket, just throwing a little bit of caution to the wind here against Chakravarthy, who's picked up 6 runs from 2 deliveries. That, though, was a little dicey. 82 for 1. Chakravarthy still coming round the wicket to the left-handed Ducket. No timing in this pull shot, which is fielded by Hardik Pandya. Again, going straight. And Ducket moves to 49.
I think the Ducket effect is having to bowl with a sort of a backward point out on the boundary for the reverse sweep. So he's got no cover fielder, and then he's got a long off. So the thrash over the 2 fielders inside the circle is kind of a calculated risk.
And we know how strong he is as well, Ducket. He does find positions in the field, particularly in the offside, where other batters wouldn't attempt to play shots. Buttler this time has sent back by Ducket, fielded at backward point, and it's no run. This is a good little battle here. There's a thick outside edge as Buttler just tried to run this to the leg side, but no fielder close enough to the bat to take advantage. Last ball of the 9th over then. Chakravarthy is in, and has Buttler been caught behind down the leg side? He's attempted a reverse sweep, and Sanju Samson's collected the ball and immediately thrown it up. The bowler doesn't look quite as confident though, Gareth Batty.
If this isn't out, Samson is going to get an absolute drilling from his captain, because he's reacted like it's just a given. It's out. And he's carried the, let's call the performance on. So it wants to be out for his sake.
I've checked the feed, it's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Well, Buttler doesn't look that happy.
It looked a guilty stand though, didn't it? from Butler.
We'll see now. It's down the leg side. I mean, if he's missed this, then it should be called a wide.
Can we have ultra edge, please, David?
The ball has gone very, very close to the glove.
Ananta, we are waiting for ultra edge.
Yeah, so Butler trying a reverse sweep with the wrong foot, so it's not his leading leg. He's gone with his right foot down.
Well, it looks like the ball's touched the glove there, doesn't it?
Yeah. And as a rule, when you go with your right foot, you're trying to hit the ball up and over that backward point and third man area. And it looks like he's just got his hands wrong, and it's clipped it underneath of his glove.
Just waiting for Snicko, really. Or Ultra Edge, whatever it's called.
I thought you said Nico, then I shivered.
Well, he's in South Africa, so...
I thought, oh no, Nico's going to come in and tell me off for something.
From Snicko to Nico to Knickers. More reviews needed.
Still waiting, Ananta, for Raj.
Still taking our time to find out whether Jos Buttler has gloved this through to the keeper. It doesn't look good for the England captain, but the technology is buffering.
Sanju Samson looks a little bit calmer now. He's possibly seen that replay on the big screen.
Yeah, welcome to listeners on talkSPORT, by the way. You've joined us just as we're about to find out whether the captain of England has been caught behind. It's Jos Buttler.
Yes, freeze it here, please. Just freeze it here.
And those cheers will tell you the big screen is showing a thin spike when the ball has travelled past the bat.
Change your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal out.
And the on-field not-out call has been overturned. Sanju Samson, he was sure that there'd been an edge on the ball. The bowler, Varun Chakravarthy, less so. Surya Kumar Yadav, who had already used up one review and only had one remaining, decided to go upstairs, and it's paid off. So England lose their second wicket. Buttler goes for 24. England 83 for 2 here on talkSPORT 2 and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. But unlike in the first two T20s, which went the way of India, they have Ben Ducket still there, 49 from just 25 deliveries. He hit 5 boundaries in 5 balls earlier on in the piece. They had a decent power play, 52 runs coming from it, and albeit on a flat track, a good one for batting. They look like they're in position, as long as they don't suffer one of those collapses, to put a score on the board. Gareth Batty and Monty Panesar alongside me in the commentary box, 2 former England spinners. Bats, of course, the head coach of Surrey. And there's been a huge prize on the shoulders, really, with Buttler. Top scored in both the T20s for England, but it's Ducket who's going to face Axar Patel, the slow left armer's first delivery of his second over, and this is pushed to mid-wicket for a single, and that brings Harry Brook on strike. And we're expecting more from him than what we've seen so far, as Ben Ducket raises his bat and celebrates 50.
Yeah, nice performance there from Ducket, striking at 200, 50 off 26 balls, taking the game to the Indian bowlers on a good surface. Fair play, but he's played some very good shots, manipulated the field. I think the big part of the game now is actually how Harry Brook can get Ducket back on strike. Can you rotate the strike and still be, still hit the boundary every sort of 8-9 balls, but build yourself into an innings to try and grow this total from an England side?
Axar Patel in again, who's bowling round the wicket to Harry Brook, who comes forward and defends into the covers. And that was something that England failed to do in the first T20, when Jos Buttler was hitting the ball beautifully, and one by one they came in, went for the big shot and got out, and left Buttler pretty much stranded. As on leg stump, this is pushed towards mid-wicket by Brook, who'll come through for a single. He does exactly what you're saying, Bats. He gets off strike, and that brings Ben Ducket back on it.
Yeah, this was obviously the right option, I think, by Jos Buttler, and I think Varun was fortunate to get that
glove.
Down the track, Ducket loses his body shape and really tries to muscle this. He almost overbalances and takes a single through mid-wicket. Ducket moves to 51.
And it's been a good innings by Ben Ducket. I think he's been calculated against the spinners.
Patel is in again. This is fired in on leg stump as listeners on talkSPORT head back to Hawksby and Jacobs. Harry Brook moves to 2. 51 to Ben Ducket. The score in Rajkot, England, 87 for 2. Down the track comes Ducket. Big shot, big moment. He's been caught at mid-wicket. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball. Lost his body shape a touch. Carried on with the shot, and he's perished in the deep. 10 overs in, England 87 for 3.
Yeah, I'm going to say this is a fine piece of bowling from Axar Patel. He's around the wicket, stopping that bit of width that Ducket is looking for. So he holds it tight to the body. As soon as you get the ball tighter to the body, the batter drags it, and he naturally drags it where the angle of that long on is. He's quite wide. It's not a traditional straight at long on. So Ducket, because of the length, because of straightening the line, and him drags it exactly where he wanted the ball funneled. On this occasion it's in the air, but at the end of a very, very good innings from Ducket, 51 from 28. But this is the point in the game where the Indian spinners want to get a stranglehold, holding on in the crease, get some dots on them to create a bit of a mistake like that. It's going to be very difficult for the two new batters now.
Macca's coming in. It's all change in the commentary box. All change at the crease as well, with Harry Brook new to it. He's 2 not out. He's been joined by Liam Livingston, another guy who needs a few runs in the series. He's yet to face his first delivery. Drinks in Rajkot at the 10 over stage. England 87 for 3.
Cheers, John. Ben Ducket with that half century. Only his second in this form of the game, and his first since the September of 2022. He made 70 not out. That was in his 4th T20 international. Today is his 15th. So when England needed another batter to step up, he has done so. Phil Salt caught by Abhishek Sharma off the bowling of Hardik for 5, the first man to go. Jos Buttler caught behind off the bowling of Varun Chakravarthy for 24, and Ducket now 51 from 28. 87 for 3 England at the halfway stage. Mohammad Shami 0 for 15 from 2. Hardik Pandya 1 for 19 from 2. Washington Sundar's 1 over has cost 15. Varun Chakravarthy 1 for 12 from his 2. Ravi Bishnoi 0 for 13 in his 1 over. Axar Patel 1 for 9 from 2. Well, Steve Harmison's moved back in alongside me, and we were just saying off air actually, this looks now a better pitch than we first thought early doors. It looked a little bit stoppy, not that much on it, but it looks to have improved a bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the pitch that's improved, or England have made smarter choices and made better decisions when it comes to the way they've gone about executing their shot selection. That last wicket probably come at the worst time possible, right on the cusp of drinks, running down the wicket, getting caught 10 yards in from the infield. When you're in, you're set. You're 51 off 28, and like Gareth Batty was saying before, this is the time where the spinners want to really squeeze England, and this is where England have really struggled in the past, to go through the sort of 8-9 over period to about the 14th 15th over period and set a game up. You've got power at 7, 8 and 9, but if they're coming in far too early, all of a sudden they're having to set the game up, as well as, because technically they're not as good as the top order batters.
7th bowler Abhishek Sharma's going to come in and bowl left arm around to Harry Brook, pushed out on the offside, and there is no run coming between the umpire and the stumps. His second bowl in this series so far. He's straight back to the end of his mark. He's going to give Harry Brook no time to settle in. He comes once again. Sees Brook coming, tries to fire it a little bit wider. Brook able to square drive this out to cover for a single. You're listening to England-India in this T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com. Jarrod.
It's a clever move. 2 right-handers at the crease. Get your part-timer in before they're set. They'll want to attack this over, but also the back of their mind will be, well, if I'm caught at long on, things change. So they might be able to just sneak through an extra over here, give them some more flexibility for later on.
Abhishek coming into Livingston to face his first ball. Comes to meet this, opens the blade, pushes to point, and there is no run. Abhishek Sharma 1 for 12 in the 1 over that he sent down in Chennai. And he comes, Livingston comes to meet this, plays it on the half volley, all along the floor down to long off for a single. Slightly more controlled than he was in the first game in Kolkata, where he got done by Varun Chakravarthy. It looks like England, it's not quite a rebuilding phase because you don't really get those in T20, but shall we say a less attacking dominant phase at the moment. Brook deep in the crease, punches to long on, take the single that's available. England 90 for 3.
And that's the thing that England have struggled in recent past in white ball cricket, that going again, building to go again. It's been one way, it's been 6-4 or out, and I think that's been causing England so many problems. I think this now, you've got Brook, you've got Livingston at the crease, and just be there for the next 4 or 5 overs.
Abhishek in, Livingston comes to meet it, but again it's not to play the big booming shot, it's to hit it to Tilak Varma along the floor at long on, takes a single, 91 for 3 at the end of 11 overs here on talkSPORT 2.
But it's a good confidence building shot, that just coming down the wicket in complete control, easing the ball down the ground, just trotting off down the other side. You're telling the bowler, I'm coming at you, and it's not quite there, I'm just going to milk you for 1. And then if you get into them good positions, then all of a sudden you can hit the big shot if the ball is over pitched or if it's thrown a little bit higher. When Liam Livingstone in the first game, I think it was in Kolkata, when he tried to give himself some room, he looked as though he had been bowled and stumped, and he looked all at sea with his movements. And I think there, so far, he's only been in 3 balls, but at least he's coming down the wicket and giving himself a chance.
Akshar Patel bowls an arm ball, left arm around to Livingston, one that just carries on and homes in towards off stump. Livingston is cutting this towards point and there's no run. Akshar already to come again. Livingston sounds the bugle and launches this one miles back over the bowler's head. That time he did come down with intent. That one goes for 6. England 97 for 3.
And that's better from Liam Livingstone. 3 times he's come out of his crease now and it's not been there to hit. This time it's just thrown that little bit fuller, it's a little bit higher, and he knows it's in the slot. And because of the ones before, he get himself in a good position, coming through the ball, coming into the ball, weight transfer into the ball, can play the more aggressive shot.
Akshar is a little bit slower, a bit more flighted on that one. Livingston will punch to long on, and they will take a single. Livingston has 9 from 6 deliveries, and England are 99 for 3. Just remind you, game number 3 of this 5-match series, and England are 2-0 down, so they do need to win to keep this alive. Akshar is in. Harry Brook is using his feet to come and meet it. Plays around the front pad, clips through mid-wicket. Tilak Varma can't do anything to prevent 2. Good running from England. 100 up. 100 for 3 in 11 overs and 4 balls.
Yeah, good work from Harry Brook. He knew straight away that he hadn't getting enough on it, so going into that vacant leg side with no man inside the circle, it was good positive intent running. He knew straight away it was 2.
Down on one knee is Harry Brook this time, hitting out to Hardik Pandya at deep square leg, and he will take a single. Brook goes to 7 from 8. This is actually the quickest 100 to 100 that England have had so far. Took them 15 overs and 5 balls in the first game, and in the second game 12 overs and 1 ball. Oh, that's an absolute ripper from Akshar now. Where did that come from? Liam Livingstone and Axel are actually just laughing at each other because he's bowled what appeared to be pretty much the same ball as he's bowled the rest of the over, and as Livingstone is lunging forward, the seamer's gripped in the surface and stood up and almost gone vertically past the shoulder of the bat.
Yeah, bounced a bit too. Samson took that up quite high and they were both laughing. Just looking at Livingstone's record against left-arm finger spin since the start of 2013, he averages 18 against it with a strike rate of 88, and that includes that 6 from a moment ago. He's actually hit 7 sixes in that time, so there's a lot of wickets, there's quite a few sixes, but a lot of dot balls in between. So he used to play left-arm finger spin quite well. It's just something that he's been struggling with of recent times.
Bishnoi to bowl his second over. Harry Brook is down the pitch, and it loops up to square leg, and they'll take one something or other. We'll wait for the umpire's signal on that. Was it an inside edge or was it pad all the way? There was an inside edge. 102 for 3. Well, I mean, you've got the left arm spin breakdown. I just saw the strike rates earlier. Against seam, Liam Livingstone's scoring rate 178.4. Against spin, 100.4 at the moment. Really has found it more difficult. Well, that looked pretty easy as Livingstone comes down to Bishnoi and hits through wide long on for 4 along the floor. And Suryakumar Yadav, the Indian captain, just stands there and pulls that face and goes, oh, fair enough, okay. I'm not overly concerned by that. It's a nice looking shot, but okay, so be it.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. It was. Again, he's coming down the wicket. He's using his feet in control. There's no rushness. He's not hurried. There's no franticness about Liam. He looks as though he's in control. He looks balanced there. He was pure timing.
10 fours and 4 sixes in the innings so far. That was a bit more agricultural from Livingstone. It's hit out to deep mid wicket, who's fumbled it actually, but they'd already settled that it was only going to be a single, so a single it is.
This is an interesting matchup because we've seen Brook, I think, go out twice to the wrong end in this series, but from Chakravarthy, Bishnoi almost always bowls wrong ends, and of recent times he's really struggled against them.
Well, he's not going to struggle against that. He's pulled that down and it's a long way down the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it, and it's a wide.
All three of us could have played that one.
Yeah, it was a good stop by Sanju Samson. He didn't take it very well, but it was a good stop because it was a long way down leg side. It just looked as though it slipped out the sort of front of the hand.
Bishnoi in again, over the wicket. Gives that one some air and bowls Harry Brook with the Google. Well, it's almost like Jarrod just called it. England lose their 4th. 108 for 4. It's a ball that is quite a long way outside of off stump. Harry Brook takes a big stride towards it, plays the attacking shot, but ends up with the castle all over the hockey. And England are done once again. Oh, he's got a big inside edge on it, in fairness.
Just about to say, I don't think it was so much the Google. I think he's just dragged this one. He's dragged it. It wasn't quite a full toss. It hit the lower bottom of the bat, and as he's trying to sweep it into the leg side, he's just helped it back onto his stumps. It's sort of like the backspin off the bottom corner of the bat. It's just come back onto middle stump, and if that had gone on and Harry Brook had missed it, then there's a chance of a wide on the offside.
Oh, I think it was spinning back though, wasn't it? So it was still going to be inside.
I think it was the Google. I don't think it was a straight honour.
I don't think the problem he has with the Googly is the fact that it spins in. I think the problem is the drop.
Yeah.
Because the other two in this series have gone straight. That one, we don't know if that one was going to spin or not.
What was going to happen with that one, yeah.
But I think it's the drop that he specifically has trouble with, and apparently he's had 3 wickets in international cricket from 8 Googlies before that ball. So that's now 4 in 9. There's something about the revolutions on the ball that he's not handling very well.
Well, they always say when you're out of nick, you attract those sort of things. Yeah. So Harry Brook will be probably thinking, well, that's just my luck. Jamie Smith to the crease then. And he's going to be facing Bishnoi! Playing a attacking shot to a ball that is the Googly again, goes between bat and pad and narrowly misses leg stump.
I think he's nicked this. There's a noise. I think there's a noise here. I think he's nicked this.
Oh, he's got a big chunk of it.
Would have been a tough catch though for Samson, wouldn't it? He's probably stopped 4, Samson. Big deflection He saved himself from getting bowled, though, perhaps. Was that going to hit the outside of the leg?
I think he probably was. In he goes again, is Bishnoi. It's another googly. Jamie Smith is deep in the crease, takes him on the pad. I think that's going down leg side. Samju Samson has a throat-clearing appeal, but that's pretty much all it is. Well, that was an entertaining over, wasn't it? 13 gone here on talkSPORT 2, 108 for 4.
I'm Jamie Smith. I'm pleased that's the end of the over. Because I think a good leg spinner pitching leg stump and going towards middle and off might have finished me off. I'm not sure he was all at sea there, all the way back in his crease.
Is it? I mean, he must know that Bishnoi bowls wrong-uns, not leg spin.
Yeah.
And he's gone out. He's played both of those like they're going to spin the other way, and they've gone towards him. But it is a thing, isn't it? Because if you see a wrist spinner come in, even though they might bowl always wrong-uns, your brain thinks, oh, this is the one that's going to spin away, unless you're picking them perfectly. And he certainly didn't pick either of those.
No, he's buying himself some time. He's going deep in his crease to give himself some room.
Baron Chakravarthy to start a new over. Liam Livingston, big stride forward, plays to mid-wicket, and they will take a single. 109 for England, put into bat here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, he just looked a little bit all at sea there, did Jamie Smith. He looked as though he's trying to play the ball off the pitch, trying to give himself some time, some depth in the crease, going all the way back in his stumps, trying to open up that offside, but realise that Bishnoi does bowl the googlies.
In goes Varun Chakravarthy. Jamie Smith goes up and over the leg side, wide long on for 6. Well, whatever the problem was at the other end, maybe it was a very isolated patch of smog. Sorry, that was facetious. Jamie Smith, though, absolutely clears the front leg and clears the boundary for the maximum.
Yeah, the first 2 balls he's given himself some depth and some room, but this time he's come at the ball, full flourish of the bat, beautiful shot.
1 for 19 for Varun. He's gone in, he's bowled out short. It's been pulled into the leg side. Dhruv Jural takes the catch, and Jamie Smith's innings is over. England lose their 5th. I was about to say England have coped with Varun Chakravarthy a little bit better this evening, but there he goes once again. He's got his 2nd wicket of the night in the series. 3 for 23 in the first game in Kolkata, his best in home T20s. He's followed it up with 2 for 38 in Chennai, and now he's carried on 2 for 19 in Rajkot in England, a 115 for 5.
Wow, I don't know how to describe that innings from Jamie Smith. He's been done twice by a googly. He's belted one out, belted a googly out of the ground, and then pulled one straight down mid-wicket's throat, who's 15 yards in from the boundary. So again, I mean, and I always sound like a broken record, Jarrod, but you look at the top order. Again, we've got a number 7 walking out. There's less than 14 overs gone. This is my point about this England team. There's no smartness about them. They're a good team on a flat pitch, and you don't want to go down the road of calling them flat track bullies. But at the end of the day, you've got off to a decent start. You're 52 for 1 on a power play. It's criminal to be 115 for 5. This is the 3rd game in a row where England are going to fall short by a long way batting first, and a lot of it is their own self-destruction.
Surprise, surprise, there's a slip in place. Jamie Overton is at the crease. Chakravarthy is in. He's bowled him leg stump! Overton goes across his stumps to try and flick it down to fine leg, misses it, and gets bowled leg peg first ball. 3 for Chakravarthy, 115 for 6.
I mean, it's basically what Ahami just said has come to life there. There wasn't anything dreadful about the shot, but he's just trying to paddle it away. But first ball to Varun Chakravarthy, again, it's another wrong end. It's pitched on leg stump, maybe going with the line a little bit there. It might have hit his pad or his gloves on the way through, but he's shown the stumps. He's not a number 7 bat, is he?
Yeah, he's got out exactly the same as we got out in his debut, can remember, against the West Indies, a few months ago. Well, about 3 months, 4 months ago. You've got somebody like Jamie Smith, who is a hitter, and you want him to come in and hit, and because he's in the mindset of, we have got more than 6 overs to go, I can't go on and hit, I've just got to try and get myself in a position to knock it round, because I've got Liam Livingston 15 off 10 balls in the air. And then all of a sudden, because of that, you get into a mental place of being caught between a rock and a hard place, and then that's what happens. You go half-hearted, and this is the point. If you're going to have, and you want to set up and have a game plan like what England are trying to have with Overton at 7 and Carson at 8, your top 6 have got to perform and got to show some smartness, and that's England to a T in this series so far. They've not been very, very smart between overs of 7 and, some would argue before that, but 7 and 14, 7 and 15.
Hat-trick ball for Chakravarthy. There's going to be a leg slip.
This is nice, isn't this? Old school, bringing the field in for a hat-trick. You don't get that as much in T20 cricket anymore, do you? They've got a leg slip, a short leg and a slip, don't they?
Looks that way. So Bryden Carr's welcome to the middle. Hat-trick ball. Man under the helmet. Leg slip, slip. Here we go then. Hat-trick ball. Chakravarthy to Cars. Goes in, bowls right arm over. It's the middle of the bat. What's everyone else worried about? Cars has pushed it to mid-off. Takes the single. Everyone resume 116 for 6.
There's no one in the field now, so Varun Chakravarthy has to chase it out into the covers. The interesting thing about this, the first wicket there, Harmy, is that he overpitches the first one, Chakravarthy, and Smith hits it for 6. And the second one is the drag down. And so he wasn't actually on song, and England have just opened that up by the fact that he could have just hit the drag down for 4, but they're always looking for that to maximise it, and if you miss-hit it, as you quite often do on these wickets.
Chakravarthy is going to bowl to Livingston. Livingston, big stride forward, pushes to backward point, no run.
I would say the last couple of games, I think they've gone out playing the pull shots and spin about 4 times, generally when India have made the mistake. It's not that it's been good deliveries, but they've been trying to play, they've really been trying to force that shot, and it just hasn't been working.
But Jarrod, you've watched far too many cricket matches to remember. But
just today.
Yeah, exactly. But how many times do you see long hops, drag downs in 2020 cricket? They get wickets. They do get wickets. So it does happen. It's not as though England are doing something that nobody else around the world are doing. But again, we're seeing there, England 83 for 2, 83 for 1 to 115 for 5, getting out the same way as they did in the last game and the game before.
Bishnoi is into a bowl, cast very deep in his crease, across his stumps, hits to mid-on off the back foot, and they'll take a single, 117 for 6.
And there's been a clamour and a talk about Joe Root coming back into this side. They're talking about Joe Root coming back into the side because of how badly and how muddled up thinking the game plan is with these players. You keep going back to Joe. For me, I would pick Joe Root in every single team because he's the best player that England have ever had. But all we're doing was asking for a player to come in and play smart cricket. That's all we're doing.
Livingston prepares to face Bishnoi. Bishnoi is appealing for an LBW. Livingston's taken a huge stride towards the ball, swung it, or tried to swing it to the leg side. He's hit on the body. He's probably outside the line. It was such a big stride, it might almost be more than 3 metres down the pitch.
Yeah, that was optimistic, that one, wasn't it? It wasn't going to be out in any way. It was off his chest, I think, in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, they didn't have a lot going for it. Bishnoi in once again, arms twirling, stands up a little bit on Livingston, that one, as he's trying to work it into the leg side. It bounces 4 metres in front of the mid-wicket fielder, no run.
Talking about bringing Joe Root back, watching him play in Pal, so he's playing for the Pal Royals at the moment on a wicket. It was the first game where you had all 5 bowlers were spinners. There was no seam bowled.
Bishnoi into bowl to Livingston again. He's got up and underneath this into the leg side. Is there enough on it? Yes, there is. There's a deep mid-wicket and it's landed 7 or 8 metres over his head. Livingston has another maximum. England 123 for 6.
Yeah, it's a good shot. It is. It's a good shot. The sweep shot before, he was trying to keep it down there. He's cleared his front leg. He's cleared his front leg and gone for the big sweep, and he's gone aerial. He's not looking for 1 second to hit that down. It was a very, very good shot by Liam Livingstone. He was in total control there.
6 of the England innings. Hurries on to Livingston, the next one from Bishnoi, the skidding googly. Livingston pushes it out on the leg side, no run.
It's interesting how much better he looks. I think that one actually was the leg spinner, and the reason you called it a googly is because everything else has been. But I think with Livingston, Bishnoi's realised you've just got to spin it away from him. You can't go back into his arc. It's why he struggles against leg spin and left arm finger spin so much.
Final ball of the 15th over. Livingston across his crease because it is the leg break. Push to Suryakumar Yadav at mid-on. And no run. So 7 from the over. 6 of them in one shot. It means after 15 overs, England are 123 for 6. So at 10 overs, it was 87 for 3, 123 for 6 is now the equation. Castle will be on strike for the first ball of the 16th. He's got 2 from 2. Liam Livingstone is at the other end. He's got 21 from 16. Harmy's moving out of the way as Monty, Panesar, Gareth Batty and Jon Norman are all coming back into the commentary box to bring you what could be a very lively final 5 overs of this England innings.
Thank you, Macca. Chakravarthy in. What a performance from him again. This is cut to deep backward point by Bryden Cass. Moves to 3. 83 for 1. Became 115 for 6 in a blink of an eye. A little sense of same old for England. There's a touch of unfortune or misfortune about a couple of the dismissals perhaps. But England had been put into a terrific position by Buttler and Ducket. And they are in danger of squandering it. Misfields at backward point by Tilak Varma. Will give Livingstone 2 free runs. Saunters back for a second. Moves to 23 from 17. Actually, it was Ravi Bishnoi who has not employed the long barrier. Gareth Batty.
A few more of those would be very nice from an England perspective. A few freebies.
126 for 6, and England need around 180 surely on a track like this, which does look good for batting. Touch shorter, Livingstone down on one knee and sweeping this strongly towards the leg side. Jarrod coming in off the boundary, and Fields. What score do you think is defendable here, Monty?
Yeah, look, I think they need to get close to that probably 160, 170 mark, and it's up to Livingstone really. The longer he stays out there, I think they've got a chance of getting to that total.
It's Bryden Cass who gets down and helps this up and over, but there's not enough on the ball. Tilak Varma only has to run in maybe 3 or 4 paces in front of deep square leg, and Bryden Cass' innings that comes to an end. England 127 for 7, and Varun Chakravarty's got 2 balls to take a 5-er.
Yeah, another nice piece of bowling. Brings the stumps in place so the line is angled in towards middle and leg stump. Bryden Cass sees that and thinks, I fancy a bit of leg side action. Gets a bit too leg side of it, so he ends up hitting the ball higher and up into the air more than he wanted, and it hangs a decent 10 metres off the ropes and is taken by Tilak Varun into the wickets again. I mean, he really has had England at 6s and 7s knowing what to do. There's been a couple of big shots of him, but there's been no way of having sustainable scoring off him. They've not looked to knock him around. It's been just, I'm going to thrash him out of the ground and hit him out of the attack. Well, this guy's shown in the 3rd game he's going nowhere. You're not going to hit him out of the attack. He's 4 for 24 in 3.4. Wonderful numbers so far this series for him. And England really do need to scrape to some sort of a total. To me, it looks like a 180 pitch minimum.
Jofra Archer walked to the field, 103 for 7, 136 for 7, and now 127 for 7. It's not just the wickets, it's the amount of time left in the innings. Too much expected. Now, with a slip in place, just got to get through this over. Comes forward and is beaten past the outside edge. Chakravarthy, player of the match in the first T20, took a couple of wickets in the second, 4 today. Dismissing Jos Buttler, Jamie Smith, Bryden Cass and Jamie Overton first ball. And he's got 1 ball to take a 5-er. He's in now and he has just dismissed Jofra Archer. It's the googly. Archer can't believe it. He almost wants to review the clean bowl decision. But he's walking off. The umpires are going to have to put the stumps back together. Archer goes for a duck. England 8 down, and Varun Chakravarthy has taken a 5-er.
Yeah, beautiful piece of bowling again. This one's out of the back of the hand, and it gets the seam rotating over itself, so it's going to spin back in. Jofra Archer just leaving that little bit of a gap between bat and pad. That would have been one you'd have liked, Monty, wouldn't it? Just dragging it through the gate there.
Absolutely, what a dream dismissal for Varun Chakravarthy. Brilliant bowling there. Jofra Archer cannot believe it. And this has been just an absolute brilliant display of spin bowling. They were 3 for 87 when Ben Ducket got out, and now they're 8 for 127. And we all talk about these, bowling, getting the fast bowlers to bowl these rockets. How about getting the England batsmen to learn how to play spin? And we have not seen any improvement since the last World Cup, and this is absolute brainless performance from England batters.
I mean, Jofra Archer had 2 balls to last, and in fairness to him, he played defensive shots to both of those deliveries. He was beaten past the outside edge and he was beaten past the inside edge. But it's not his job, is it? Essentially, the job of scoring runs has got to come from the top 7. It's Jofra Archer's job to take wickets, but let's just pay our respects to a brilliant 4 overs from Varun Chakravarthy, and we'll talk about him at some time as Liam Livingstone smashes Ravi Bishnoi, first ball over deep mid-wicket for 6. And England have just got to go now. I don't think it's about reaching the 20 over stage, because Livingstone can't trust the batter at the non-striker's end to see it out. I think that last 2 balls from Chakravarthy to Jofra Archer has shown him that. It's all on Livingstone's shoulders. He's 30 from 19. Mark Wood, the next batter in. And Bishnoi, who picked up his first wicket of the series in his last over. He's been hit 6 first ball. Livingstone goes again, clears his front leg, and once again helps himself to 6 over mid-wicket.
Yeah, if there was a piece of grass on the pitch that Liam Livingstone would like Bishnoi to bowl it, he's just done it 2 in a row. He's just get into that set position to sweep and then just get your hands free. He's got to take it out of that hitting arc. Wonderful striking from Livingstone, throwing caution to the wind. This is actually where he has a strength in the game. There is nothing to lose, so just try and whoop everything. As soon as he has the building innings, we've seen that he finds that a little bit harder. This now has actually worked for him. You're almost saying keep going, but don't forget Adil Rashid can bat. He is not a tail ender just because he's batting at 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Rashid has come in and batted in both innings, and he's done so pretty well. 2 sixes from the start of the over, and Ravi Bishnoi maybe just try and get it a little bit outside of, a little bit further away from that big bat of Livingstone. Now he goes again. It's actually a decent ball from Bishnoi. Livingstone on the sweep. Has he taken the single? I don't know if he's taken a single there, which does seem a bit strange because Rashid can bat, as you say.
Yeah, with about, 20 balls left? I find that crazy that you're not thinking about potentially taking the single there. But anyway, who are we to second guess the guy that's just hit 2 out the ground?
Livingstone readies himself. He fancies Bishnoi. This is a drag down, and this is why he's retained the strike. This is smashed, the squarest of all the 3. And as soon as that ball was delivered from Bishnoi, you knew it was going to go. An out-and-out drag down, smashed into the crowd for 6 more.
Yes, it's brilliant striking. You can see the power of the man, and this is a perfect situation for him. He exactly knows what he needs to do here and just hit every ball out of the ground. And maybe this is one of the reasons why he should be looking to bat at number 7. But at the moment he's batting brilliantly well. 42 of 22 deliveries, and he's got to just keep going.
Well, there's a smile on Ravi Bishnoi's face, but that last delivery suggests that it's anything other than happiness here, as Livingstone, for once, can't haul the ball to the leg side. It is still a touch short and wide, but this time Livingstone on the cut will take a single, and that means Rashid is given the opportunity to bat out a delivery.
I'm pretty sure what you just described, John, about being short and wide was exactly what Bishnoi's bowling coach would have been saying to do to Livingstone. Take it out of his hitting area.
146 for 8. Bishnoi is in, and Rashid, playing deep in his crease, just plays with a straight blade and sees the over out. That's smart batting. At 19 runs coming from over number 17, and England have propelled themselves to 146 for 8. 18 balls remaining in the innings. If Livingston and England are still batting come the end of the 20th over, possibly, just possibly, they'll have a score around that 170, 180 mark that we feel is the minimum they need on this track.
Well, another 3 overs, Monty. They're not going to be a million miles away. And from what we've seen on the wicket, is there anything that England can take for their seamers to take from what their Indian spinners have done? Because we've only really, you know, we're slim pickings from a spinning point of view, so trying to copy what India have done, we can't. But is there anything surface-wise, anything that we've seen that England might just go, well, if we can clamber to that 180, how are we going to defend that?
Yeah, I think what the England fast bowlers, look to do, if they've got runs on the board, then, they can bowl a bit more aggressively, hit that pitch hard, and we've seen that there is pace and bounce in this wicket. And obviously, the Indian attack is predominantly spin, but there is enough pace in this wicket for the England bowlers to be threatening, and they've got to, need to get some runs at the moment in the next 3 overs, but there is enough pace in the wicket for the England fast bowlers.
We've had a lot of spin, and now we're going to have a bit of pace. Hardik Pandya, who has bowled 2 overs, is back into the attack, and it's a slow ball bouncer that's been called wide. Hardik Pandya can't believe it, but I think that's Hardik Pandya's having a little bit of a go at the umpire, so he needs to be a little bit careful, but he's not shy in coming forward, or certainly one that is happy to give his opinion on such matters.
I think if I lip read correctly, he said something like, "Come on, ref, give us a chance. That's straight down the line. It's never a wide."
Well, it might have been for height as well. Oh, that's a... What? In again. Pitched up. Livingston on the drive, and is caught by Jarrod on the long on boundary. And his bright and breezy innings has got to come to an end.
Yeah, this time Hardik Pandya going full and about 4th off stump, so a bit of width on the ball, but getting it right in the block hole. Livingston going across the crease, trying to negate the width, and then drags it, scuffs it flat into that long on. Nice piece of bowling from Hardik Pandya. Disappointing end to what was a sprightly, eventful 43 from Liam Livingston. But you would suggest with what we've seen on the surface, it might just be a little bit not enough too late, and just going to be a bit of a bridge too far from an England point of view to get that total that they would want. But again, Hardik Pandya, nice execution, got it in the block hole.
Yeah, smart bowling, and it was good bowling as well, because he knew that Liam Livingstone was going to go for the boundary options, going to go for the big sixes, but as he got that execution spot on, couldn't quite get underneath it, and it was the right option, he had to go. But for India, it was the good news that they got to Liam Livingstone. So England got to look to just bat the overs.
Mark Wood this time rides a short delivery and gets off strike first ball. You're listening to the India versus England T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com. It was smart bowling. I'm not sure anybody needed to tell Hardik Pandya where to bowl to Liam Livingstone in terms of, or where not to bowl to Liam Livingstone. Don't give him the opportunity to pull the ball. Pandya again, and this is cut by Rashid in the air, but safe and fielded on the boundary by Bishnoi for a run. 149 for 9, midway point of the 18th over. We've wondered whether England would be bowled out within 20 overs in all 3 games. And that kind of tells you where they've been. They avoided it just. They were bowled out, but for exactly 20 overs in the first match. They came very close in the second match, 165 for 9. It's a push to see Mark Wood and Adil Rashid last the next 2.5 overs. They're going to be caught between trying to see the innings out, but also trying to score some big runs. Pandya again, pitched up, and Mark Wood, and we've seen him play this shot before, actually is happy just to open the face of the bat and steer this past backward point. Fielder out though, and so it's just another single to the score. Wood moves to 2, Rashid is 1, and you're just hearing a little highlights montage or lowlights montage of all the wickets that have fallen, and England once again collapsing really. 83 for 1 to 127 for 8. So losing, what's that, 7 wickets for just 44 runs. And they just didn't have the answer to Varun Chakravarthy. Panja's picked up 2 as well, as Adil Rashid will take another run. He's proficient on the cut. He moves to 2, and the score 151 for 9 as we approach the end of Hardik Pandya's 3rd over. India with 1 change from the side that won in Chennai, with Arshdeep Singh missing out today. Mohammad Shami back into the side. He bowled 2 overs inside the power play, but it's been spin and Pandya. Swing and a miss from Mark Wood, who doesn't come close to connecting. And this slower delivery from Pandya. End of over number 18. You're listening to the India versus England T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. 33 locations across the UK for a great breakaway. Visit villagehotels.com. So, Gareth Batty, what do England do? Go for the big shots or just try and play out 12 deliveries and see where they are?
I suppose it will be information passed back from the players that have been out on the surface to suggest what they think is a winnable score. There's no point in getting to 160 if they're saying that 190 is par. You may as well try and get the 190 and be bowled out now, because it's such a shift in runs. If you're saying 160 is par, then you eke out the 9 and 10 runs and you take it to the last over.
Here is Mohammad Shami, and Adil Rashid is going to get 4 from the bat. He almost props forward and just tries to cover the line in and around middle and off. But with the bat almost unintentionally opened, he gets a thick outside edge. Actually, it's from the face of the bat, it's from the sticker of the bat, and managed to bisect keeper and short third and all the way to the boundary for 4. So that's how they do it. 11 more of those, please, Adil. Shami again, short delivery, and Brian Lara-esque. Adil Rashid just hops onto 1 foot, knee raised, and clips the ball to the leg side for a single. Shades of the Wreck 2004, their bats.
Moving on quickly, it's great to see Mohammad Shami back after an extensive period out injured. I know India will be very happy to see him back with a big period coming up cricket-wise with World Cups and then India to England this summer.
Yeah, Bumrah and Shami taking the new ball. In England, oh, Beamer! That has slipped out the hand from Mohammad Shami, and Mark Wood has had to duck, get his head out of the way of the ball, which has flown to the left to Sanju Samson, and Mohammad Shami is given a warning. 1 more of those and you're out the attack, mate. No ball as well, and a bye, so that's just showing possibly there's one way to get Mark Wood out the attack. That's showing possibly the fact that he hasn't bowled a lot, and also the dew might be coming in. Short delivery, swing and a miss from Adil Rashid. England 158 for 9.
If you were playing club cricket there, the jokey side of nature, people would say, oh, well, don't waste it, make it a good one. It was right on the badge of Mark Wood. He had to work extensively to get out of the way. You've not had anybody bowl you a flat one, have you, Mom?
Nah, no one needed to. They just had to bowl slow deliveries at the stumps, and that was enough, really.
Shami again. He's past the umpire in. Short delivery, slower ball from Shami. And Adil Rashid, who gets down on one knee, has got all the time in the world, actually, to raise the bat, play down onto the ball, and he'll take a single. Wanted a second as well, but was sent back by Mark Wood. Seeing all the wickets that have fallen, that have gone the way of Varun Chakravarthy. And just showing the benefit of bowling on the stumps there, Monty.
Exactly.
Have they all bowled?
All the dismissals have been the Google. So there's one thing that these England batters don't know is how to play as Google.
This is thrashed through the covers. There's actually a chase on by the fielder out on the boundary's edge. It's Jarrod the sweeper. Does well, actually. That's a finely hit shot from Mark Wood, who'll come back for another. So he moves to 4. This is a point that was brought up by Abhishek Jhunjhunwala. He said, don't play Varun Chakravarthy as a leg spinner, play him as an off spinner. Expect the ball to come in, don't expect it to go away. One thing to say it, another to do it, of course. As on the front foot, Mark Wood would take another single through cover point. End of the over, and a decent one, you'd have to say, for England. Whether it'll be enough, we'll just have to wait and see. But they've moved to 162 for 9. Their last pair are still there. 6 balls remaining. But once again, it's India who are dominating this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting looking scorecard. We've just got it up. We've got one guy made 15, Ducket, Buttler 24, complemented Buttler very nicely, and then Livingston having a bit of a free thrash at the end when wickets were tumbling around him. It's just finding the ability from an England point of view to just start morphing some runs in and around those scores. You know, a 10 here rather than a 2 or 3, just to beef it up a bit.
Hardik Pandya is in, and it's a short delivery which is pulled straight by Mark Wood. Down to long on, fielded. Hardik Pandya's not happy with his fielder, and that's another run to the score. 163 for 9. Varun Chakravarthy bowled 2 of his victims. Jamie Overton first ball, Jofra Archer second ball, but Buttler was caught by the keeper. Jamie Smith on the boundary, as was Bryden Cass. Surya Kumar Yadav has shown himself to be an enterprising captain since he's come into this T20 side. He's not afraid of changing things up, trying something different. But when you've got this side, I suppose it's slightly easier to. This is wide, slapped to cover point. Mark Wood runs through for the single. It was Surya Kumar Yadav who fielded that and threw it on the full. Wood would have been out by quite some distance, but it would have been a hell of a throw. Might have just made it in, actually. He was right on the... He would have done right on the circle there at extra cover. Yadav won his 3rd toss in a row. I think that should be factored in as well. I mean, you're not going to see a captain make an excuse, but when the dew does make bowling more difficult. Full toss, thick outside edge as Mark Wood throws the kitchen and the sink at this delivery, but it's fielded on the boundary by Ravi Bishnoi, and it's just another single. I mean, how big a deal is that, winning the toss in such conditions?
At this point now, no bigger deal, because you're not even at the halfway point. I listened to an interview from Farrell talking about when they lost in the World Cup to New Zealand, and he was really proud of his players because they played a decent game. But you've got to play both halves, and then you look at the reasons why you don't get over the line. But you've got to play both halves well to then make a good assessment of where and what circumstance has gone for you or against you.
165 for 9 if you're joining us here on talkSPORT 2 or the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Hit subscribe if you haven't done so far. So much good content up there. Interviews, highlights, player reaction. As Pandya is in, another short delivery, and Adil Rashid has to climb almost up a ladder to reach this. And he again pulls it down to long on and comes through for another single. 166 for 9, and Hardik Pandya again showing some good variation, mixing up his lines and his lengths and also his speeds.
Yeah, there's definitely the dew factor coming down though, John. The ball hit to Jarrod there on the boundary. The first thing he did was collect the ball and get the towel out of his pocket to dry the ball for Hardik Pandya. So that is something that is going to go against England.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's something that will concern England as well, how the fast bowlers react to a slightly wetter ball.
Pandya again. Mark Wood moves across to the offside and kind of clips this through mid-wicket for another single. Wood moves to 8, and England are going to bat the 20. 167 for 9.
Almost like Sir Viv, that, wasn't it? How he stepped across and clipped it into straight mid-wicket. Maybe not with the same panache and style, but nice outcome.
So Mark Wood is Viv Richards and Adil Rashid is Brian Lara. How have they only scored 167?
So we're saying there's a chance.
Highest score of the series for England. Last ball of the innings, and will have to be bowled again. There's a shot at the stumps, actually, at the striker's end. Adil Rashid really chasing this wide delivery and trying to play it to the leg side. He's beaten. Sampson collects. Woods already halfway down the track. And the result is 1 run to the score, and the ball will be bowled again. Wow, that was off the cut, off the strip.
That was why it was a wide, wasn't it? Because the wide line follows Rashid as he's moving across to the offside, but it wasn't actually on the pitch. That's how much he moved.
Try it again. Full toss on leg stump. Mark Wood playing back in his crease, and the ball has hit him on the back as it's been fielded from long on. It'll be a question about whether Mark Wood deviated in his direction. I don't think he did. He was well short though. If the ball had been collected cleanly by Sampson, then Mark Wood would have been run out by some distance, but it wasn't, because Mark Wood wore one, and that's given him 2 runs to end the innings. Both batters finish on 10. England have reached 170, 171 for 9 from their 20, but will that be enough, Gareth Batty?
Well, look, it's something to work with, isn't it, for the bowlers? If the bowlers really get the teeth into this innings like they did in the previous game, game 2, you think that England could make it very difficult for India. Is the dew going to make it even harder? I don't want that to be an excuse. I still think that England should go about their business and the plans that they would have had pre-game. But it's a fighting total, 171. It's probably not par, but that doesn't mean to say that the game is done.
Monty, of course, we're going to see a very different mode of attack, though, when England come on to bowl, aren't we? And in conditions where dew factor is going to play a part. If England are to win this game, do they have to do it in the power play?
Absolutely. They need to have a really good power play, 3 or 4 wickets, put India under pressure. And like, Brendan McCullum and Jos Buttler wanted, they wanted, an attack that is fast and scary, and they've got to bowl with aggression, 95 miles per hour, 90 plus deliveries, and bowling absolutely firing rockets, because that's their theory at the moment in T20 cricket. Let's see how good this series is. They need that power play to go England's way. They get India 4 down, end of the power play. I reckon England got a chance of winning this game.
Big thanks to Monty, Panesar and Gareth Batty. They will be back for England's second innings, or rather India's first innings, but the second innings in the match. If you are just joining us, England have made 171 for 9. Ben Ducket with England's joint at second fastest half century, coming from just 26 balls. He top scored with 51. There was 43 that went the way of Liam Livingstone, 18 of which came from one Ravi Bishnoi over, 24 from Jos Buttler, but not a lot else. Adil Rashid and Mark Wood, actually, in fairness to them, adding 24 for the 10th wicket, unbeaten at the end. Varun Chakravarthy has been terrific throughout this series. He went one better today. Player of the match in the first T20, and he rated his performance as 7 out of 10. Well, what is an 8 or 9 or 10 out of 10 performance? Well, he took 5 for 24 today. Absolutely brilliant. Do England have a chance? Of course they do. If they don't take it, though, then it'll be India who take this series. 2-0 up with 3 to play, and India need 172 if they're to win the match. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the India versus England T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
More games, more goals, more live football than ever on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
It's game on.
Every week, get a midweek football throwdown.
Brilliant football.
Live commentary of massive Champions League run-ins.
That's top European quality.
Selected Premier League matchups.
Oh, yes.
Outstanding Europa League showdowns.
What a goal.
Plus, colossal coverage of the biggest championship clashes.
He's done it.
Monster midweek football. Each and every week on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
And it is out of the ground.
Live international cricket, England versus India, exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
That was effortless.
It is talkSPORT 2. It is the halfway stage of this third T20 international. I'm Andrew McKenna, and England will have to try and defend 172 to win this game. They've posted 171 for 9 from their 20 overs, so 8.6 and over is what India need after England 171 for 9, as I say. Salt 5, Ducket 51, Buttler 24, Brook 8, Livingston 43, Jamie Smith 6, Jamie Overton a first ball duck, Brydencast 3, Jofra Archer a 2-ball duck, Adil Rashid 10 not out from 9 balls, Mark Wood 10 not out from 10 deliveries. The star of the show for India with the ball though, Varun Chakravarthy 5 for 24, his second 5-wicket haul, and not even his best figures actually, because his previous best was 5 for 17. Hardik Pandya took 2 for 33 from 4. Mohammad Shami went wicketless from 3 overs, 0 for 25. Washington Sundar 0 for 15 from 1. Ravi Bishnoi 1 for 46 from 4. Akshar Patel 1 for 19 from 3. Abhishek Sharma bowled 1 over, 0 for 4. And that all sounded something like this, thanks to Village Hotels.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
Third ball, there's a bit of width on this one, but it's slapped straight to cover. Salt went for it, and Abhishek Sharma takes the catch. Sundar in once again around the wicket. Ducket goes on the reverse, plays it over what becomes deep square leg. 1 bounce 4. This is the Ben Ducket that England know and love. He goes in once again. Ducket down the pitch, over long off for 6. Cracking shot from Ducket.
Down the track now, Buttler. We've seen this shot so many times. A clean swing of the bat, beautiful timing, plenty of power, and Buttler adds 6 to his score. Chakravarthy is in, and has Buttler been caught behind down the leg side? Decided to go upstairs, and it's paid off as Ben Ducket raises his bat and celebrates 50.
Yeah, nice performance there from Ducket, striking at 200, 50 off 26 balls, taking the game to the Indian bowlers.
Down the track comes Ducket, big shot, big moment. He's been caught at mid-wicket.
That shot already to come again. Livingston sounds the bugle and launches this one miles back over the bowler's head. Bishnoi in again over the wicket. Gives that one to there and bowls Harry Brook with the google. Takes a big stride towards it, plays the attacking shot, but ends up with the castle all over the hockey. 1 for 19 for Varun. He's gone in, he's bowled out short. It's been pulled into the leg side. Drew Durrell takes the catch and Jamie Smith's innings is over. England lose their 5th. Jamie Overton is at the crease. Chakravarthy is in. He's bowled him leg stump. Overton goes across his stumps to try and flick it down to fine leg, misses it and gets bowled leg peg first ball.
This is my point about this England team. There's no smartness about
Liam Livingstone smashes Ravi Bishnoi, first ball over deep mid-wicket for 6. All on Livingston's shoulders. Livingston goes again, clears his front leg, and once again helps himself to 6 over mid-wicket. 2 runs to end the innings. Both batters finish on 10. 171 for 9 from their 20. But will that be enough?
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. With 33 locations across the UK, Village Hotels have everything under one roof for a great breakaway. Visit villagehotels.com.
Yeah, so that was the first innings here on talkSPORT 2. Most players will consider themselves lucky if they got a benefit match in their career. Varun Chakravarthy is having a benefit series at the moment. He is bowling absolutely brilliantly and he cannot stop taking wickets. Now the England quicks have gone well and England are going to need them to stand up, because Sanju Samson and Abhishek Sharma are once again out in the middle, and Jofra Archer has this brand new white ball in his hand, and England need early inroads. It is as simple as that. Delighted that Monty Panesar is alongside me for the start of this second innings. Wickets, isn't it? It's pure and simple wickets.
Absolutely, that's what they need. They need wickets right now, and Jofra Archer is the man to do it. He's in fine form.
He's got one slip in place. Sanju Samson gets one off with a hit that flies down to fine leg, and they will take one that is given as a run. I thought to start with it had come off the thigh pad, but it was whipped down there by Sanju Samson, so he is up and running. If you weren't with us right from the toss, by the way, no changes to the England team today, but there is a change behind the stumps. Phil Salt is not keeping because Jamie Smith has a bit of a tight calf, so they've decided it makes more sense for him to keep wicket than it does for him to be running around and potentially pulling that calf. Jarrod Kimber, for those who aren't watching on the YouTube channel this afternoon, and those who are wondering, think, what the hell is Kimber doing? He's currently feeling my right calf at the moment.
Just checking.
Archer is in to bowl to Abhishek. Around the wicket, the left-hander plays out on the offside to Ben Ducket, and there is no run.
I'd say it was tight. Pert? Muscular?
Thank you.
Wicket-keeper's calf.
It is interesting. When we got that news through, I had a chat with Gareth Batty earlier, because, of course, as the head coach of Surrey, he will know all of the numbers. And what he basically said was that in T20 cricket, you expect your keeper to take 7 deliveries. So what they've done is they've said, is he going to do more damage in those 7? In goes Jofra Archer around the wickets. Abhishek Sharma is backing away through to the keeper, and there is no run. So what they're saying is, if he goes sprinting in the outfield, is he more likely to do more damage to the calf than he is keeping wicket?
I get what Bats is saying, but the wicketkeeper is still doing stuff even when he's not. Like right there was a jump with his calves. Right, so even if the ball wouldn't have come through to him, then he still would have had to react to it. And also, your calves help you change directions. So with a wicketkeeper, you might be going down the leg side, and then there might be an outside edge.
Archer is in once again. It's Abhishek who's deep in the crease, punching out on the offside to Ducket, and there's no run. 4 balls gone.
So I get his point. Either way, he's obviously not that injured. Otherwise, they wouldn't be playing him, right?
Well, that was going to be my next point, is what does this say to some of the other members of the squad that playing a bloke who is apparently not fully fit is a better option than playing you? And as Harmy made the point earlier, you know, Jacob Bethel was ruled out of the second game because of illness. Harmy made the point. He's out there, he's warming up, he's part of the squad. If he's any kind of illness, he's not anywhere near the group. He was available to play today and they've not picked him. So, we'll see. Archer around the wicket. Well, that's down the leg side. Abhishek can simply help that off of his pads. That's a Liam Livingston at deep backward square. And they will take a single. India 2 without loss after 5 balls here on talkSPORT 2.
I wonder how many times in the last 2 years Abhishek Sharma's been 1 off 4.
I would venture to suggest not many.
Poor Gary is going to be just absolutely sweating that one now, isn't he? But it's not a lot. He's only played really 1 shot, I'd say, Maka. So far, he hasn't gone that strong at the moment.
No, it's scoring rate in this series at the moment 227.5. He's watching from the non-strikers end as Sanju Samson gets a quick, short, straight one, pulls off of his chin down to fine leg to end the first over. 3 singles from that first over. That last delivery 147 kilometres an hour. So it was quick, but England have not been able to take a wicket so far. India 3 without loss after 1. Monty, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, good start from England, and you can see Jofra Archer bowling with pace, and there is something there in the pitch as well. You know, that last delivery was quick onto him, so Sanju Samson. But this is the key wicket right now. If they're going to get Abhishek Sharma early, then that will put so much pressure on India. He's the man in form. He's been batting really well with a lot of maturity in the last couple of games. And I think Mark Wood at the moment would want to get this wicket. England will be desperate to get Abhishek Sharma out early as possible, because the quicker they get him out and bring some more batsmen into the power play, I think England will be much more confident.
It is going to be Mark Wood for the second over. Taken 1 wicket in the series so far, which hasn't reflected how well he's bowled. In he comes, right arm over, it's down the leg side. He'll have to bowl that one again. Sanju Samson swings and misses. It is a wide. You're listening to England against India in this T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village. So they've gone once again for the short fine leg option, because you're only allowed 2 outside of the circle, and one is at deep backward square, and the other is basically at third. So fine leg inside for the whip off the hip. In goes Mark Wood. It's on the leg stump. Sanju Samson turns it around the corner. Liam Livingstone will field it deep backward square leg, and they'll take a single 5 without loss.
One thing we haven't seen yet is Samson face a ball in his half. That one was the closest perhaps, but it was still on the hip. So they're going to continue to go with it. So far, Samson against Jofra Archer has been playing almost like a single shot, like a pull shot, but he's not going all the way through because he's been worried about that. So he's just sort of tapping it on its head to go, okay, well, if you keep bowling it, I'll get a single every time here. He's got the wide as well, so he's not fully swinging through. So it'd be interesting to see if he's just getting himself in, and eventually we see the more attacking option. But they like attacking his body and going straight at him.
Slip and short third in place for Abhishek Sharma. Mark Wood over the wicket to the left-hander. Abhishek cloths this one a bit, but gets enough of it to clear the offside ring, and then it rolls away. Ben Ducket can't haul it in, and it rolls away for 4. He's played better shots than that this series, Abhishek, but it still brings him 4. 9 without loss, India.
Yeah, it's got a lovely flow at the bat there, and just any room he will pounce on it, and Mark Wood bowled it quick, but the length was just too full, and gave him so much room there, and Abhishek Sharma wants it there. He doesn't want it short, and that was just a beautiful shot. Didn't get enough connection, but the flow of the bat was absolutely lovely.
Ended up with only one hand on the bat there. It was fairly wide. In comes Wood once again. Abhishek pulls him over mid-on. Only question is 4 or 6, and it's 4 thanks to one bounce. He made much better contact with that one. Second 4 of the innings. India 13 without loss after 9 balls. They are trying to make 172 here on talkSPORT 2.
Wow, that is a shot. But Mark Wood bowled it short, 150 kilometres, and he hit it back of him, and that is not going to be good for England to see Abhishek Sharma bat like this, even when the ball is really going really quick. He's just fine batting.
150 kilometres is 93 miles an hour for those who still want to work in miles an hour. So it's basically like having something in the fast lane of the motorway coming herring towards you, and he just stood there and walloped it over long on. Not much you can do as a fast bowler except walk back to your mark and go again. Here he comes. Abhishek's got 9 from 6. Wood around the wicket. Abhishek launches into this one again. There's a fielder out at deep point. Livingstone can't get around to take the catch. It lands sort of squarer than that towards cover. They will take 1. If that was the plan, and I suspect it was, it very nearly worked. But Abhishek gets a single, England and India 14 without loss.
Yeah, this was close, but just dropped short. And yeah, I think they want Abhishek's wicket very quickly now, because he seems to be in good flow. 10 runs off 7 deliveries, and I think the Indian batsmen are getting the measure of these England bowlers now. And England must do something here. There's a change in the field. They've taken slip out, and Mark Wood must be smart with his bowling, not be predictable and bowl quicker and quicker. Do something with the ball and try and outdo the Indian batsmen.
Short straight mid-wicket, short straight extra cover. Men on the drive. Mark Wood goes in. Sanju Samson drops it into the offside. And there is no run. 3 from 4 from Sanju Samson. Yeah, that previous one from Abhishek, it didn't need to go a lot higher to give Liam Livingstone a chance to get round. He wasn't far away from it in the end.
It was the second one he's lofted on the offside as well, so we know that's what he likes to do. And as you said, it looks like a bit of a plan. They're giving him the width that he wants, but against the faster bowlers, I think he might slice one up in the air. It just hasn't gone to hand. They've got 2 mistakes so far. Also interesting, the Wood came around the wicket after getting hit.
Final ball of the second over. Mark Wood is in over the wicket to the right hander. He won't be the final ball. He's gone down the leg side again. So he's going to have to bowl that one as the umpire stretches his arms out. India 15 without loss.
Yeah, if England are going to bowl it quick, it's got to be at the body, and I just feel that it's not kind of short enough where it's going to be a wicket-taking sort of option. It's either between the hip and the chest height, which you can see with Sanju Samson, it is doing him for pace, but it's not really. You want the ball to be above the head height or coming at the head.
It's minimum armpit, isn't it? Really, it's armpit and above. Mark Wood in. And that one hurries on to Sanju Samson. Sanju Samson is jumping in behind that. He plays that both feet off the floor, gets in a bit of a tangle, and it dribbles out on the leg side. 2 overs are in the book here on talkSPORT 2. India 15 without loss. It is this India-England T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com. 172 the target. Abhishek 10 from 7, Sanju Samson 3 from 5.
So they got the quiet first over, but unfortunately they weren't able to back that up. Just that last one though, Samson looked a little bit uncomfortable. When they get the ball in the right area, that sort of sternum, is that what you?
Oh, yeah, that's very good biological terminology. I'm liking that. Jofra Archer will start the new over around the wicket. And Abhishek has absolutely pinged that off the middle of the bat. Barely put it there, and it's out to the point sweeper in no time for a single.
Yeah, I think if they can get it in the right spot. The problem is, especially for someone like Mark Wood, he's angling in to Samson, and if he gets it slightly wrong, it's down the leg side. Also, you can only have so many fielders out, right? So Samson can get an edge or two and get away, which is what Tilak Varma did in his last knock when he went on to bat very well afterwards. So it's tough for England to get it right.
Archer is in. Sanju Samson pulls, doesn't get all of it, and is caught at mid-on by Adil Rashid.
Or it's easy to get right, Macca.
16 for 1 are India. Sanju Samson goes for 3 from 60. He's furious with himself. Absolutely furious with himself. He's just crashed the bat into his pads. He took on the short ball. He wasn't in a position, and Adil Rashid backed up about 8 steps and took it like it was an apple falling off the tree. It looped to him, nice and easy. England have their first, Monty.
Yeah, brilliant bowling from Jofra Archer. This was exactly what they wanted. They want to get an early breakthrough, and they've just completely done it from pace. And you can see in the earlier over, Mark Wood was getting him to jump up, and this is good bowling, fast bowling, and they strike at the right time, and they've got the captain in, Sky, and they've got to go hard at him as well.
Yeah, really good planning. They know exactly what they want to do to Samson. They got it a little bit wrong with a couple of wides there from Mark Wood, but once they got it back on the spot again, is that all 3 he's gone out to that pull shot, or is it just 2 to the pull shot now, Mako? Certainly the last 2 have both been pull shot. Got caught out in the deep in the last game, and this time just spooning that up in the air, but it's that angle in at him he doesn't like, obviously at high pace. I mean, I wouldn't like it either. Monty would be fine. Back away, hit Monty, it over cover.
Do you not remember the outside broadcast before the West Indies series when we were down at 6s and Monty was playing like Brian Lara and Viv Richards' love child? It made me think, actually, that he'd picked the wrong career. He should have been a batter. He was carving it everywhere. Right, it is Surya Kumar Yadav in to face his first delivery. Not the easiest of series. In goes Jofra Archer. Staying leg side of the ball is the skipper. Guides it to Livingston at backward point, deep backward point, and they'll take a single. 17 for 1. So Surya Kumar Yadav made a 3-ball duck in the first game, 12 from 7 in the second. Now, when they were in South Africa last, Surya Kumar Yadav made 21, 4 and 1 before he made the decision to move himself down to number 4 until Varma went to 3. Well, as I say, after Norton 12 here, you wonder if the similar thought process is going on. Jofra Archer is around the wicket, down the leg side. Abhishek Sharma can't catch it up, and it is called wide, 18 for 1. Jamie Smith, by the way, very good movement there behind the stumps, diving away to his left-hand side. Good, clean take. If that's a man with a calf problem, I would like Jamie Smith's calf problem.
Yeah, I think his calf seems perfectly fine there. Took a nice take. And this is much better. Angle the body at Abhishek Sharma. And the short ball stuff got to be at his body.
Archer around. Abhishek Sharma. Oh, what a shot that is. Flow of the bat. He's not moved his feet. and he simply opened the blade, and it goes over extra cover for 4. Third 4 of the innings. Abhishek's now got 15 from 9, and this is already feeling like the game in Kolkata very early doors here, because he made a lot of runs that day, and a lot of them came from that shot.
Yeah, this is a beautiful shot. Lovely flow of the bat, and you can see how quick his hand speed is as well, and that's where he wants it. He just wants it just above outside off stump, where he just hits the ball so cleanly.
Jofra Archer around the wicket, slower ball cutter. Abhishek drops his hands on it, guides it to point, and England will take, will be happy with the single as Harry Brookfields.
So Bat said that wicketkeepers take about 4 balls. We're up, sorry, 7 balls?
7.
We're up to 4 already in the first 3 overs, Matthew.
Just saying. Hashtag just saying.
If they keep diving wides down the leg side, we're going to see the full leg strength of his calf at that point, aren't we?
Absolutely.
90 mile an hour short of a leg balls down the leg side off a shiny wicket.
Jofra Archer to finish the over. Oh, it was the leg cutter on this occasion. Suryakumar Yadav plays it to Adil Rashid at mid-on. Stays where he is and says thank you very much. That'll end the third over. 23 for 1. Jofra's got 1 for 11 from his 2 overs so far. So Abhishek Sharma 16 from 10 balls faced. Suryakumar Yadav a single from the 2 balls he's faced.
England have a chance here because Suryakumar Yadav just of recent times not been in the best of form, and Abhishek Sharma doesn't stick around that long anyway. He's only, whether he makes 70 or not, he'll only be in for a couple more balls. So if they do get the chance to have a double strike, they almost come back into a 50-50 game, I think, at that point. How the wicket plays as the ball gets softer will be more interesting for them. But they've taken Wood out early and brought Cars in.
Yep, bowling change. So 1 over from Mark Wood. It is Cars, and immediately Abhishek Sharma hacks him over third for a couple of bounces for 4. I think Abhishek had decided Bryden Cars was going there regardless. And it goes away for 4, 27 for 1.
Yeah, I don't understand the strategy at all. If you're going to bowl fast, you've got to be short into his body. You can't be bowling it outside off stump and let him just swing his blade where he exactly wants it. And, you know, they all talk about bowling these rockets. I want the rockets at his body, and this is completely not the strategy that they should be bowling during the power play.
Cars in once again, swing and a miss from Abhishek. Straight over the top of middle stump.
Monty, when you've been facing 150 kilometres an hour, 138, that's easy right then.
No, it's
charge down the wicket?
No, it's not easy at all. No, I tend to run towards the square leg umpire and expose my stumps so the fast bowlers can just hit the stumps, but they don't tend to do that. What they do tend to do is follow me. And
like, lads, what are you doing? I'm giving you a chance.
Yeah, I'm like, save the energy. I'm a number 11 batsman. Like, why? I'm exposing the stumps.
Bryden Cars comes in once again, bowls a lowish full toss. Oh, what a shot that is from Abhishek Sharma. Jofra Archer at mid-off had to move about 5 metres to his right and didn't get there. He goes away for a boundary 4 all along the floor. Abhishek's got 24 from 13. It's 31 for 1. And he just punch drove what was a knee-high full toss on leg stump wide of mid-off.
Well, I mean, it goes down as an off drive, doesn't it? He was trying to hit it on the leg side, I think, originally, and then ended up hitting it one hand past mid-off. It's an extraordinary timing, considering everything that just happened to him.
5th 4 of the innings. Cast goes in. Now Abhishek Sharma's backed away to the leg side. Carved it into the offside. Jofra Archer underneath it. What a catch, Jofra Archer! Running away to his right-hand side. Takes it Australian style. Hands above his head. Fingers pointing upwards, but more important than that, it's a second wicket, and it's the wicket of Abhishek Sharma. 24 from 14, India 31 for 2. Wow, catches win matches. Has Jofra Archer just taken one that keeps England in this game?
Absolutely, this is a brilliant catch. This could be that match-winning moment if England get to win this game. Taking the catch under pressure, and also Abhishek Sharma, the key wicket. And hello, he had to create room, and guess what happens? He gets himself out. Perfect bowling by Cars, bowling it at his body, and he had to make room, and he couldn't get the execution. He goes for 24, and England strike just at the right time, getting the key man out. India 31 for 2.
Well. So, Tilak Varma walked to the crease. England lost their second wicket in the 9th over when they had 83 on the board. Problem was, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th all pretty much followed fairly soon afterwards. England will be hoping for something similar if they can. Tilak Varma, lefty, so left-hander replaces left-hander, was 72 not out from 55 balls in Chennai. In the second game, 19 not out from 16 in Kolkata. So England have yet to find a way to remove him. Now would be a nice time to crack that particular code.
So they did eventually get him out on the offside playing that shot. It'd be interesting to see in the future if they just bowl.
Oh, hang on a minute. Where's the Surrey coach? Jamie Smith is walking off.
Upstairs.
And he's gone not to the dugout. He's gone up the steps into the England dressing room. Jacob Bethel has come on as 12th man.
It's like an under-12 game now. Someone has to put the pads on, don't they?
So presumably Phil Salt has gone tearing off into the dressing room. I'm guessing as he doesn't share a kit manufacturer with Jamie Smith, he has to run off and get his own sponsored kit.
Oh, I mean, you don't want someone else's sweaty pads on you, do you?
You
know that feeling.
Before.
You know that
It's
feeling
not
though,
nice,
of and when the wet pads hit your trousers and then the trousers cling to your shin. No professional should have to go through that. That's what we do in club cricket.
I mean, that is properly village cricket, and you are listening to England against India in partnership with Village Hotels. 33 locations across the UK for a great breakaway. Visit villagehotels.com. Well, Phil Salt's just had a brief breakaway to go and get some kit on.
I didn't realise that Archer came from mid-off then. I thought it was someone in the offside ring, but he hit it a little bit straighter, so they probably got away with one, because he'd miss-hit. He got an edge over short third, he'd miss-hit one over cover, and where did the other one go? There was another one on the offside that he hit. The other one went to deep forward point, didn't it? Yeah. So he got away with a couple of them, and eventually it was mid-off who came around. The thing with Abhishek Sharma is he does quite often really hit a skyer, so he does give you a chance. It's just whether you want to be under it or not.
So, wicket-keeper change complete. Bryden Cast will now bowl the 5th ball of his over to Tilak Varma. Tilak Varma plays it defensively out on the onside, and there is no run.
Yeah, much better from Brendan Cast, and you can see that they're not intentionally not going to give any room to the Indian batsmen, and they're going to get them to force to play these boundary option shots that they want to do. But also, it's a bit of a concern seeing Jamie Smith walking off the field, and you kind of ask yourself the question, if he did have a sore calf, why is he playing? You know, I hope there's not a serious injury at all, but this last ball is a big one for England.
In comes Cast, right arm over the wicket. Tilak Varma down the pitch, flat bats it, one bounce for to extra cover. That's brilliantly fielded actually by one of the ball crew. One bounce, I mean that was travelling. Took it brilliantly, clean as a whistle. 4 overs gone, 35 for 2. Tilak Varma off the mark with the boundary. Suryakumar Yadav has won.
Yeah, beautiful strike there. It actually looked like Abhishek Sharma was still out there. That's one of his shots as well. Slightly different form, these two guys, in their last 4 innings. Tilak Varma's made 107, 120, 19 not out and 72 not out in his last couple of innings. And Suryakumar Yadav has made 12, duck. Okay. Someone's due.
Well, absolutely. Bloke's got ridiculous amount of talent, Suryakumar Yadav. You just know there is a score somewhere. Jofra Archer goes into bowl, and he bowls a leg cutter that Suryakumar Yadav has picked. He's got down, played the flick over fine leg, all the way for 6. That's a heck of a shot. 41 for 2.
Yeah, this is a brilliant shot. I think he picked up the slow ball very quickly. And then this flick. Wow, it is amazing to see when he plays this shot. The execution as well. And yeah,
sorry, Monty, for laughing. He didn't even look at the ball. He knew from the moment he made contact it was 6. He just sort of held the post for a bit and then walked off.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's not the right option to Suryakumar Yadav when he's not in great form at the moment. You're going to be bowling fast, you've got to bowl quick, and that's his strength. That's what he's got to get back to.
England have responded 2 behind square, deep on the leg side. In goes Jofra Archer, turned through square leg by Suryakumar Yadav. They will turn, having taken 1, come back for 2. 43 for 2. Suryakumar Yadav 9 from 4.
I do think that shot's a bit of a canary in the coal mine for Sky. Like when you see him just sort of come in and just play it's almost like a ramp, but it's a kind of a combination of a ramp and a sweep shot, and he hits it over short fine leg. Generally that's when he's at his best, when he's hitting that shot. He can score anywhere, but that's the one, and it makes it very hard to bowl to. We got a catcher on the offside there, do we?
Jamie Overton in a sort of a catching point. He's had the ball slapped straight over the top of him though by Suryakumar Yadav. Interestingly, Jofra Archer has bowled 3 slower balls in a row here. That one stood up outside of off stump, and Suryakumar Yadav helped himself through point. 47 for 2.
Well, you said we're sponsored by Village Cricket, was it?
Village Hotel.
Village Hotels, yeah. That was. Is it the back of the hand slow ball?
Yes.
I think, but it's too short, it's too wide, and well played by Sky, because it's actually hard to get that over. I think there's a lot of fielders around on the offside. There's maybe 3 of them lined up over there, but a very poor ball.
Can he improve? Jofra Archer goes in. It's a better ball. It's tighter to the pads. Suryakumar Yadav punches to mid-on. And Adil Rashid will field. Single only, 48 for 2.
Yeah, well, I don't understand this type of bowling. If you're going to bowl quick, you might as well just do, bowl as fast as you can. And if you're going to bowl 3 slower deliveries, that's going to help Suryakumar Yadav. And we know the innings that he can play and the 360 player that he is. And we often talk about England's white ball strategy also based around quick bowling, about pace. At the moment, they're just bowling these slower deliveries, and it's not the right strategy. They've got to get back to bowling quick at the head, and that's the only way they're going to get wickets.
Archer around the wicket to Tilak Varma, full, square driven to Ben Ducket at point, and there's no run. Well, Suryakumar Yadav has 400s in this form of the game. One of them came on this ground against Sri Lanka back in 2023. So in horse racing terms, he's got course and distance form in the book.
His recent trials haven't been great.
No. He's been pulling a caravan in recent times in racing terms. Final ball of the over from Jofra Archer is full. Keeps down a bit, that one. Tilak Varma plays it defensively, and that is 5 overs gone. So 48 for 2 means that England are actually a little bit in front, because after 6 overs at the end of the power play, they were 52 for 1. So the scores will be fairly similar, but the wickets will be in England's favour. First 5 done, therefore. I'm going to get out of the way, because Harmy, Gareth Batty and Jon Norman are coming in to pick up the commentary.
Thank you very much, Andrew McKenna. 48 for 2, yes, as you say, the difference, or one of the differences though, Varun Chakravarthy hadn't bowled an over at the 5 over stage when England were batting, and he went on to take 5 wickets. He's already picked up 1 player of the match award in this series so far. Is he going to get another? England, with Mark Wood ready to bowl his 2nd over of the match, will of course hope not. England need wickets, and India need 172 runs if they are to win the match and take the series. As Mark Wood, right arm over the wicket, is in, and this has been skied. It's gone high. There's a catching opportunity here for Phil Salt behind the stumps, and he takes it. Suryakumar Yadav, the skipper, has been dismissed for 14, and Mark Wood has struck with his first ball of his 2nd over. India 48 for 3, and that is exactly what England needed.
Oh, the captain. This is his shot. This is the one that goes around the world on feeds. He gets it on his left hip and he helps it up and over that wide fine leg area. This time he just gets it a bit too close and ends up hitting it miles in the air. It goes above the stand. It's gone so high up, hundreds of feet in the air, and a good catch from the standing keeper Phil Salt. Difficult one for Sirishaya to fathom, really, with it being his shot, but he's departing for 14.
TV company have just been playing, and they've been playing. He's real. We got 100 in Rajkot in this very ground in 2023 against Sri Lanka. and 4 or 5 of them shots up were that sort of pick-up ramp, just pace. I think it's just that little bit extra pace makes a huge difference. The difference between 138 and 150, that ball was at something like 148 kilometres an hour, 150 kilometres an hour. It makes a massive difference. Jofra Archer in the last over, both 4 slower balls. First ball of Mark Wood's second over, he bowls a ball just short of 150 kilometres an hour, and then no matter whether it's your shot, your favourite shot or not, pace does wonderful things to your footwork. I don't think Suryakumar Yadav was in a great position there to help that round the corner. It's gone straight up in the air.
Mark Wood then, second ball of his second over. India 48 for 3, and it's Hardik Pandya who plays defensively, and it's guided down to Jofra Archer at third for a single. You're listening to the India versus England T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com. Monty Panesar was saying England needed 4 wickets in the power play if they were to win this match. I think they would have taken 3, but of course Tilak Varma was the player of the match in the last match. Brilliant knock of 72 not out. So when you consider the fine form he's in, 2 centuries, 2 of them against South Africa in T20s, as Mark Wood coming round the wicket, and this will be bowled again down the leg side and called wide. 50 up for India then, inside the power play, 50 for 3. England were 52 for 1 inside the power play. Pressure possibly on India for the first time in a while. Wood again, this is slightly wider of the crease and hurled in, and Tilak, the left arm or the left hander, up on his toes and punching this to cover. No run.
Yeah, I think to back up Monty Panesar's point of 4 wickets in the power play, I know that the number that was definitely right about 18 months ago was if you lost 3 wickets in the power play, your win chance went through the floor, and you were sort of an 82% chance of losing. I would suggest in the last 18 months that has changed a little bit in how people bat deep and are prepared to take more time in that middle.
Catching mid-wicket and a catching cover as Mark Wood is in, and this is thrown with good pace and thrown with decent pace by the fielder as well. It's going to be a run going the way of Tilak Varma. Pushed to mid-on. A good throw by the fielder, but the batter comfortably home. .51 for 3, and a capacity crowd that have come to watch this match in Rajkot have been not quite silenced, but they realise that there's a game on as Mark Wood over the wicket, and again Hardik Pandya propping forward, opening the face of the bat a touch and guiding this ball to the left of Jacob Bethel at backward point, who's on the field after Jamie Smith walked off halfway through the 4th over. Jamie Smith keeping wicket today because he had a little calf issue, so Jos Buttler and the management's team didn't want him running around the outfield. Whether it's the calf that is the problem or whether he's just picked up a bug, we'll find out a bit later. Either way, it's Phil Salt behind the stumps, and Jacob Bethel on the field as Wood is in again. Another short delivery, and once again Hardik Pandya defends and hurried up as well. 2 overs then bowled by Mark Wood. They're gone for 15. He's picked up the wicket of the Indian skipper Suryakumar Yadav. 2 newish batters at the crease in Hardik Pandya and Tilak Varma, and India chasing 172 to win the game in the series. 6 over stage. Steve Harmison 51 for 3.
Yeah, very good from England. A little bit good pace. You know, Archer's bowled quickly, Wood's bowled quickly. Carter's he's run in, he's hit the deck hard, got rid of the danger man in Sharma. But you know, India know what they're chasing, and this is where the wheels come off for about 10 or 12 overs from an England point of view. They got through the power play relatively well, and just after the power play, And then all of a sudden England trying to force the issue, and they lost wickets and too many wickets in clumps, and that's why they're probably 15, 20 runs short. So it's going to be interesting to see how India play this part. Do they keep going aggressively? Or do they try and set themselves up for a grandstand 5-over finish?
It's going to be Liam Livingstone bowling to Tilak Varma with long on and long off back. 5 fielders outside of the circle now as Tilak Varma comes down the track and pushes his first delivery up to long on.
I think what it does, I don't know about you, Bats, but I think what it does is that last wicket there just moves Adil Rashid further back a bit in play. So you can save him with him having 4 overs. If it goes round the park and all of a sudden you need him to come on and tie it down, all of a sudden you think, right, teams will just sit in. But now you can just kick the can down the road a little bit to get Adil to bowl more dangerous overs of some probably 13, 15 and 17.
Livingstone again. This is turning away from Hardik Pandya. He'll certainly take a single to Ben Ducket, who's on the boundary at cover. Is that a Brendan McCullum move though? That sounds like a defensive move to me.
No, I think it's a smart move to get your lesser overs out of the way now when you're on top of the game.
He's round the wicket this time, Livingstone, and Tilak Varma says thank you very much. I've blocked one, now I'm going to smash one. And he does so over the bowler's head for 6.
And this is wonderful skill. It's just it's a shimmy down the pitch, it's a step, and then he's in position to hit it flat and hard towards the sight screen. The skill of this is he's never looking to hit it anywhere other than straight over Livingstone's head. So if it were to spin, if it was off that centre line, he's in a position to go over extra or mid-wicket, but he doesn't. He just pins it dead barrel straight.
Livingstone again. This time Tilak Varma gives himself a little bit of room and pushes this square of the wicket where it's fielded by Bethel. At points. 1 run added to the score. Over the wicket now to the right-handed Hardik Pandya, and that is a fine bit of fielding by Ben Ducket on the boundary at extra cover. It's a commando roll. He's hit it so hard, has Hardik Pandya, almost too well, because once it was fielded, it was hurled back and it was just the 1 run. Last ball of the over, and it's Varma down on one knee, and with the bat coming from high to low, and at pace he'll take a single to square leg, and he'll face the first ball of the 8th over. India 62 for 3.
Just touching on that power play, Steve, I think both teams at the toss were worried about Dew. Do you think that is actually a positive with England going high pace and high sort of back of the length? Does that skip the ball up a little bit, or is it still very difficult for the big lads as well as it would be for spinners?
It's still difficult for the big lads because you've still got to try and grip the ball and get your fingers behind the ball. I think it helps as the innings goes on because you're less trying to hold the seam bolt upright to get it to swing. Probably about 3 overs in, once that's happened, gone, history. Then you grip the seam, back of the seam. We've seen Jofra Archer bowl slower balls. He'd probably possibly bowling slower balls because he's feeling as though he couldn't get his full grip on the ball. That might be an instant for them. I think the spin bowlers, they're the ones that struggle more than anything else. So yeah, you might be right.
Rashid is going to bowl. First delivery on the pads of Tilak, who steps away and tries to clip the ball with power between the fielders at long on and mid wicket. But it's just the 2 runs.
Almost trademark start from Adil Rashid, out the front of the hand, making sure he keeps the stumps in place, stump to stump, hitting the top of leg stump. That one doesn't like to give the batters anything in his first ball or 2.
Here he is again with the ball turning into Tilak. Huge spin. This is pushed through the covers for a single. Tilak moves to 17. While he's there, England will be concerned.
I think it might skid on for the seamers, but I don't think it'll help Adil Rashid. 1, gripping the ball, and 2, the way he bowls it into the surface. That just kiss off the surface might make it easier to play Adil Rashid off the pitch rather than before when he turns it and it's dry, and it's very, very difficult when it's slower.
There's a slip in place. This is chipped into the air at square leg from the bat of Hardik Pandya, who moves to 4. 66 for 3, India chasing 172.
I think the spinners hope for that little bit of in-between where it's not too wet, so you get almost a tackiness. It's almost like the first hour of play in England when it's just tacky and it might spin and then it doesn't spin for 4 days. But this might just have a tiny bit of tackiness until then it starts skidding on. So it's quite nice that Adil's into the action early.
Leg slip in place now. And this is again straight on the pads of Tilak Varma. And giving him nothing outside off stump. It's really prodded, almost hurried by Varma. He'll take a single to mid-wicket. 67 for 3, listening to talkSPORT 2 or watching us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Hit subscribe if you haven't done so already. Game in the balance. This is tossed up a bit more by Adil Rashid, and there's a turn towards the slip in place. But another run added to the score. The required rate around 8.5. That's no problem whatsoever. 7 wickets in hand for India. A wicket here though certainly make the game interesting. 1 ball left of the 8th over. Adil Rashid getting himself ready. Slip has been taken out and he has castled Tilak Varma. What a beautiful delivery. Tilak Varma playing back and beaten past the inside edge by the spin, and he's been dismissed for 18. Rashid has struck and India 68 for 4.
Oh, Adil Rashid at his absolute magical best. He gets everything right here with his action. He gets that curve away from the left-hander first, and then it hits the surface and it rips back through middle and leg stump. Castled, bails everywhere, flashing lights. Rashid has got the bit between his teeth. Don't often see him short in motion. You can see him there. It's come on, lads. We're on course here.
I was just about to say that there. He turned into Gareth Batty for a second. He did. That's the most animated I've seen Adil Rashid in a hell of a long time. It was an absolute beaut, like Bats has said. And you've seen Hardik Pandya just signal with his hand there, just coming on, just kissing on. So it is helping Rashid. Just not only was it turn, it just did it keep lower touch, or has he just played? He just played it forward?
I think he's got his head outside the line, so the ball goes between sort of bat and pad. But obviously he's on the back foot. The one thing that Adil Rashid does, which sometimes goes against him in India, he allows the seam, because of his trajectory, to spend time on the surface. In this instance, in that middle bit of it's not wet and it's not dry, it's just spending enough time to really grip out the surface. It's a beautiful piece of bowling.
Bryden Carse, who's picked up 1 wicket so far, back for his second over, and Hardik Pandya playing defensively again, popping this out to cover point. There's a shot at the stumps at the non-strikers, misses, but no damage done.
And I like this from England with Carse. I think this is the time for Carse to bowl, especially with Rashid on, where he bowls it into the pitch. Someone like Jamie Overton could be good at this. So if England can get a game plan going like this, if we had another spinner, not as good as Adil, but somebody as effective as like what Adil is in that middle period, with a ball going into the surface from a good height and a good pace, a Carse and an Overton, and then you've got a Rashid and a potential of another spinner in them middle overs, you're still very much looking for wickets and attacking.
First ball for Washington, Sundar, and I tell you what, Adil Rashid thought he might have been in business there at backward point. Coming forward, but a half-hearted shot from Washington, and that skids off the face of the bat and drops just short of the fielder. But Sundar, who bowled 1 over and was expensive earlier today, didn't do too much in the second T20 either. Well, India needs something from him now, because they're 4 down, 70 for 4, and they're still 102 runs away from that victory target. As Carse is in, this time to Hardik, who drives on the front foot, but there's no run, fielded at mid-off.
Yeah, look, it looks to me, Carse, that was like an off-cutter where he's taking a bit of pace up. It looks like it's just, from what we saw first innings where it seemed to skip into the blade, it's just holding a fraction. And like you said, Steve, having Carse, who's tall and into the pitch, complements Rashid. If you can get this combination, there's a bit of me thinking you could kill the game off here.
Here's Carse again. This is a touch fuller, but Hardik Pandya trying to come forward. He's not played a shot in anger yet, has he?
And that's where you're going back to the sort of good days that England had in 50 over cricket especially, but in the middle period of 50 over cricket and T20 cricket, you had Adil, Rashid and Mo and Ali, but you also had Liam Plunkett and Ben Stokes. They run in, hit the middle of the pitch, ask questions, ball keeping a little bit low, getting a little bit older. And that combination, one at either end or a little bit of spin at both ends, two big lads hitting the surface, you're asking questions.
Pandya again, squared up a touch, trying to play to leg, and has a little look at his bat, possibly the ball sticking in the pitch, as Gareth Batty was suggesting a couple of overs ago. Well, one ball left of the 9th over. India 70 for 4.
You're almost changing the gears without getting too funky, because the big lad's going to get your beans going a little bit, your adrenaline's going, and then Adil's actually cognitive's going a little bit more. Need to think about this. Is it wrong and is it this? It's just nice.
Here's Cast again. Good looking shot from Hardik Pandya. Gracefully played on the front foot, driven with a straight bat, and he'll come through for a second. So he moves to 8, 9 overs in. India 72 for 4. You're listening to India versus England in this T20 series, 5-match T20 series, with India 2-0 up. Win today, they take the series, and it's in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
Especially when teams do now, if England don't get enough runs, they sit on Rashid. So if they're trying to sit on Rashid, but at the other end there's in a more still the aggression type bowler there, where, like you're right, anything above 40 kilometres an hour asks huge amount of questions, not only with your technique, your ticker, everything that goes with it, and you're trying to hit it for 6s and 4s, because it's still a decent half run rate. You can't then sit on Rashid.
Rashid in for his second over. First ball, Washington Sundar shapes to open his stance out. Rashid just fires it a touch wider, and Washington Sundar can't beat backward point as he opens the face of the bat, really reaching for a delivery. Rashid won't mind that, that's for sure. This time it's a touch straighter. Washington's tried to loft this up and over, and it's Overton running in from long off, doesn't get anywhere near enough on it, and it bounces just in front of the big man, and it's another run to the score. But strange approach from Washington in the first 2 balls of this Rashid over.
Shaped up the first ball as though he's looked as though he's going to have a big slog sweep, and there again he shaped up again and changed his mind right at the last minute.
Hardik facing, this is turning away from Pandya, and there's a misfield at cover. Allows Hardik to come through for 1. That brings Washington Sundar back on strike. 74 for 4 India here on talkSPORT 2, chasing 172.
Yeah, Washington, it looks like high risk with minimal rewards. The options he's looking to choose, which is something that's been thrown at England for years, that we don't have consistent options. It's high risk.
This is on off stump, a leg break from Rashid, and Washington, not sure if he read that, either way he misses it, no run.
So it's nice to see an English spinner scramble, arguably the nation that plays spin at its best.
This is real good stuff from England. They fought all the way in that second T20 and just fell short. Can they go one better today? As Adil Rashid gets on to turn back past the inside edge of Washington Sundar's bat, and it's leapt up over the wicket, beaten Phil Salt behind the stumps, raced away for 4. Rashid, though, is asking for a leg before.
Yeah, Adil's asking, well, the umpire's waiting to make a signal, because I think obviously England might have a DRS. Now the umpire's going to make a decision whether it's 4 byes, 4 leg byes, or the ball's hit the bat. It's very, very close. Missed everything.
It's hit his thigh, isn't it?
Has it missed everything?
I thought it may have just clipped the thigh.
If it's clipped the thigh, from where it's gone, I'm not sure it's clipped the thigh. Oh, it's clipped the pocket.
Clipped his pocket. Touch Fuller rushing on, and Washington Sundar hurried up, really. Doesn't know whether to play this set back down the ground. Either way, it's fielded at backward point again. And that's the end of a good over for England. They didn't get a wicket, but Adil Rashid has picked up one from his 2 overs. India need 172 to win the match. Hardik and Washington at the crease. A 78 for 4. All change in the box as Andrew McKenna gets himself ready to come in. Jarrod Kimber as well. Monty Panesar. And to see if England continue to take this one close, it will be Macca to take us through the next 5 overs.
Cheers, John. Breaking news, everyone. Adil Rashid is really rather good. Wow, what a few deliveries he sent down. Spinning big, Monty, as well, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. When he bowls it slow up, that's when he's at his most dangerous, and getting above the eye line, and he knows that the Indian batsmen Hardik Pandya and Washington Sundar are under pressure. They're struggling to score, they're struggling to really, adjust with his pace. So I think Adil Rashid's overs are going to be absolutely crucial. He picks up another couple of more wickets, and England would be right at the front foot. And they've done really well. First 10 overs, I think, has gone to England. India are 78 for 4, but England have fought back really well.
England were 87 for 3 after 10 overs, so they are 9 runs to the good and 1 wicket to the good. Of course, there was that collapse that followed that meant they posted 171 for 9. India, Sanju Samson 3, Abhishek Sharma 24, Suryakumar Yadav 14, Tilak Varma 18. The man meant to be dismissed. Hardik Pandya is 9 not out from 13. Washington Sundar 2 for 6. The only man who hasn't taken a wicket so far. Liam Livingstone 1 for 24 for Jofra Archer from 3. 1 for 15 from 2 for Mark Wood. 1 for 16 from 2 from Bryden Cast. Adil Rashid 1 for 8 from 2. Livingstone 0 for 11 from his 1 over. And just to keep recapping the news, England decided that Jamie Smith would keep wicket today rather than Phil Salt because Smith had a tight calf muscle. They thought it was a better use and less risky. But after 3 overs and 4 balls, it was the dismissal of Abhishek Sharma. Jamie Smith went off, so Phil Salt resumed keeping wicket and actually took the catch to get rid of Suryakumar Yadav, which, by the way, was a sensational catch. Sky hit that miles into the sky, and Phil Salt took a really good catch. It is a completely black sky. You would not have got a great view of that one. So Phil Salt is back behind the timbers, and India need 94 from 60 to win this game. England have to win this to keep this series alive. They're 2-0 down, and it is a 5-match series. Is today the day? Well, Jamie Overton is going to be the 6th bowler used by England. It's only the 11th over of the match.
Is he going to have to bowl all 3 of his, do you think? Will they fit Livingstone back in unless they take an extra couple of wickets now? This will be an interesting one. When they gave Livingstone that over so early on, I thought maybe that was their way of saying they didn't want to bowl Overton too much.
Well, here he goes. Starts with a right arm over delivery to Hardik. Hardik ends up going down on one knee to allow it past round about shoulder height through to the aforementioned Phil Salt, no run. So, Monty, put your captain's hat on, and you are wearing a very fetching hat. How are you approaching this if you are England then?
Yeah, this is exactly how I would approach it. Bowling quick at Hardik Pandya because he's jumping at the crease. His bat's not coming down very quickly, and it's too quick for him.
Overton is in. That hurries on to Hardik, doesn't bounce that high, turns it through square leg. Bethel will field. They take a single, 79 for 4. Hardik 10 from 15 balls faced, 93 to win from 58 balls. If you are watching on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, how about some love for Monty's hat? What are we thinking, everybody? It's a naughty little one.
Exactly. Peaky Blinders, get me in for the next series. I'll be there. I don't know what role will that be, but I've certainly got my Peaky Blinders hat on.
Have hat will travel. Overton is going to be around the wicket to the left-handed Washington Sundar. Nice late cut, guided to wide third. Bryden Cast will do the fielding for just a single. Washington's got 3 from 7, 92 from 57. here on talkSPORT 2 The Equation.
Yeah, and you can see this kind of theory, working out really well. What Brendan McCullum wanted, the quick bowlers bowling it quick, and you can see the passage of play in the T20 games where the fast bowlers are putting the game back in, and the reason he wants really quick bowlers in the team is because of this period of play where he's making it very difficult for the Indian batsmen to actually hit boundary options because he's just rushing onto them too quickly.
Overton in, Hardik deep in the crease, pushes out on the offside. Cover sweeper is Liam Livingstone, will do the fielding, single taken.
Yeah, my inspiration was obviously Tyson Fury. Watched him have this cap and I thought, why not get one? Keeps my head warm walking around the streets of London, and also no one recognises me.
They will now. They'll know to look for the hat. Washington Sundar waits for Jamie Overton, who goes very full in towards the toes of Sundar. Can only guide it to backward point, and there's no run. 91 to win from 55 balls.
Yeah, they obviously want to go short, especially to Hardik Pandya. I don't know if that's the best option against Washington Sundar. I think he likes the ball a little bit shorter, so that even just the odd surprise Yorker should keep him honest a little bit.
Rayan Ahmed is doing some 12th man duties at the moment. And he's on and watching Overton in. Again going full straight. Driven up to Jos Buttler at mid-off. And Washington Sundar will take a single. Buttler can't prevent that. So 11 overs gone. 82 for 4. 90 from 54 balls is the equation.
Yeah, England very much on top here because you can see that, Indian batsmen are just sort of wanting a bit of room, a bit of width, and I think the England fast bowlers have worked out the line to bowl, the length. They're cramping them up for room, and if they are not going to bowl it short, they're going to bowl it really full as well. But I think Adil Rashid's, got to keep that courage of bowling it slower, tempting Washington Sundar and Hardik Pandya to go after him, and hopefully he can get another breakthrough, because the Indian team at the moment are in a bit of a concern because the run rate's 10 and over, and they want to get that up to 12, 13. I think England would look closer for victory then.
Adil Rashid's about to start his third over. Leg slip still in place to the left-handed Washington. He's bowling over the wickets, and Washington stays deep in the crease, punches off the back foot back to Adil Rashid and his follow-through, and there is no run.
The one thing India have done well here just in recent time is that it's only just got to 10 runs and over. So it hasn't gone a long way away from them. And I think the last 6 overs here, you could score quite a bit. England would have if they had any top-order batters left.
Rashid goes in and bowls the googly to Washington. He's been giving these balls quite a lot of air and then ripping the leg break back into the left-hander. This time he gives him the google just to see if he can get him looking a little bit inside and maybe brush the outside of that bat. Caught behind, but Washington Sundar good enough to play it out on this occasion. 90 from 52 the equation. Rashid in, flatter one out the front of the hand, whipped towards mid-wicket. It'll be Bethel who do the fielding out there. One taken, 83 for 4, halfway through the 12th here on talkSPORT 2.
Yes, this is brilliant bowling from Rashid. He's doing really well here, varying the pace, varying the trajectory, and exactly knows. When we often talk about T20 cricket, if you bowl 2-dot balls, you do change it up with that variation.
Hardik Pandya, the right-hander, onto strike. Oh, he's off the back foot. Well, his weight wasn't really into the shot. It was kind of from the crease, and he pushed it just wide of Adil Rashid. Now, 5 down inside 12 overs, you would have thought would have been really problematic for India. As it is, they take a single, it's 84 for 4. You can tell the crowd have lost interest. They're doing a Mexican wave. That is always the biggest clue. If the crowd start doing that, you know they've taken their eye off the game.
They haven't hit a boundary since the 7th over. So that's
Adil Rashid, got some air on this one. Washington goes for the big swing into the leg side, misses it. Phil Salt whips off the bails. I don't think the back foot moved. We are, I'm pretty sure, though, going to go to the third umpire just to be absolutely safe. Because, hey, we've got it, we might as well check, and Nitin Menon's been employed so he can earn his match fee.
Third umpire to director, we have an umpire review for stumping. I have checked the feed, it's a fair delivery. Side on replay, please.
he did drag, but he got it back.
You went early on that one, didn't you?
No, I didn't see the foot move to start with, so that surprised me more than anything else. But he did react very quickly and got it back, so there was no problem. 88 from 49 then. Final ball of Adil Rashid's third over, 2 singles off of it so far. Gives that one some air. Washington waits deep in his crease, plays with the spin through square leg. They're going to come back. No, they're not going to come back for a second. Hardik started. Sundar sent him back. Rayan Ahmed's throw into the gloves of Phil Salt. So they take 3 singles from the over. 85 for 4. At this stage, after 12 overs, England 101 for 3. They're putting the pressure on here on talkSPORT 2.
There was probably 2 there if they went straight away, and they confused the issue so much that they've ended up going so late and almost causing a run out. I don't think it matters that India is behind England's score at this stage, because England obviously lost a lot of wickets at the end. And outside of the Livingston 3 sixes, there wasn't really much of a boom, although the tail did really well to get some runs at the end. But that's why India are just batting within themselves for a couple of overs. They've played here before. They've played international games and some IPL. They know that you can catch up later on.
Jamie Overton to bowl around the wicket. Washington Sundar's cloth this one up in the air and will be caught by Jos Buttler at mid-off. Washington will go for 6. India 85 for 5. He tried to take on that delivery from Overton. It may have been an off-speed delivery. It was a cutter. It was the off-cutter. And Washington was way out in front of his body, reaching for that. No control at all. And Jos Buttler waited for it to drop into his hands. And England have a huge wicket. 85 for 5 India.
Yeah, brilliant bowling by Jamie Overton. Previous over, he was quick bowling this rocket. And I think Washington Sundar was trying to set him up for that one. But then he bowled it slow up. Done him for the pace, and you can see why this plan of having fast bowlers is working for this England team. And Washington Sundar goes, and India are in deep trouble at 85 for 5.
Yeah, just fuller. I think that's just a better option than Washington, and I think England have worked that out now, especially after what happened in the last game. But we've got another left-hander coming out. So Juve Jarrell is still in the change rooms. I'm right in saying that, aren't I?
Yes,
Naka?
yeah.
Yep. But Akshar Patel has come out, so they've still got the right hand, left hand, which I don't think makes as much sense, because Adil Rashid's probably going to bowl very soon, one way or another.
Well, I'm just wondering, are they almost playing him out? Thinking, well, look, you are the quality in this lineup. We, as you said, we can catch up. If
Harder to catch up now.
Yeah, well, but if you can get 3 or 4 singles off Adil Rashid, if he bowls you a filthy ball, which he's not going to.
It could be that Akshar has been sent out to attack Adil Rashid. Washington did try a couple of times, it just didn't go anywhere.
Akshar has a strike rate in T20s of 141.6.
So, and he likes spin specifically. You don't really want to save him for the quicks at the end. So if there is still an over a spin left, it might be an interesting move from that point of view.
So do you take Rashid out of the attack and stick the quick back in then? It's the bluff and double bluff and counter bluff and all of that. So Overton around the wicket to Akshar. He plays out to Chakravarthy, who's at short extra cover, and there's no run.
The reverse Malachi, which is from Happy Days.
God, where have you dragged that up from?
That one's for the kids, isn't it?
There's one for the teenagers. Show that was made in I can't even remember.
There's a whole wall of producers just looking over with blank looks. Because they've ever heard the phrase Happy Days before.
Overton around the wicket. Nice attempted drive from Akshar, fielded by Chakravarthy in Tinkan Alley at the moment at short extra. No run. 85 for 5. It remains 87 from 45, the equation.
Yeah, it was a contest between the Malachi brothers and the Fonz, if I remember correctly. I think it was a derby when they were racing their cars or their motorbikes, whatever it was. But there you go. Google it.
That's as good as I'll get to a Henry Winkler impression. And even that wasn't very good. Akshar backward of point down to third as Overton is, again, fairly tight to off stump. Just a single taken. England will take this all day long. 86 from 44. They've almost got the equation to 2 runs a ball. And that's the point, whereas a fielding team, you feel pretty good about life.
Yeah, you do indeed. And that run rate is keep going up. the required run rate for India, and England are looking much more confident. And one more wicket here, I reckon, would then put so much pressure on this Indian lineup. 5 down already, and it's all on Hardik Pandya now. If he's there till the end, then I think India may have a chance. But the way he's batting against these fast bowling of England, he's struggling.
Overton over the wicket, takes Hardik on the pad. Surely that's going down leg side. It doesn't matter in that respect. More insignificantly, it's another dot ball for Jamie Overton, a wicket. 3 dot balls. And oh, please tell me they're not going to think of reviewing this. Lads, I know you've got it's a waste. It's an absolute waste. I know you've got one in the hutch, but it's just a waste. It's not out.
Where's Jamie Smith when you need him, Macca?
Review for LBW. Original decision is
this is where
out.
it's actually canning into leg stump, and I'm going to look the biggest pilchard of all time.
No, I think you'd be unlucky on that one.
Right, so we've started the process. Nitin Menon has got the replays.
A little bit of reverse there. That might have hit him outside leg stump. Not only is it going to miss leg stump, it's hit him outside leg, I would say.
Well, the clue is, as we can see the replay, you can see all of off stump and half of middle stump, and it's hit him on the outside of the front leg.
It'd be good if he'd hit it as well. I don't think he has.
He's hit his boot, so that's why they've got a wave on ultra edge.
Go back one frame, please. Yeah. Next frame, ball, bat is hitting.
He's not hit it, lads, but it's all immaterial because the ball isn't hitting the stump.
Ball tracking, please.
Right, we're now going to go to ball tracking.
It might look wider now.
Spike is of the bat hitting the toe.
I love the way they're building up the drama with the heartbeat. Hardik's actually taking guard. That's how confident he is that this isn't out. Now we get it. And
pitching in line, impact umpire's call, wickets missing. Thank you. I'll go back to Ananta on field. Ananta, you can stay with your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal not out.
Ananta Padmanabhan has got another one right. It remains 86 for 5. So Overton is in position and he's all ready to bowl. And Hardik drives to mid-off. And there's no run. 1 run from the over and a wicket. Great stuff from an England point of view. India 86 for 5, so need 86 from 42 balls to win. Monty Panesar.
Absolutely, from an England point of view, this is just a great over, and you can see that the Indian batsmen are struggling with lining up the fast bowling and also when the slow balls are bowled as well. And with Adil Rashid, the variation of pace from 75 to 95 kilometres per hour, this has been smart cricket from the England bowlers, and they've certainly put India on the back seat. They're 86 for 5, and with 86 runs to win from 42 deliveries, well, this could be the over that they go after Adil Rashid, or if Adil Rashid strikes, it could be game over.
Yeah, I think there's a high potentiality for a 6 and a wicket in this over.
6 and out then. Right then, Rashid, final over, gives this one some air. It's on the pad of Akshar Patel, the left-hander, and just rolls out on the leg side, no run. 86 from 41.
Slightly less intent than I was expecting from Akshar Patel there. Forward defence. It was a good ball, to be fair.
Slightly less intent from the crowd as well. The air has really gone out of their balloon. Akshar waits. In comes Rashid over the wickets. It's at full and punch drive down to Jamie Overton at long off all the way along the floor. So 87 for 5.
You might be right here, Macca. They might just be thinking, let's just get through the Adil Rashid over, and then we've got, 4 overs in the quicks at the end we can start to play. Because they really haven't upped the intent. That Washington shot was one of the few we've seen.
Yeah, this is milking at the moment. Adil Rashid has bowled a big leg break from quite wide of the off stump. Hardik has hammered it. A well-fielded Jofra Archer. Hardik set off thinking there was 2 there, but it's got it ball in the air pretty quickly. It's only a single. 84 from 39 is the equation.
Hardik's not been running between the wickets particularly well. He's either decided not to run or decided to run really late about 3 times now. I'm not sure what the thinking behind. I'm not sure if there is thinking.
Rashid in with a big loopy leg break. This time Akshar does have the attacking shot and he has a hack at it. Inside edge all the way out to the deep mid-wicket sweeper Jacob Bethel, and it's only a single. 83 from 38 the equation.
Yeah, brilliant bowling from Adil Rashid again. Bowling it slower, enticing Akshar Patel to go after the big hit and putting immense pressure on the Indian batsman.
Hardik's got to be looking at the bomb here, surely. Rashid goes and bowls the 5th ball of the over. It's a googly to him. You can't play the big shot to that one. It's spinning back in, cramping him up, and it dribbles down to long on for a single. 4 singles from 5 deliveries. 14th over of a T20 chase. This is exceptional from Adil Rashid. 1 for 15. 15 runs from 23 balls bowled in a T20 game. Jeez, how good is this bloke? Final one of the evening then. Goes in and bowls. Takes Akshar on the pad. England wants an LBW. They've got to review that. I said before it was a waste. They've got to review that one. Phil Salt said it's hitting in line. Lads, it's a million times better than the one you've already reviewed. Josh Buttler makes a single with a second to go.
It's spinning a long way. Are we sure it hit him in line, Monty?
Third umpire to director.
Well, he was full, he floated it up, bowled it slowly, and if anything, it could be clipping leg stump. But they have to review. They have to review it. It looked very close, closer than the Washington Sundar one.
Right then, first replay. So we're seeing the ball go, spinning down, grips, turns.
The ball is very close to the bat.
Misses. No, it's not very close to the bat at all. He's missed it by a long way. Thuds into the middle of the front pad.
Keep it going, please.
I can see leg stump between his legs.
Thank you, no bat involved.
So I don't think it's going to be sliding down.
It's really about the umpire's call on off stump, isn't it?
Here we go then.
Pitching outside off, impact in line. Wickets missing. Thank you. I'll go back to Rohan on field. Rohan, you can stay with your decision.
Well, I'll go to the foot of our
now.
stairs. Adil Rashid has turned that too much. It's turned and bounced past leg stump.
I mean, that was our original thought, but then when we went back and we saw those first replays, it looked like it might be an off stump, just on the line of off stump. But he really, to be honest, to be able to get it past the inside edge like that, there was a lot of revolutions on the ball, so it makes sense. But he's done his job anyway, even if he didn't quite finish it there, and they couldn't get anything off that over. I think they have to, I mean, it's 82 off 36 now. They've been knocking the ball around pretty consistently. They've got Overton bowling. They have to start taking some pretty big risks here.
The genius that it is, Adil Rashid finishes with 1 for 15 from 4 overs. Jamie Overton to start the new over. Hardik gets one in towards his toes that he's hit back over the bowler's head, and England through Harry Brook can't stop it, going for a boundary 4. Seam, and straight away Hardik is attacking. So Monty, it looks like we read that one right. India 94 for 5.
Yeah, I think it's the right option here. Hardik, he has to go now, and he's got this perfectly straight, and it's a lovely strike down the ground, hit back over the bowler's head, and it's a beautiful swing on the bat.
78 from 35. Overton in. It's in towards the body of Hardik. He can hit it along the floor out to Bethel at deep square leg. Single only, but it's 5 from 2. So that is more than 2 a ball at the moment, and that is what India are basically having to deal with, because it's 77 from 34. That's the equation to win this game.
Timed that beautifully, unfortunately for him. He straight away put his head back because he realised he hit it straight to the fielder. But the last 2, the timings come back. Deep mid wickets free. That is where Akshar likes to swing.
Overton is in. He's gone inside out over extra. He's clothed it a bit. He's got enough of it to beat the fielder inside the circle, Cars, and not enough of it to be caught by the deep cover fielder, so they can end up taking a single. 96 for 5.
I actually think that one was outside off stump and it was a cutter. And I can understand why he tried to go over the offside, because they've got third back, fine leg. They've got the field set for the short ball, but that ball was in his slot to hit over mid-wicket if he just followed through with it.
If he had his time again, he might play a different one there. Overton to the right-handed Hardik. Pulls hard all along the floor. Bethel does well, diving away to his left-hand side. Stops it. Doesn't have it all the way cleanly, but reacts while he's lying on the floor to get it back into his hands and back on the way, so it's only a couple. 98 for 5.
Yeah, brilliant fielding from the youngster there. Timed his dive absolutely spot on, and the presence of mind to quickly get the ball there, save the single as well. And it's small pieces of fielding like this, it's going to keep putting pressure on the Indian batsmen. They need 74 off 32 deliveries.
Worth reminding you, there is due a round between innings. They were dragging the rope around between the tractors. Overton goes in once again. Hardik again pulls to Bethel at deep mid-wicket, this time only for a single. So that's 9 from the 5 balls of this over. 99 for 5, 73 from 31 the equation.
Might have broken his bat on that last one as well. He's not facing, so there shouldn't be a delay, but it made a weird noise and he spent a lot of time walking down the wicket looking at his blade.
Did sound a bit plinky, a bit tinny. England-India T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. You can pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com. Final ball of the 15th over. Akshar backing away to the leg side. Hits to Bethel, the cover sweeper, and it will be just a single. So 100 up for India, 100 for 5. It has taken them 15 overs, 14 overs and 6 balls, so 72 the requirement, 30 balls to get them in. Jarrod, Monty and myself moving out as Jon Norman, Steve Harmison and Gareth Batty come in to bring you the denouement.
Thank you very much, Andrew McKenna. Yes, it is all set up here on talkSPORT 2 and on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Hit subscribe if you haven't done so already. 100 up for India, but it's taken them 15 overs to get them in. And they've lost wickets along the way as well, 5 of them. It's been a really good game of T20 cricket if you're an England fan. It hasn't all gone England's way. We thought we'd left 15-20 runs out there, much like they did in the second T20. And maybe they have. Gareth Batty and Steve Harmison sitting alongside me. Hardik Pandya, 22 from 25. I'll discuss him in a second, but it's Akshar Patel who's going to face Bryden Carse, and no room or width given to the batter who's clips this ball off the pads for a single. Hardik Pandya, the way he's gone about his innings, reminds me a touch of how MS Dhoni used to go about things. You know, it's like he's got all the time in the world, and you look watching the run rate start to escalate, and wondering where the big shots are, and then more often than not with MS Dhoni, it would all end in a hail of sixes with an over and a half to go, and you think he's done it again. But of course the difficult bit is that back end of the innings. Can Hardik Pandya click the switch or flick the switch? It tries to there as Bryden Carse cramps the batter for room. This ball keeps a touch low as well, and he's hurried possibly by the pace. There's a slower delivery from Carse, so deceived by the pace or lack of, and it's one leg by. 102 for 5.
It's certainly not looked an easy surface to just strike the ball consistently on in this second innings. Probably looked more consistent in the first 12 overs of the game than it has done in the last sort of 10 to 15, if we're brutally honest. Is that down to England's skill set, or is this dew factor or whatever else going on the difference?
A left-handed Akshar Patel gives himself room, and this ball bounces and misses the bat, but also misses the stumps, just sails over. It could be that at the end of the match, the best time to bat was that first 6 overs.
Yeah, the first 6 overs, but I think England have bowled really well. I do. I think they've bowled, the change-ups have been very, very good. They've bowled the ball into the surface. They've made it very, very difficult for India to they've had to make their own room. England haven't bowled wide. Like we've just seen that ball there, Akshar Patel. He's having to come leg side to make his own room. England have dominantly gone over the top of the stumps, not letting India get their hands free.
Carse again. This is pitched up and driven by Akshar Patel, but can't beat mid-off. 1 boundary in 9 overs from India. You don't win too many games of T20 cricket hitting 1 boundary every 9 overs, do you?
Well, you're certainly leaving a lot to a bit of brilliance at the end from an individual player, or some misexecution from the opposition. And the way that England have gone about their business today, I don't think you can rely on the misexecution bit, so it's down to a bit of individual brilliance. 69 of 26 now from an Indian point of view.
Hardik Pandya facing 22 not out from 26, so going at a strike rate of under 100. Needs to correct that. Cast in again, short again. Really dug into the pitch. Be interesting to see how fast that was. Hardik Pandya, no timing at all as he swivels and pulls. He'll take another single. Another good over for England, this one.
I also think it'll be interesting to see who bowls the next over, because Buttler now, I think, he's had a very good second half in this. He had a good second half in the last T20, but he's got his numbers matched up. If you think Liam Livingstone bowled 1 over and Jamie Overton's bowled 3, but I just wonder, the way Overton's gone 1 for 15, does he keep him going, bowl his 4, and then Mark Wood possibly, or Bryden Carse will be the ones that just bowls the 3. So I imagine India will be definitely looking to take that one down.
Last ball of Bryden Carse is over, and Axar Patel, who has really improved as a T20 batter over the course of the last 2 years, has been going at a strike rate of pushing 150, seizes on a short of a length delivery, which keeps a fraction low, swivels and pulls this through mid-wicket for 4. Much needed boundary for India. 108 for 5, they need 172 from the 4 overs remaining. That means they need 64 to win the match and take the series. I'm not sure the last time Jamie Overton bowled 4 overs in a match. He's bowled 3 today. Mark Wood it is, who's going to be brought back into the attack. He's still got 2 to go. Jofra Archer's got 1. Adil Rashid has been bowled out. 4 overs, 1 for 15.
India to win one of the overs has got to go for a 20 plus, and Archer went for a 20 plus over in the last game. Mark Wood went for a 20 plus over in the game before.
And it is Wood, he's in, and he may have to bowl this one again down the leg side. Swing and a miss from Hardik Pandya, and indeed the umpire calls wide. So 109 for 5 then India, 4 overs remaining in this match.
Yeah, this is just showing the difficulty of choices a captain has at this point. There's a rule of thumb saying you'd be bowling your best bowler this over to close the game out, because then you take the game so deep that can they score at 20 and over plus for the next 3. But then there's also one of going, oh, let's get the guy out of the way and then I save my best for the back, and so on and so forth.
Wood again. Hardik Pandya goes big. Has he got enough on the ball? He has! It's head in hands time for Mark Wood and England. There was a fielder stationed at deep mid on. The ball was in the air for a long time. It didn't look like it was going to go the distance. Harry Brook running around the boundary's edge. He jumps up but can't stop the ball from travelling over the boundary and away for 6.
It was an MS Dhoni type flourish of the bat as well. Just a little pick up into the leg side. 147 kilometres an hour.
Wood again. Hardik Pandya shaped to shoot in a similar manner, but this was way too fast for the batter. Did well to get the bat down on the ball, and did even more good work to come back for a second run.
149 that one there, the last delivery which they got for 2. Keep going with pace on Mark Wood. Keep going, if anything, go that little bit shorter and that little bit more aggressive. If they're gonna, Hardik Pandya is going to hit you for 6, make him hit you from 6, square of the wicket, cross back shot at 150 kilometres an hour. If it goes for 6, it's a fantastic shot.
Pandya, now he's got a strike rate of over 100 as Wood is in again. Short delivery dug in, and he's on the hook is Pandya, and cloths it. Mark Wood with a smile on his face fields from his own bowling. The ball just dropping short. Was there a single there? Because it wasn't taken.
No, there wasn't a single, but it was a slower ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, it did him for... It almost got stuck in the crease, so then he loses all his momentum. Couldn't generate ground force up, and it splices, and Wood and his follow-through, it's that... Is it worth the 1 run? You could just feel like Hardik's gone, right, this is my over. This is the one I'm caution to the wind.
So good comeback there from that delivery from Mark Wood. He's dropped his pace. And he's in again now. This is pitched up and no timing at all from Hardik Pandya, who tries to launch this ball, scuffs it into the onside and comes through for a single, and he looks really frustrated with himself.
You can kind of see why. You feel like that one actually is the one that Wood has got wrong, and it's somewhere near, you know, when they put the thing, I didn't want to say it, but yeah, it's somewhere near that when the TV put the markers up of what's slot, what's good length, what's short. It felt like a good area to strike, but it's just showed how difficult at times this service is. But we go back to it, and we go back to it over and over again, Steve. It's 140 odd plus. You scramble in the brain, you scramble in the batter, you get it just a fraction wrong, you don't get the boundary.
If that's 138, it goes into the stand. 144, it does unbelievable things to batters' feet movement, their body positions, try and give themselves some depth in the crease to make that ball come that little bit further, to buy themselves some time. It's amazing. Archer and Wood, Pearce on the ball. Like I said before, pick your spot, Mark Wood, nail it. 145, 150 kilometres an hour. They hit you for 6, it's a fantastic shot.
Round the wicket is Mark Wood, and Axar Patel hit high on the bat. He's moving to the leg side, he's trying to hit another big shot with long off, very straight, long on wider, and it's no run. So after that wide and a 6, Mark Wood dragging this over back. Can he get out of it? Well, certainly, whilst he'd back himself against any batter in world cricket, you'd imagine he'd rather be bowling to Axar Patel than Hardik Pandya right now. Fine bat though he is. 54 needed if you're joining us here on talkSPORT 2. India, 19 balls to get them in. As Axar Patel steps away, and there's a chase on for Butler, and he hasn't quite managed to stop the ball. I mentioned previously he was very straight at long off, and Axar Patel opening up his body, creating a touch of width by moving to the leg side, has slapped this ball past extra cover. The chase was on for Butler. He was always up against it. He got a right hand to the ball, but couldn't prevent the ball from sailing on and just kissing the boundary. That's a disappointing end to the over for Mark Wood and England. 122 for 5 then India, chasing 172 to win the match and take the series. They need 50 from 3 overs.
Yeah, done so well to get back in the over at Wood there with the first ball wide, then a 6. To almost get out of the over without the damage. That last ball just hurts him. More his pride than anything.
Archer is in. This is on leg stump. And once again, Hardik Pandya, no real foot movement. Happy to trust his hand-eye coordination. Really swings his bat. Punches this to deep mid-wicket, but it's just a run. 123 for 5.
Just didn't follow him, did he, Mark Wood? He's bowled. England have bowled well when India have given themselves some room at their leg side or the offside. The bowlers have followed the batter and cramped them for room.
Archer again, and this is out! Caught on the 45. Axar Patel has given himself room. It's actually a full toss, and he's sliced it to Adil Rashid, who's taken the catch and silenced the crowd. India 123 for 6.
Yeah, Jofra Archer, he's got a bit of a shake of the head. It was sort of 3/4 away up the stumps, fullish ball. Axar Patel backs away. Similar movement to the one off Wood where he's tried to lash it through extra cover. But with the height of the ball, it flies off the blade in like a, I don't know, is it like a short third man stroke gully area? Nice smart catch from Adil Rashid. Axar can't believe his luck. And I think Jofra Archer is a little bit thanking his lucky stars.
Yeah, thanking his lucky stars, but Pat, what a catch that is from Adil Rashid, because, I mean, anybody else, you're not, the one thing you're not thinking is that's coming waist high at me. I mean, that would have hit me in the hip. I mean, it would have just bounced off my hip, throw it back, that's 4. Sorry, Jofra, I wasn't quite paying attention there. I mean, what a fantastic catch that was, because if you're standing there as Adil Rashid, you're out the way, aren't you? You're trying to be hid. Josh Butler's trying to hide Adil Rashid there, and he's come up with a beauty.
You'd have been catching or counting dragonflies, wouldn't you, Chief?
Patel again, and it's Jarrod who came in at 4, did he, or 5 in the second T20. I'll just check that. He'll get off the mark first ball. Before this series, there was a fluidity, we were told. Anyone can bat between positions of 3 and 7. Well, 3 and 8, because Jarrod came in at 5 in the second T20. And he's had to sit back and watch the like of Sundar and Axar Patel bat ahead of him today. Can he make the difference? He certainly made the difference against England in the Test series that we brought you at this time last year. What a debut that was. As Hardik Pandya, well, I tell you what, shades of MS Dhoni again. Second 6 he's picked up, and he likes Harry Brook, targeting wherever Brook is fielding and just depositing the ball a couple of feet over his outstretched hands and away for a maximum. This time over long off, and this is a good looking shot. Held the pose, and he draws India closer. 44 needed. Can they do it? They've got 14 balls to chase down this score. Hardik 39 as Archer in again and clipped away square of the wicket for a single. India 131 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, the skill level of this 6 that Hardik Pandya's hit is through the roof. Holds all his weight on the back foot, and then just in a classical punch. Jofra Archer hasn't done an awful lot wrong. High speed into a decent area. He's probably missed by like an inch, 2 inches. To get the elevation, the skill level is very, very high from Hardik Pandya.
Last ball of Jofra Archer's 4th over. 131 for 6. And Jarrod, he's trying to target. Square leg, Ben Ducket running in from the boundary. And it drops just short. Heart in mouth time there for Jarrod. And was he sent back? I think Hardik Pandya might have sent him back. Hardik wants to face the first ball of the 19th over. It's a dot ball to finish. 9 runs coming from Jofra Archer's final over and the wicket of Axar Patel. India 131 for 6. 41 needed from 12. And Jamie Overton has been called back into the attack.
Quite a bizarre bit of cricket that, because he's not run. You know, the ball's gone straight down Ben Duckett's throat, which I don't think Ben Duckett's picked it up. I think that's why I think Jofra Archer's thrown his hands in the air to say, why you not caught that? But I don't think Ben Duckett's picked it up straight away, so I think he's erred on the side of caution and tried to make sure that he just stops the boundary. But Hardik Pandya has not run, which was so bizarre.
Jamie Overton it is then. Full delivery. It's smashed up to long off and caught! Hardik Pandya chances his arm, and Jos Buttler doesn't have to move an inch. Takes the catch. Pandya's got to go, and surely that's it for India now. 41 needed, 11 balls to get them in. Overton picks up his second, and it's Hardik Pandya who maybe left things just a little bit too late, who finally perishes.
You know, bizarre bit of cricket there in the last 3 or 4 balls. Understand if Hardik Pandya has got 40 off 20 balls, but he's been going at a strike rate for about 85 to 90 in the majority of his innings, and it wasn't until the last sort of 5 or 10 balls where he's made that strike rate up. He's not hitting the ball cleanly. Every other one, yes, but I really don't understand why he didn't run on the ball before. We moved the game down a little bit more. Jarrod then takes the first ball of the over. Overton comes into the piece. I can't understand what happened there with Hardik Pandya. Sometimes they do this, the Indians. They do. You know, it's a little bit of ego more than anything else. Yeah, I'm the man that's in. I'm the man that's going to get us over the line. Well, I didn't for 1 minute feel confident that Hardik Pandya was going to get India over the line by the way he was striking it.
Overton again then. Mohammad Shami has been brought into the side for this 3rd T20. It didn't take a wicket, and a no ball has been called. There's a lot to unpick here. Pandya's gone first ball. The first ball Mohammad Shami faces is a no ball. It looks like Jamie Overton has overstepped. So Overton, or rather India, have got a free hit here. And Mohammad Shami tucks his ball off of his... Oh, it was a wide, was it? Tucks his ball off of his hip and comes through for a single. We're a little bit confused here because the umpire did signal. He signalled no ball.
I thought he signalled wide. Ball went down leg side, so it was a wide. Well, sure on the front foot. I thought if it was a no ball, it might have been an indiscretion by one of the fielders being a bit dozy and not being inside the circle.
133 for 7. I know that much. Pitched up, and Jarrod, one bounce taken by Brook at long on. 38 needed from 9. And just to continue this mysterious approach from India, Mohammad Shami, who by my records has never scored a run until he scored that one in international T20 cricket, is batting ahead of Ravi Bishnoi, who we all watched bat really well alongside Tilak Varma in that second T20, and actually helped. Well, that's why he's been brought into the attack. Big meaty swing of the bat, and Mohammad Shami has just hit 6 from the bat from Jamie Overton over mid-wicket, and India are still in it, just 140 for 7.
Yeah, that was in the slot. That was in the bowler's slot, bowler's arc. Just shift your front leg out the way and have a big swing. You can see why he's come in a little bit earlier.
Oh, I can now. This is full and wide from Overton. It was there to be clobbered, but Shami had just taken a little movement to the leg side and couldn't reach this delivery, which was probably there to be hit as well. So England edging closer to victory in this third T20. 165 for 9 with the bat. We felt that they'd left some runs out there. Ben Ducket top scoring as Overton. Well, it's gone high, but I don't think it's gone far enough. And Harry Brook, who's been a spectator at long on and long off, saunters forward, settles himself under this high steepling catch and pockets it. 8 down now, India. Overton with another breakthrough in his 4th over. 32 still needed from the final over, and surely that's curtains for the home side.
Yeah, smart piece of bowling from Overton. He's gone wide of the off stump, allowing the arms to be free, but it's an off cut to slower ball, so he gets the timing wrong on that Shami, gets stuck on that front foot and launches it into the night sky, and pouched, taken very nicely from Brook. Doesn't drop those. Nice little spell there from Jamie Overton. 3 for 24 will do his confidence the world of good. And you would suggest now that 32 off 6 balls, don't bowl a no ball chief, and it's home and hosed from an England point of view.
And it's going to be Bryden Carse who will bowl it. And he's in past the umpire, and Jarrod is going to be caught behind the stumps. Phil Salt readies himself. It was an extravagant shot from Jarrod, but when you need 32 to win from 6 deliveries, what else are you going to do? Attempted a pull, top edge taken by the keeper, and Carse strikes. India 9 down now. They themselves could be bowled out inside the 20.
Yeah, good work from Carse. I think he's just seen Jarrod try and go deep in his crease to try and ramp what was going to be a full ball, and Carse has just gone that little bit fuller. Jarrod goes for 2, 4 balls, and it is a little bit of a sorry end for India. England, I think, in the second T20 thought it was as good a game captaincy wise from Jos Buttler and Marshall and his troops when his team were probably 15-20 runs behind, but I think this one's been a better one. I think the way the boys have bowled have really nailed their plans properly, and I think give Buttler some credit. He's changed his bowlers very, very well at the right time.
Here is Carse, and he's targeting the stumps, full delivery, and Varun Chakravarthy is going to take a fifer in a losing cause. Drills this straight back to the Durham man, and it's no run. So England remain alive in this 5-match series. They're going to pull it back to 2-1. Came so close in that second T20. But they have bowled really well in second innings. As Cast again is in, and Chakravarthy will take a single to long on. Who's your player of the match then?
I was about to ask you that.
If it isn't Chakravarthy, I think he probably still should be player of the match.
No, in India it probably will be Chakravarthy.
Well, he did take 5 for 24.
I mean, Overton's got 3 for 24, and when Jamie first came into the attack, it was pretty much game on. So I would say Jamie Overton possibly is player of the match.
Full delivery from Cast. Monty to cover point. Shy at the stumps of the non-strikers, and Varun Chakravarthy can just stay where he is. Bishnoi fancies facing another 141 for 9. Could there be a case for
Liam Livingstone? Got 43 off 24
and picked up a wicket.
Adil Rashid's bowled 4 overs within a corner rate of 3.5, and he got the runs at the end.
Yep, I was about to say Adil. Cast again, deceives at Bishnoi. All ends up, tries to heave this ball over the leg side, touch too wide, and a slower delivery as well from Cast, who again is really impressed as he did in that second T20. Yeah, Rashid, how many catches has Rashid taken? 1, 2 catches, a wicket, and those runs, and didn't go for many.
Didn't go for a boundary in his 4 overs. That's almost unheard of.
Last ball of the match then. It's a full toss, and it's been driven through vacant cover away to the boundary. Bishnoi will finish the match off with a positive note for India, but it's England who have won this match, and they've done so comfortably, setting India a target of 172. They took wickets in the power play, 3 of them, and then they continued chipping away. And not only did they continue taking wickets, they prevented boundary scoring. None of the India middle and lower order could get to grips with the bowlers, the conditions and this pitch. And while we felt at the halfway stage that England may have left 20 or so runs out on the field, it's actually turned out to be a comfortable victory in the end. 3 wickets for Jamie Overton, 2 apiece for Bryden Cast and Jofra Archer, and runs from Ben Ducket and Liam Livingstone. India would have won the series with a win today, but it's England who have beaten India and stay alive in the series, winning by 26 runs and keeping it and us engaged and enthralled throughout what has actually been, Gareth Batty, a pretty comfortable win in the end.
Yeah, and it just shows never judge the surface until both sides have had a bat on it. I genuinely still believe that there were some runs left out there from an England point of view, but it just shows at the end of the game the 170 was over and above, and it was a good performance to get to that. There were some good individual performances. Obviously Ducket with the 50 was very pleasant. Livingstone getting a squashbuckling sort of 40 when it felt like England were short. But then that little partnership at the end with Wood and Rashid just gets you to something that's even more believable, that you can do the business. And then the way that England set about fielding and bowling, I think, is a measure of where this team could get to. They were prepared to stick to disciplines. Steve said earlier, holding the stumps in play, holding the length in play, making it difficult, not veering away from not trying too much. Even to the very last ball of the game there, the fielder at long off, I couldn't see who it was, massive dive trying to stop it. And I'm saying, Brooke Harm is saying, that's wonderful. Those are the examples that you want to see of a team and buying into a correct modus operandus, I suppose, is what we're saying. And that's a well-deserved victory from England. Hopefully they gain confidence, but more importantly, they gain some knowledge of how they're going to go about being a team, and this team that's going to take us into the next 2 or 3 years of 2020 cricket.
Fantastic stuff. And Harmy, Bryden Cast, we were in New Zealand, and he really impressed there in those 3 test matches that he played, and now here in India, different format, different conditions, different opponents, but he's done it again today, and he wasn't the only one. There's been lots of bowling performances of note today, but he finished things off. Didn't score the runs today, but just showing that England have got something.
Adil Rashid with us.
They've got plenty of resources to tap into when it comes to that type of bowling.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that middle over period is what England in the past have been very, very good and been successful, is having bowlers who can bowl in excess of 140 kilometres an hour, who can bowl from a tall release point, that can hit the pitch, which makes Adil Rashid even more potent because teams try and sit on him, but you're also attacking from the other end. So it's a nice little formula. I still say and state to this day, and I'll still look at Jamie Overton. He's got 3 for 24 off his 4 overs. I still think he's 1 too high in the batting order. There's a decision to make there. I still think England are 1 short when it comes to the batting point of view. When you go through this series so far, and you look at Mark Wood and Adil Rashid, they've both faced double-figure balls in this game, and they've both done exactly the same in the previous games as well. And when that numbers 10 and 11 are facing 20 balls, it means you've not got enough. I mean, your batters have let you down a little bit. So Bobby's being a bit harsh and being a bit critical, but I think if you want to be the best team, I think your batters have to take responsibility and score the bulk of the runs. In the last 2 games, I think the bowlers have been absolutely fantastic for Jos Buttler.
Great stuff. Well, look, we're going to have a full debrief from this game and have a little look ahead to the 4th T20, which we will also be bringing you on talkSPORT 2 and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel with Harmy, Monty Panesar, Gareth Batty, and we'll be back on Friday, as I say, with Abhishek Junjunwala and Jade Dernbach bolstering the team. But for now, that's all we'll be bringing you, as England have won. They've beaten India in the 3rd T20. They're 2-1 down with 2 to play, and they've beaten India in Rajkot by 26 runs.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. With 33 locations across the UK, Village Hotels have everything under one roof for a great break away. Visit villagehotels.com.
You're listening to Following On. I'm Andrew McKenna, and I'll be joined by the former England spinners Gareth Batty and Monty Panesar to look back at the 3rd T20 between India and England in Rajkot, as England got back into the series with a 26-run win. We'll be discussing another brilliant performance with the ball by Adil Rashid and a strong showing from England's other bowlers, and we'll also discuss how they can improve with the bat after yet another collapse mid-innings. All this, and we'll be hearing from both captains as well, so plenty to come over the next 20 minutes or so. This is Following On. Right, well, cracking stuff, and yeah, really good performance in parts from England today. We said before the game started it was a must-win game to keep the series alive, and they did so. England lost the toss and were put into bat once again. They went with the same 11, and it threatened to be the same story. Phil Salt making 5 from 7, England 7 for 1 after only 9 deliveries, but Ben Ducket and Jos Buttler both made runs today. Buttler missed out, relatively speaking, in terms of this series. He only made 24 from 22 balls. Ducket made 51 though. Harry Brook 8, Liam Livingstone 43, Jamie Smith 6, Jamie Overton a first ball duck, Bryden Cast 3 from 4, Jofra Archer 0 from 2, and then Adil Rashid and Mark Wood both 10 not out from 9 and 10 balls respectively. So England posting 171 for 9, but Varun Chakravarthy within that scorecard 5 for 24 from 4 overs bowled. His second 5 for in this format of the game. So he was a standout performer for India. So India needed 172 at 8.6 and over to win this game, but they fell 26 runs short from achieving that. 145 for 9. Samson 3, Abhishek Sharma 24, Suryakumar Yadav 14, Tilak Varma 18, Hardik Pandya 40, Washington Sundar 6, Akshar Patel 15, Dhruv Jurel 2, Mohammad Shami 7, and then the not out man Bishnoi and Chakravarthy 4 and 1 respectively. It was Jamie Overton who took the most wickets, 3 for 24. Jofra Archer 2 for 33. Mark Wood and Bryden Carse chipped in as well, 1 for 29 for Wood, 2 for 29 for Carse. Liam Livingston 1 over for 11, and Adil Rashid bowling all 4 overs without being hit for a boundary, 1 for 15. So England victorious, and we can look back at all the action thanks to Village Hotels. Right then, so thanks to Village Hotels for all of this. Gareth Batty, let's turn our attention to the fact that England won first and foremost. Been a difficult couple of games for them. It's all very well saying, well, it's a must-win game today, but must-win doesn't equate will win. England probably played their best cricket today and probably got the result from it.
Yeah, after the game you can look at it when both sides are batting on the surface and say, yeah, England were far and away the better team. They win by 26 runs, which is a relatively sizable margin in T20 cricket. You would look at it and you'd say the partnership of 75 between Ducket and Butler, you're saying it is really impressive, and it calms the nerves and it settles down that innings. But we can't get away from the fact that there were a few more runs out there from an England point of view. So there's a bit of growth in that. But the nice little cameo from Livingston, throwing caution to the wind, I think that has to be his role, that he's just going to literally go big. Now, either side of him within this batting, we've got to find a way to scramble to maximise twos, to maximise ones, to maximise threes, to get the strikers back on, to keep generating a bigger score that then you give... No, your opposite number doesn't have a chance. So could we have been 190? Halfway through the innings, you're saying you're on course for 190. We drop off fractionally.
Harmy's been saying through the commentary, for him, Jamie Overton is a place too high at number 7 at the moment. Harmy's thinking is, if England are going to play this brand of T20 cricket, they need another out-and-out batter. And for him, he's bringing in Jacob Bethel. Can you see where he's coming from with that? And would you agree with that?
I think you might gain possibly with an out-and-out batter from a runs point of view and a bit more method. Jamie is an out-and-out striker, and that's often been his role in different leagues and at Surrey. He faces minimal balls at the end but gets maximum output. Now England sending him up a position, possibly 1 or 2 or more balls per innings opportunity, there is a bit more thought required for it. Can you take a bit more time to then still hit the 5 out of the ground, but can you within the next 10 balls, so you're going to face 15 balls instead of 10, can you make a significant difference to get a cumulative score that's more or above or level with what it should be? We're just seeing that there's not quite that know-how, but given enough opportunity, I'll learn from that. But what you get with a Bethel, you still don't know, because it's a kid that's not played a lot of cricket. So it's not like you're getting somebody who's a tried and tested. So it's a personal opinion, and that is why the England selection panel have their job to do. And tonight, they absolutely got it right.
Monty Panesar with us once again here on talkSPORT 2 and here on the podcast as well. England with the bat. First of all, they batted out 20 overs, which... they did just about do the other night, but they were all out from the final ball. But actually, they batted it out, and 171 for 9. We were saying that the average score batting first on this ground is 170 odd. It looked more like it today, didn't it? I'm trying to find a better word than that, but I'm struggling at the moment. But it just looked a bit more like it.
Yeah, look, I think in T20 it's about, momentum, and I think that partnership at the back end, between the 17th and the 20th over, England scored 44 runs for only 1 wicket, and suddenly, the team starts believing we got some runs on the board, and if we take early wickets in the power play, like they did, they took, 3 for 49 in 6 overs, their beliefs got up. They thought, yeah, we're in the game now. We just need to hold it tight. And Adil Rashid bowled that, magical delivery to Tilak Verma, and suddenly the whole team and the game just completely transformed. And then that was it. The methods that Brendan McCullum and Josh Butler had a vision about the fast bowlers. The reason they want to go that route and play that extra fast bowler, but guys who can bowl 90 plus. Today, everything executed. Everything went perfect. The catching was absolutely brilliant. And then, the methods during that middle over phase was really good. I think during the death overs was a difference, really, where they had India, India only scored like 38 runs, 4 wickets. The variation of the slower deliveries and then bowling them quick balls, the rockets, as Brendan McCullum often says, work to their plan, and I think this is the template now. This is a template going forward with this type of strategy to win, and that's what they've got to do now. They know how to win with playing one specialist spinner. I know Steve Harmison talked about maybe Jamie Overton being a place too high. Do they play that extra batsman? Then if they look to do that, then possibly Jamie Smith doesn't play, and then get Jacob Bethel to come in there and maybe Phil Salt to take the gloves, or Joss Buttler. But that's a good option to have. They've got a few options to play with. But for England, it's really good to see that this is a strategy they wanted to go with, and they know how to win, and they just know what to do going forward.
So England put a score on the board that gave them something to bowl at, which is the first time they've done that this series. And bowl at it they did. And when you have a magician like Adil Rashid, you give yourself a chance. 4 overs, 1 for 15. He did get Tilak Varma with an absolute ripping leg break that went through the left-hander. That was 68 for 4 when he did that. But he wasn't hit for a boundary, and there were 10 dot balls in the 24 that he sent down. Adil has just been speaking with the TV company in India.
Yeah, I thought as a team we bowled exceptionally well to get the score on the board, and then as a unit we bowled exceptionally well. And obviously that ball, it just gripped, spun nicely, a ball in a nice area, and it just went through the gate. But I think as a unit we bowled exceptionally well there.
Yes, you certainly did, but just seeing your bowling, your craft, your deception, the way you bury your pace, it's not easy. For someone to get speeds from 80 to 70 in just one delivery, how hard have you had to work on that?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, as you play more and as you get more experience and you're working on your game, you start developing certain things. And I think that's probably one of my strengths, is trying to mix it up a bit slower, a bit quicker, and trying to really see the pitch and adjust to that. And last couple of games, it's gone my way. I work hard, obviously, in the nets and trying to keep working hard. So, yeah, hopefully I can continue on.
And what was your assessment of this pitch, and what did you have to do with that adjustment?
Obviously, I think you see when we were batting, it just looked fairly slow, a bit low, wasn't really coming onto the bat. So as a bowling unit, then we just had to adjust and see whether pace on or pace off worked. And fortunately for us today, we varied it quite well. Myself as well, we varied it well, and we got the result.
You take your batting seriously. That last wicket partnership, 24, crucial.
Yeah, obviously we had a couple of overs left as well. So me and Woody there at the end, we were just trying to see what the plan was, see if we could get the extra 15-20 runs, which we did. It was nice to get to that score as well. So I think overall we'll be quite happy.
Well, he will be very happy, and actually let's touch on that last wicket partnership, Adil Rashid and Mark Wood. They both got 10. They put a partnership of 24 on the board. If they get rolled out cheaply, then India are chasing round about 148. Well, they were 145 for 9. It's a very, very different game. But let's look. I've got 2 absolutely brilliant spin bowlers next to me, so let's talk spin about Adil Rashid. Gareth, I'm going to start with you, because with your coach's hat on as well, Adil Rashid is just he does it all the time for England when they need it most. What a world-class performer he is, and has been for such a long period of time.
Yeah, and I think the thing to note is he's lost his mate. Moeen Ali's not around anymore. They came as a pair for a very long time, and grew this England white ball team into a very fine team, because you had 2 very good spinners, one that batted extremely well near the top, so they gave you flexibility. I think the loose sort of thing that Steve was talking about was Jamie Overton batting at 7, whatever, that would have been Moeen Ali, giving you that balance within the team. I think the balance has changed because it's subcontinent and it's not a spinner giving you that balance. It changes, which puts more pressure on Adil Rashid to perform. The fact he didn't go for a boundary in 24 balls against the team that is literally squeezing the glue out of their bat handle, trying to think about how they're going to hit you for 4 or 6, is almost borderline brilliance. It doesn't get much better than that. So numbers can tell you certain things, they can tell you a picture, but that number there tells you all you need to know about how good this guy is and how he manipulated the batters into position. And then, from his point of view, his own little personal thing, to get Tilak out how he did. He sort of opened up the gate. His back foot, yes, but then he drives it back into sort of middle and leg stump with that bit of shape, bit of drop, bit of curve, massive spin. Individually, that's a beautiful thing. And he'll be sat in his bed tonight thinking, that was a nice ball. But he mentioned in his interview at least 4 or 5 times about the team, about the group, about the unit. So important. You don't bowl as a 1, you bowl as a 5, you bowl as a 6. And I think England did that brilliantly. He led it as soon as he came onto ball because you needed his skill set. Without that, I don't think England win the game. So that's the big thing that he would take on. But he talked about the rest of the unit buying into the simplicity of the plans and executing very well. So I thought that was great from him.
Monty, when we're going to come and analyse Adil Rashid, he is going to be talked about down the years, and rightly so. What would be, do you think, his greatest quality, his greatest strength? Is it his control? Is it his ability to sort of get batsmen and batters to do things they don't want to? I mean, as an appreciation of a spinner, what is his greatest trait, do you think?
It's when he bowls it slowly. It's when he gets the ball above the eye line and he bowls at 75 kilometres per hour. And in that moment against, Akshar Patel, where he could have probably fired it in and looked to bowl dots, but he goes, no, I'm going to bowl it slower, come after me. And I thought that was a moment with, Washington Sundar, Akshar Patel, they should have come down the pitch and looked to hit big sixes, but they were afraid because they wasn't sure, to read the length. They couldn't really read the flight. And he has that courage now. He knows these sort of passages of play, the moments when to say, right, I'm going to bowl it slower, I'm going to bowl it higher, come after me. And it takes a lot of courage. Not many spinners in the world can do that. And we often talk about, the Rashid Khan, who bowls it quick into the pitch, is a safer method. But to bowl it slower and up and get it above the eye line, it is beautiful to watch. It's like poetry in motion, and it's just wonderful to see. He's going to be a key part now, obviously going forward. Come to the Champions Trophy and obviously, the ODI and everything. How India tackle him is going to be a big crucial on who wins and who doesn't. We often talk about the England batters, they didn't do very well against the spin. But I think now it's like, with Jasprit Bumrah's 4 overs, it's the same thing. It's the Rashid 4 overs. How India play against him dictates the game of who wins, if England win or India win. But Adil Rashid, he is our Shane Warne.
Just answer me one question though, Monty. How is it that Adil Rashid has only ever played 3 games in the IPL? It defies belief. There's a theory going around, it's because of his Pakistan heritage. Well, Moeen Ali played a lot. That didn't seem to affect him. The other theory that does the round is, well, it's India. They produce a lot of their own spinners, therefore they can provide cheaper options than that. Well, they've got a lot of batters who could whack it around to all parts. Chris Gale still got picked up for however many years. So to me, those two, you can kind of put those forward as theories, but you can knock them down pretty easily. How on earth has an owner of an IPL team not gone, get me Adil Rashid? He's a difference maker. I don't get it.
Yeah, because I think overseas, the owners and the captains, coaches, they look for spinners who bowl it quick. They see if you put pace onto the ball, it gives less time for a batsman to make any decisions. They don't see actually bowling it slower as an attacking option. And I think, Adil Rashid should be playing in the IPL. And when the IPL owners see how good he is on Indian soil, I hope that maybe the following year he can get into the IPL and someone picks him up, because he is a brilliant spinner. The IPL will be better when he's in it. And, just to see him when he goes about his craft, the way he just does the players, even the best in the world. There's not, we see Adam Zampa, he's another one, he bowls it a bit more quicker as well. I don't really see, Ravi Bishnoi is another one who similar to Adil Rashid. So they all, Rashid Khan. I think Adil Rashid is on his own, really. There's probably only him who bowls at 75 kilometres per hour, and then tries to sort of give that air, and bowl his leggies and googlies, and to do it because he knows he's on top, and he knows that they're not going to come after him. And it's just brilliant to see how well he's doing, and we want him to continue this form going for England.
Adil, we still love you, even if the IPL owners don't. He didn't get Player of the Match, by the way. Varun Chakravarthy did get that. Second time he's taken 5 wickets in a T20 international. Second time he's been on the losing side. Do the maths yourself. I tell you what, let's hear from the Indian captain. Suryakumar Yadav has just been speaking with Harsha Bhogle.
Did you think, like a lot of us did, that maybe 171 was not a big enough target?
No, I felt there'll be a little bit of dew later on, and with Hardik and Aksar batting in later on at 24 balls, around 55, 58 runs, we still had, I feel we still had game in our hands.
The approach was, tell us a little bit about the approach in the middle overs. Normally with 8 batters, you keep going, go, go, go. Suddenly it was what, 50 of 9 overs in the middle overs?
Yeah, I think our credit goes to Adil as well. I think he bowled really well in that overs. We wanted to rotate strike. He didn't let us. That's why he's a world-class bowler at that moment, and that's something to learn and to take it forward.
The numbers showed that there was a little more spin here than in the other 2 matches.
That's why we had a lot of spinners on our side.
Yeah. So, what are the... Is this just another defeat? Is there something that bothers you about this game, or is this par for T20 cricket?
I feel you always learn something from a T20 game. I felt when we were bowling around 127 for 8 to 170, I think that was too much at the end. But yeah, that's something we can learn going forward. And also from batting point of view, we got a lot of things to learn. We'll go back to drawing board and see how we can be a better team.
Happy with the way Shami turned out after all these years?
I mean, it's good to see him bowl like that, and I'm obviously sure that he'll do better going forward in the game.
So what's your conversation with Varun Chakravarthy going to be tonight?
Nothing, just be yourself. I think he's been one guy who's working really hard during all the practice sessions, and he's got good discipline, and that's the result he's getting on the ground.
On to Pune then, maybe a few more runs for the captain in Pune.
Really looking forward to it, yeah, definitely.
Suryakumar Yadav, I said the other day I'd quite like to hear him do an interview where he's not quite so happy. Well, they've lost today and he's still happy, so, maybe not. There was one little thing, before we hear from Jos Buttler, which we'll be doing in the next couple of minutes or so, one potential, I suppose, minor fly in the ointment from an England point of view. Jamie Smith played today with a tight calf, so England decided that rather have him run around the outfield, he was going to keep wickets. He got to 3 overs and 4 balls before he went off. Gareth Batty, as his county coach, you've probably got a vested interest in this or something. Talk me through the theory, though, of keeping wicket being the better option than being in the outfield if you've got a tight calf, because everything's now stats-based and theory-based. So what would the thinking on that one be? Because I'm sure a lot of people are going, well, hang on, squatting up and down 120 times during an innings is potentially problematic.
It's not my theory.
Okay.
So I don't really know where to go from there. Somebody obviously has done the medical assessment and said they're running around the ACT cells and D cells. So all the numbers that you're talking about would be ACT cells and D cell based. That is where you get your immediate fatigue and immediate soft tissue problem. So by keeping wicket, you can control the movement. The only ACT cell you may have is if you've got a dive off whichever foot it was that was an issue, and I'm assuming in this instance it would have been left, so you're not going to have to dive down the leg side very often for it not to be too much of a drama. There's going to be no starting, stopping ACT cells, D cells, and unfortunately the assessment or Jamie just felt like he was going to make it worse, and it might just be he's gone off because it's going to make it worse and stop now and nip it in the bud. I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball, unfortunately.
Okay. Right then, we can hear from the England captain, Jos Buttler, who's just also been speaking with Harsha.
Come along, Jos. Normally we do this conversation a little earlier. You must be delighted to be coming on now. You've got something going with pace in T20 cricket.
Yeah, the guys bowled really well. It's nice to show off their skills, not just how fast they can bowl, but how they can adapt to the wicket.
What about Adil Rashid? I mean, I was just talking to Suryakumar Yadav, singing praises of Adil Rashid. He's been around since the 2009-2010 T20 World Cup. He just keeps getting better.
Yeah, he does. Said so many times he's the most important player in our team, and he bowled fantastic tonight. He's got so many variations, so many different styles of bowling, and yeah, we're very fortunate to have him on our team.
When you've got a champion cricketer like Jofra Archer, today was a completely different day. When you got one for 60, do you have conversations with him, or do you just say, no, I know what you can do, as he did today?
Yeah, no, I don't think you need to talk too much to Jofra. He's obviously he's a superstar. He's incredibly consistent. He's not very often he'll go for 60, so you know if he has, he'll come back well.
We were having some discussion about whether Ben Ducket's skills were used in the middle order. Jeez, he batted well today.
Yeah, he played beautifully. I think that's why the reason we feel he could bat at the top. You know, he's got so many options with only 2 guys out. He's a very difficult guy to stop. And I think from ball 1 of the game, the wicket probably looked a bit different than everyone had read it. And he played beautifully on what was a little bit of a sticky pitch.
Yeah, since you mentioned that, what were your thoughts at the break when you got 171?
Yeah, I thought actually when you could look at it and go, we lost wickets in clumps and we're disappointed, but actually we had 170 on the board, which is a really good score. So I think especially the way we started picking up those wickets is crucial in the power play, and then we managed to squeeze them and add a lot of pressure.
The clumps that you talked about, is that still a bit of a concern? You were down to 127 for 8. Is that something that bothers you?
No, not at all. No, I love the way that we kept taking the game on and keep pushing. And like I say, if you can be disappointed with how you played and end up with 170, I think that's a great effort. And actually credit to Adil and Mark Wood. I thought putting on 20 there at the end was a vital partnership to go towards winning the game.
And that was the difference between the two sides. So the series is level. You keep saying the series is open. It is. Well played today.
Thank you.
Josh Butler in conversation with Harshir Bogli. Yes, the series is still open. It is still on. England might be 2-1 down, but there are 2 to come, and the 4th match is in Pune on Thursday. It will, of course, be exclusively live here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, so you can join us once again at 12:30 UK time for a 1:30 first ball. All the action. Can England back up today and get another win and give us an absolute gangbusters finish in Mumbai on Sunday? Well, join us and find out here on talkSPORT 2.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Dine out, stay, work out, play. Visit villagehotels.com.